Good morning, everyone. Just as a reminder, please, if you have cell phones, make sure that you have them turned off or muted. And also, if anyone is going to be testifying today, make sure that you do not, that you're not in here for anything. So if we would just go ahead and get started, counsel, if you would like to call your first witness.
Good morning to all the commissioners today. A couple of housekeeping issues, small issues. One, at the end, when we concluded a couple of weeks ago, I had failed to move for admission of Exhibit 12, which we had watched, and that was Ms. Bird's second interview during the administrative inquiry. And so I would ask that that be admitted. That will be Respondent's Exhibit 12.
Are you saying we watched it?
We watched a portion of it, yes, sir. It was during some of the testimony, and we'll be watching more throughout, but I just didn't move to have it admitted, and I was asking that it be admitted.
Okay. We will admit that.
Thank you. And then a second small issue, we had admitted Respondents Exhibits 6, 7, and 8, and those are policies of Conway PD. My mistake, I'd inadvertently pulled older policies off of my network. Does not change the language we're relying on in this hearing, but what I want to do is, and I've conferred with Counselor Byrd, and she doesn't object. I have the updated ones, but again, it doesn't change the language we've all been relying on. And Counselor Byrd has in her exhibits the updated ones as well. So I just want to replace mine to reflect the accurate, more updated policies. So those will be policy or Exhibits 6, 7, and 8, and we'll provide you with the updated ones.
Okay. Counsel, would you object to that, or you okay with that? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
And with that completed, I'll call our next witness. Our next witness will be Major Clay Smith.
Okay, Major Smith, just be advised that you are under oath. Do you swear to tell the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Major Smith. Could you please state your name?
Clay Smith.
And what is your position with Conway PD?
I'm currently the major assigned over the Criminal Investigations Division.
And how long have you held that position?
I've held that position approximately 3 years. I've been a major for about 7.
What was your position prior to being major? You were a lieutenant?
Prior to being major, I was a lieutenant, yes.
In total, how many years have you worked for Conway PD?
Just shy of 27.
After the mass shooting on April 13th of 2025, did Chief Harris order an administrative inquiry?
He did order an inquiry into the events surrounding that.
What was your understanding of the scope of that inquiry?
Initially, it was just to kind of see if the department did everything they were supposed to, and how the overall response to that shooting was.
Did he order that any particular officer be investigated?
He did not. It was just overall into what happened, what we knew, what we didn't know, what we did, and that's how it just started out.
Approximately how long, do you know how long it took for Lieutenant Kennedy to complete his investigatory work?
I don't remember. It's quite some time. It's a pretty exhaustive file. There's lots of information and interviews in there, but I don't know how long it took him to complete it.
After he finished that work, was that investigative file provided to you?
It was. We have a folder where that's placed that we have access to, that we all are then directed once the investigative file is complete to review the file, and then basically we're prepared when we go into the review board.
How far in advance of the review board was that investigative file provided to you?
It ended up being almost a month, but I think initially it was closer to about 2 weeks. And then the initial review board was scheduled and had to be rescheduled. I believe it was due to Major Presley having a death in his family, and that pushed it out. And then I was gone to Australia, and I think the chief was gone, so it pushed it out to almost a month from when that file was available to us.
So in total, you had about a month to review that file
Correct.
at your leisure. Is that
Correct.
correct? What all did you review in that file prior to the review board?
Basically everything. There was interviews with everybody, which I think it's around 6.5 or 7 hours of interviews with officers. There's call logs, there's radio traffic, body cams, dash cams, GPS, all kinds of things that were included in there. It took quite a long time. I spent several days before I went to Australia and 2 full days when I got back from Australia, which was leading up to the review board to finish all of it.
After reviewing what was contained in that investigative file, did you have any initial thoughts of what you had seen in officer response?
I did. I guess overall, as I reviewed that and the investigation notes that finds out what everybody did and where they were at and how they responded, and I really kind of wanted to get deep into that and understand like where everybody was, and like I didn't have my head wrapped around where everybody was. So I actually went to Major Presley to see if he could pull up some simultaneous GPS tracks so I could see where everybody was. And he wasn't able to do that. And so then he and I went to dispatch and had dispatch supervisors try to do that, which they ultimately were able to provide us 3 officers in a simultaneous track to give us kind of a better idea. But overall, at the conclusion of that, I had 2 major concerns or 2 major violations in regards to Officer Byrd, and that was conduct unbecoming and untruthfulness during the investigation.
And we'll talk specifically about those 2 initial and then final conclusions. But in your experience, is untruthfulness always a terminable offense?
In my experience, in 27 years at the Conway Police Department, untruthfulness is always a terminatable offense. It's always a recommendation as a standalone violation. If that's the only violation, the recommendation would be termination. Conduct unbecoming is also, depending on the level of it, an offense that would warrant a termination recommendation as a standalone violation. And I have also been in a position on review board to recommend termination for another officer just for that violation.
And we'll get into that further in your testimony. But let's move forward. After you reviewed the investigative file, a review board was ultimately convened. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And who was present at that review board?
It would have been the chief, Assistant Chief Welsh, myself, Major Presley, Major Wood, Sergeant Sweet, and then Lieutenant Kennedy as the investigating officer to kind of lay out the investigation for us.
And at the review board, did Lieutenant Kennedy lay out his investigation for you?
He did. That's where we kind of start with the review board. It's opened up to the investigator. They kind of lay out everything for us, and then it opens up for discussion, and we talk about possible violations. We talk about all the people involved or possible violations, and then at the conclusion of that, the chief will go one by one for the list that has been collected of violations, person on the review board, and then say, do you think that this was violated, and was this violated? Was this violated? So we go one by one through those.
It was person by person with members of the review
Correct.
board, is that right? Did Lieutenant Kennedy, let's keep with Lieutenant Kennedy's kind of initial overview. Did he identify concerns that he had with respect to officer responses?
He did. He outlined. We had some discussions, and again, this has been a long time and lots of discussions. We had some specific discussions about Officer Pugh, Officer Riddle, and
So did the review board discuss each of those officers?
yes,
Through that discussion, did you believe that Officer Riddle or Officer Pugh should be disciplined for any of their actions taken with response to the mass shooting?
I did not believe any of their actions warranted any discipline resulting from a review board. So typically, a review board only recommends discipline that results in termination, demotion, or suspension.
So at review board, you're addressing those higher levels of
Correct.
discipline, correct? And you didn't think that Officer Pugh or Officer Riddle, any of their response necessitated such discipline?
I did not.
Let's go one by one. Why didn't you think Officer Pugh's response necessitated any type of discipline like that?
I mean, I think Officer Pugh he's a brand new officer. He's been on the street less than 6 months. He was pretty overwhelmed, I feel like, by the call, a little confused. He didn't go anywhere. He stayed there. He was gathering information. He was putting information out, and he was truthful during his interviews. But fundamentally, I'd like to see some improvement from him. But as an officer 6 months on the street, I can't expect him to act like a 10-year officer, 20-year officer is on the street.
So a young officer, correct?
Well, young would imply age. I don't know how old he is, but fundamentally, he's at that point in time, I believe, had not even been here a year yet.
Okay. Would you consider him a rookie?
Yes,
And he was on scene and stayed on scene, is that correct?
correct,
And he also radioed in information that he was gathering while he was there, correct?
correct.
Identified where there was a victim, correct?
He did. He put that information out. He wasn't really sure of where it was. I mean, somebody came and told him. He put that information out, and he was trying to figure out where it was as people were running up and giving him kind of conflicting information. And then finally, somebody pointed out where they were on the ground, and that's where he made his way over to.
So he was relaying information through
He was,
dispatch.
yeah.
Let's talk about Officer Riddle. Why did you think that Officer Riddle's action didn't necessitate any type of discipline that review board was deciding on?
I think overall, Officer Riddle did exactly right. I mean, he was present. He heard the shots. He ran to his car. He took off out of the parking lot. He jumped a curve. He tried to get in the nearest locked. And then when the radio traffic came out that the location was on the other side, he off again running code and made his way directly to.
When you say running code,
I'm sorry. Just as a reminder, when speaking into the microphone, sometimes they'll cut out if you're just a millimeter too far away from the microphone. And the only reason I bring it up, and you have to look for the red light. I know there's more stuff that you got to keep up with. But just for the people that are watching this remotely, I can tell it's cutting out the witness testimony. So I didn't mean to interrupt, but
no, you're fine. And I think we had issues with that microphone a couple of weeks ago. But if you hear it cut out, kind of give a pause, Major Smith, if you would, and then make sure that it's on when you're giving your testimony. So you talked about Officer Riddle and running code. What do you mean when you say running code?
So that's cop speak, but basically turn on lights and sirens and get to where you need to go as quickly as possible, as safely as possible.
And did you think, I mean, you would have reviewed information related to his response, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did you think he was responding with urgency?
Absolutely.
And he ultimately went south down Central Landing, then turned 6th, and then up on 5th Avenue, is that correct?
Correct.
And 5th Avenue would have been the first turn he could take to get to the park, is that
Correct.
correct? So you didn't see any problems with Officer Riddle's response?
I did
correct?
not see any problem with Officer Riddle's response.
And is Officer Riddle also a rookie with Conway PD?
He is. I'm not sure how long he's been there. I think he was with another agency for a brief amount of time, but he hasn't been with us very long. Well, probably within his first year or two, for sure.
So y'all discussed Officer Riddle and Officer Pugh, and decisions were made that there was no disciplinary action warranted for them, is that correct?
Correct.
Who was the next officer that you discussed?
Brittany Bird.
And I'm sure just like Officer Pugh and Officer Riddle, did Lieutenant Kennedy go over with you what his investigation showed with regard to Brittany Bird's response?
He did. He did go over it, but again, we had already seen it all there was no new information presented by him at that review board. So he just kind of gives the summary again of what's included in that investigative file.
At that time, y'all have had the investigative file for
Correct.
about a month, and each of y'all had
Right,
reviewed
and that gives us an opportunity then to ask questions of an investigator, or sometimes they may come in and we bring up questions and we send them back out like, this isn't done, we need to know these answers. And so they go over it, but we've already reviewed it ahead of time, and that gives us the opportunity to kind of know.
I think you're going to say, do we need more information?
Yes.
Okay. And so once y'all start talking about Brittany Byrd, what happens?
There's quite a bit of discussion about the whole incident again, and the response, and generally just, I guess, going over it from the beginning. I had brought up for all of them about why in the review board, like, why didn't officers just run across the street? Because I've been in those situations. We've had very large parties here years ago that were referred to as end-of-world parties, where we had multiple shots fired all the time with hundreds and hundreds of people. And I've been in those situations running to them. And I brought up, but that's a concern of mine. Like they're fairly close, they can see it. Why didn't officers just run there? And then it was brought up that they now have med kits and patrol rifles and things in their patrol car, and those are things I didn't have when I was on the street. And so like, I think that answered my question. Like, they've been trained, they have med kits, they have patrol rifles. Run back and get to that. So that was one thing that was discussed kind of in that round table discussion. And then we talked quite at length about the incident, the camera being shut off, how much time it took Ms. Byrd to get out of the parking lot, and the route that she took when she arrived back. And then we discussed the untruthfulness within the investigation and the interview with Lieutenant Kennedy.
Ultimately, did you make a determination in that review board that you thought she had violated numerous policies?
I did.
And what policies did you state in the review board that you thought she violated?
So my most serious two, again, were untruthfulness and conduct unbecoming, unsat performance, body camera, emergency vehicle operations, and insubordination.
So 6 different policies, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Did other members of the review board also determine that she had violated the same policies?
They did. As Assistant Chief Welsh, Major Presley, and Sergeant Sweet all were in agreement with all 6 of the policies that she violated.
And after that, I think that, as we know through testimony, that ultimately review board members make a recommendation on discipline. Is that correct?
That's correct.
What was your recommendation for discipline?
My recommendation was termination.
Did other members of the review board also recommend termination?
They did. Assistant Chief Welsh, Major Presley, Sergeant Sweet all recommended termination.
We know there was another member of the review board there, Major Lee Wood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At that review board meeting, did he make a determination that any policies were violated by Ms. Byrd?
So Major Wood was kind of all over the place. He really wasn't making eye contact with anybody. He made several statements about, well, I wish she had done this and I wish she had done that. I don't think she was scared. I think he ultimately landed on that he thought she had violated the lights policy. I think that's the one, but he chose one. And then when it came time to make a recommendation, it was very, very long, awkward silence, and he didn't respond. Minutes went by before the chief excused all of us and met with him individually.
And just for clarification, you said the lights policy. Is that the emergency operation of departmental vehicles policy?
Yeah, that's what I mean by that one, the lights, yeah.
And so it sounds like Major Wood had stated that he thought that could be a policy violation. Is that right?
That's to the best of my recollection. He chose that one as the only one. He didn't feel that she violated any of the others, but he chose that one and initially said that she did. And then what I learned later from the chief was he came back the next day and said he changed his mind and he didn't think she violated any policies.
So did Major Wood, I assume then he didn't have any recommendation for discipline. Is that correct?
There was no recommendation made for discipline in my presence.
So Major Wood was the only member of the review board who found no policy violations, correct?
That's correct.
And he was the only member of the review board who did not recommend termination, correct?
That's correct.
Did you find that strange?
I did not find that strange. Major Wood has shown Ms. Byrd special treatment and favoritism and covered for her on many occasions over the years. And I knew exactly what he was going to say when he went in there. So I didn't find it strange at all that he would find no punishment or no recommendation.
After Chief Harris took into the account the votes or recommendations from the review board, what did he determine?
He ultimately determined that she had violated the 6 policies that the review board agreed upon and did terminate her.
I want to talk specifically about these policy violations and why you believe Ms. Byrd violated each of these policies. Major Smith, I've handed you a document. Can you tell me what that document is?
It is the CPD directive for body-worn cameras.
And does that directive mandate when an officer is to turn on their body-worn camera?
It does.
If you can go to page 6 of that document for me.
Okay.
In page 6, can you read for me, it's paragraph H4A, identifying enforcement-related contacts and use of body cam?
It says officers shall use a body-worn camera, or it says BWC, which is the abbreviation for us for body-worn camera, to record enforcement-related contacts. The body-worn camera should be activated prior to actual contact with the subject or as soon as safely possible thereafter, and continue recording until the contact is concluded.
And does that portion of the policy require that officers turn on their body-worn camera during enforcement-related contacts?
It does.
Does that policy define enforcement-related contacts?
It does.
You can go to page 7 of that policy. Major Smith, can you please read for us how it defines enforcement-related contacts?
Enforcement-related contacts include, but are not limited to, traffic stops, field interview, detentions, arrests, persons present at radio calls who are accused of crimes, consensual encounters in which the officer is attempting to develop reasonable suspicion on the subject of an encounter, consensual contacts, pursuits, critical incidents, and the use of force incidents.
Based on that definition, Major, do enforcement-related contacts include critical incidents?
They do.
And does that policy define critical incident?
It does.
You can go to page 2 of that policy. And can you please read for the commission the definition of critical incident?
Critical incident is an incident in which an officer or officers observe and or are involved in potentially life-threatening circumstances or when serious physical injury occurs. And I think another point that I kind of made on this particular policy is Ms. Byrd actually activated her body-worn camera when someone came up to ask her a question about towing the car. So she indicates to me there, like she knows she's supposed to turn her camera on. She presses a button, turns it on. When the person walks off, she then stops the camera, her body-worn camera, which would be an enforcement-related contact as well, and which also is the reason that we have the dash cam in the first place, was because it was activated earlier because of that.
Yes, I think you're saying it's important to you because you noticed in her body cam that she would activate it for something like talking to someone about towing their car, right?
Right.
But then she didn't activate it when she was responding to a mass shooting, right?
Right.
And a mass shooting would be a potentially life-threatening circumstance, right?
Absolutely.
So that would be a critical incident, correct?
Correct.
Critical incident is a law enforcement contact, correct?
Yes.
And that would require that you turn on your body-worn camera, correct?
Correct.
Did Ms. Byrd violate that policy?
She did violate the policy. She did not activate her body-worn camera for the shooting.
We know there are a number of policies here, right? And we're going to go through each of them. But right now, we're talking about body-worn camera. If that had been the only policy violation by Ms. Byrd, would you have recommended termination?
No, absolutely not. This is what I would consider to be a lesser included offense. It's just another policy that was violated in the incident.
let's move forward, and we're going to talk about the emergency operation of departmental vehicles policy. Major, can you tell me what that document is that I just handed you?
It's CPD Directive 800-5, Emergency Operation of Department Vehicles.
And if you can turn to page 2 of that policy. What does that policy state with respect to Code 3 response?
So we classify our response to incidents as Code 1, 2, or 3, and Code 3 is classified as an emergency response, which is a call for service where a life-threatening emergency currently exists. Officers responding Code 3 shall respond expeditiously to the location of the emergency by the most direct means using all emergency equipment with a paramount consideration for the safety of the public and the assigned officers. Officers should remain alert to traffic and pedestrians using common sense when responding to calls that require speeds that exceed posted speed limits, and in no event shall they operate in vehicle in a reckless manner.
So Code 3 is responding to a life-threatening emergency, is that right?
Correct.
Was the mass shooting a life-threatening emergency?
It was as soon as they knew there was a victim.
Responding Code 3, that means, according to that definition, that if an officer is responding Code 3, they must respond expeditiously, is that right?
Correct.
They must also respond with urgency, is that right?
Correct.
They must respond directly to the scene, is that right?
Right.
And they must use all emergency equipment, is that right?
Correct.
What is all emergency equipment?
That would be considered to be the overhead lights in flashing state and the sirens.
Did Byrd respond expeditiously?
She did not.
And why do you say that? Or why did you find that, right? You reviewed this investigative file. Why was that your determination?
Well, I guess the first thing I'd compare to Officer Riddle. He was in the car roughly the same time as Miss Byrd, and he was out of the parking lot relatively quickly. She had the same means and opportunity to get out of the parking lot as he did and should have been right behind him. In fact, when I watched the video, I wasn't really aware of how much time it took. So I'm watching the video with some kind of expectation of her car to just follow him out of the parking lot, and that didn't happen. And then as you get deeper into it and figure out she's then in the parking lot, doesn't leave the parking lot for several seconds, and then doesn't pull out after Officer Riddle is going south running code for another approximately 13 seconds. And then she drives down to 6th Street and 5 blocks the other direction before she turns to come back.
Was it also important to you that other officers who were responding from other areas of town got there before Miss Byrd?
Yes, it was. I guess that's just kind of indicative of how non-urgent she was responding. If officers could come from across town on the other side of the railroad tracks near the hospital and beat her there when she started out less than 200 yards away, it's pretty significant to me as to how much effort she was putting in to arrive at the call.
This might seem obvious, but, I'm not a police officer. Why is it important that when responding to a life-threatening emergency that these officers, in accordance with Code 3, respond expeditiously and urgently?
I think particularly in this case, you have a shooting, and we go, our active shooter training basically for decades since Columbine shooting has changed and required us to go immediately to the two things they harp on is stop the killing and stop the dying. And anytime there's gunshots or people shot, you have to get there. You have to make sure there's no further injuries or casualties, and then you have to start applying emergency aid to anyone who's been injured. And I think in this situation particularly, seconds matter. Seconds can be the difference between life and death.
We also talked about that Code 3 requires that you respond directly, and you kind of touched on that. But did you find that Ms. Byrd had not responded directly?
Correct. She drove 5 blocks, which I think was over a mile to get back to where she started.
We know that in comparison, Officer Riddle took similar route at the beginning, went down Central Landing, then on to 6th. He went up 5th Avenue. Is that correct?
Correct.
Ms. Byrd did not go up 5th Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And she's actually driving along 6th away from the mass shooting. Is that right?
That is right. She was actually driving on 6th Street while she was broadcasting on the radio. She made more broadcast about how many guns or how many multiple firearms and asking where Pugh's victim was at while she's driving west on 6th Street.
And then she could have gone up 3rd. Is that right?
Couldn't have gone, yeah, 4th doesn't come all the way through, but there's options on 3rd, 2nd, and then 1st, which is ultimately where she went up on 1st.
Right. Didn't go up 3rd, didn't go up 2nd, and ultimately goes up 1st. Is that right?
Correct.
Did Ms. Byrd use all of her emergency equipment when responding?
She didn't use any emergency equipment when responding. In fact, had she used lights or sirens independently or together, it would have activated her camera system again. And in fact, initially, she's in the parking lot. She has her lights on, what we would call scene lights or running lights, and all the lights are on in the parking lot. And initially, I thought, well, typically when you have lights on, there's some kind of visual indicator that you have lights on, like a red light on your switch panel. And initially, I thought, well, maybe she got confused and she just left and she went the whole way with her running lights on. And so I set out to try to figure that out, like maybe she did that. And one of the things I looked at was Officer Smith's response. And she has a clear view all the way down 6th as she's coming into the roundabout at first, driving east, and you can see all the way down, and there was no lights that are visible. And I know that at that point in time, when Officer Smith is going through the roundabout, Miss Byrd is approximately 2.5 blocks away. And so I couldn't see any there. But then ultimately, in Officer Pugh's video, she can be seen shutting her lights off right after she pulls out of the parking lot. So that answered the question as to whether she just drove with those lights on. She could be seen in her vehicle could be seen in another vehicle with the lights going off as soon as she pulls out to drive south on 6th.
Let me unpack a little bit of that because you talked about how she had on cruise lights initially. Is that right?
Correct.
Cruise lights are not those flashing lights that are required for Code 3, correct?
Correct. It's just, again, they just light up solid. They call attention to your vehicle. She has special lights on her vehicle. She's the only officer that's ever had the lights that Major Wood installed, and you see all those lights along the running boards. So it lights up really bright. That's not normal on normal issued equipment on most of the cars. But that's what she had on in the parking lot at the church when she was initially there.
And so it sounds like at first you thought, well, maybe I'll give her the benefit. Maybe she thought was seeing something in her vehicle that indicated that the cruise lights were on, and so she just got confused about which lights were on. Is that right?
That was my thoughts. Was it maybe she just drove all the way with those on, and she just thought she had other switches on, but then I ultimately determined later she shut them off when she pulled out of the parking lot.
And you determined that first with looking at Autumn Smith's video. Is that right?
Correct.
And that's her dash cam. Is that correct?
That's her dash cam while she's responding.
And you were able to determine that when Autumn Smith is going down 6th Street, Miss Byrd, according to her route, would have been, what did you say, a couple of blocks
She would have
away?
been, approximately 2 to 2.5 blocks to the east of that roundabout on 1st, driving west. So she would have, fundamentally, she should have been able to see Autumn Smith also running code going through that roundabout heading up 1st.
So in viewing Autumn Smith's dash cam, were you expecting to see Miss Byrd's lights, either the running lights or maybe she had turned on?
Well, I that's what I thought I would see. I mean, that's why I went to look at that video. I wanted to see if there was any video that would, two things, would show me volume of traffic on 6th Street, because there was some talk about traffic, and there's traffic there, but it's a 4-lane road with 2 lanes in each direction, and it's not blocked. And so I was looking for traffic volume on the route, and I was looking to see if maybe she was just driving with her scene lights on and she just had not thought to turn her siren on, but ultimately learned that the lights had been shut off, so they weren't present or visible within Autumn Smith's dash cam, and they had been shut off by the evidence in Officer Pugh's dash cam.
And Officer Pugh's dash cam is the dash cam in which you can see Miss Byrd's lights on And then a couple of seconds later, or a little bit more into the video, you see the lights go off. Is that right?
Correct. As Officer Pugh's in the northwest corner of the park, and he's kind of moving his vehicle at the beginning of his dash cam, you can see an officer running south, running with their lights on, the flashing lights. And so you can relate that back to what's going on at the other side of the park and coordinate these things. So we see Officer Riddle go south. We see Officer Bird's lit up police car pull out and make a south turn, and then within a couple of seconds those lights all go dark, and then you can also see the flashing lights of the wrecker driver that's coming out behind her out of that parking lot as they turn to go south.
Let's take a look at that video if we can. This has already been admitted. This is Respondent's Exhibit 3, and it's Officer Pugh's dash cam.
So you're going to be looking.
And we'll hit play, and if you can just walk us through this, Major.
Okay. So you're going to be looking above the white car hood where you can see traffic in the background that's going south. This orientation is going to be facing to the southeast. That vehicle running code is Officer Riddle. You can see him go all the way off the screen. And then as this white car pulls past, Officer Pugh is going to pull up, and we will see the lights from Officer Bird's vehicle with the running lights lit up, and she pulls out and shuts the lights off.
Got it.
And then you can see the wrecker driver coming out of the parking lot behind her over there.
And we can hit stop. So that had indicated to you that you were trying to maybe give her the benefit and say maybe she just thought that the running lights
absolutely.
had confused her.
Absolutely. I thought that was an option. I wanted to explore the option of maybe she just got confused and didn't activate it, but she had her running lights on or scene lights on.
But ultimately you determined that even her scene lights, her running lights, her cruise lights, whatever you want to call those that just
Correct.
stay lit.
They
she
were
turned those off.
intentionally turned off.
Let me limit us just to this policy, right? 'Cause
Okay.
you know, there were a number that you found she had violated.
Okay.
But if she had just violated this policy, just violated the emergency operation of departmental vehicles, would you have recommended termination?
No, this is also a lesser included offense.
Let's move forward to the next policy violation, and this will be unsatisfactory performance. Major Smith, can you tell me what that document is that I just handed you?
It is the CPD Directive 600-1, which is rules of conduct.
And is the policy on unsatisfactory performance contained within the rules of conduct?
It is.
Can you turn to page 14 of that document for me, please? And can you, it's long, but I think it's worth it to read it.
Okay.
Can you read for us the policy regarding unsatisfactory performance?
Employees shall maintain sufficient competency to properly perform their duties and assume the responsibilities of their positions. Employees shall perform their duties in a manner which will maintain the highest standards of efficiency in carrying out the functions and objectives of the department. Unsatisfactory performance may be demonstrated by a lack of knowledge of the application of laws required to be enforced, an unwillingness or inability to perform assigned tasks, the failure to conform to work standards established for the employee's rank, grade, or position, the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime, disorder, workplace situation, or other condition deserving police station duty or attention, or absence without leave. In addition, other I don't know this word, indicia of unsatisfactory performance, the following shall be considered prima facie evidence of unsatisfactory performance, repeated infraction of rules, regulations, directives, or orders of the department.
So that policy identifies multiple things that might constitute unsatisfactory performance. Is that right?
It does. We actually kind of refer to this as the disorderly conduct of policies.
And so one of the things that's contained in there is unsatisfactory performance may be the failure to take appropriate action on the occasion of a crime. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And you believed and you stated in the review board that you thought Ms. Bird violated this policy. Is that correct?
I do believe she violated the policy. She didn't take appropriate action when the shooting occurred. In fact, Ms. Bird, by policy, She had been on scene for over an hour. And by policy, she's the ranking and commanding officer in charge of that scene. And so this incident occurs, and then she leaves, and then we have two rookie officers kind of left to deal with it before other people arrive. So just not responding and leaving, all of that to me is unsatisfactory performance.
And so I want to circle back to something you said. So Miss Bird had been on scene prior to the mass shooting. I think you said for maybe about an hour, and during that time, was that when she was towing vehicles?
That's correct. She was on scene across the street, according to all the dispatch logs, dealing with the wreckers and towing the cars for over an hour.
And we know at that time that, let's say at the time of the mass shooting, we know Officer Bird is there, correct?
Correct.
Across the street, correct?
Yes.
Officer Riddle is there, correct?
With Officer Bird across the street.
And then Officer Pugh is there addressing, I think it was maybe an
An
accident.
accident over on Fifth.
Okay. So you had 3 officers there at the time of the mass shooting, is that right?
Correct.
Officer Pugh, a rookie, is that right?
Correct.
Officer Riddle, also a rookie, is that right?
That's right.
And Officer Bird, who had 10 years of experience, is that
That's
right?
correct.
And so I think your testimony was that because she was there at the time it happened, 2 other officers that were there were rookies, she would have been the ranking and commanding officer on scene. Is that right?
That's correct. The policy outlines the chain of command, and it dictates it to senior officers on scene. And even in Officer Riddle's interview, he makes reference to Officer Bird orchestrating things for them to do. So she was calling the shots basically as the senior officer on the scene.
So with Miss Bird leaving the scene after the shots were fired, did you feel that that was, in fact, leaving the scene to 2 rookie officers?
Yes.
I know that we keep going over the same thing over and over again, and I know that they also kind of all play together, but I want you to, if you can, best of your ability, just tell me everything that you thought supported unsatisfactory performance.
I think in totality, the behavior covers a lot of policies, but shutting off the camera in the first place should have never been done. I think there's a lot of accountability for law enforcement and cameras. We have them now, and everybody expects them. And if we shut cameras off right before something happens, everybody's looking at us like, why don't you have your cameras on? Why don't you have body cameras on? I think just the act, I don't understand why we shut off a camera was our first thought after shots were fired. I think that's a huge issue for me, just shutting it off. We don't have a direct policy that says don't shut off your camera, but I think it shouldn't have to be written as a policy. That shouldn't be the thing we do. I think not responding expeditiously out of that parking lot. I think shutting off lights. I think going 5 blocks in the other direction and leaving those officers is unsatisfactory performance.
I want to make sure we're clear on this because you talked about shut off camera. And are you referring to when she shut off her dash cam?
Correct.
Okay, so we've got 2 different cameras here. We've got dash cam, we've got body cam. Is that right?
That's right.
There's
They're interconnected, but they are 2 separate points of view. The officer wears a body camera, and it's connected with the dash cam. So if they activate the body camera, the dash cam activates automatically, and vice versa. But you can shut them off independently. So when she was in the parking lot towing the vehicle, she had activated it when someone walked up, and then she shut that off. But the dash camera continues to run, and then as she gets back into the car, as its vehicle starts to move, the camera then stops recording within a couple seconds. So she took a deliberate action that stopped the recording of her dash camera.
We've gone over body cam. I think your testimony is, Annie, there's no policy particular to dash cam. So there was no quote unquote policy violation regarding the dash cam. Is that correct?
Right. There's nothing that fits nicely into don't shut your camera off. It just goes into that disorderly conduct of unsatisfactory performance.
And so the shutting off of the dash cam, and so walk me through that. As I understand it, and as we've seen here in the commission during this hearing, we have played portions of her dash cam from right around the time that the shooting occurs, and she is in the parking lot of, I think, Rock Solid Church and Roller McNutt Funeral Home. And then from there, what happens to her dash cam?
So the dash cam is shut off when she makes it back to the vehicle, and then it turns back on as she's reapproaching the Fifth Avenue from, I think it's Maple, Fifth and Maple, about that time as she's coming through Maple and Fourth near the stop sign, is when the camera activates again. Now, the camera is on a loop, and when you press record, it will go back 30 seconds, but it doesn't have audio. So it goes back 30 seconds and catches the video. So as her camera starts, you know that it was a triggering event occurred 30 seconds later, and that's as she rounds Fifth and starts using her sirens to keep vehicles to move out of her way, was the activating event for that camera as she came back to the park.
So it goes off in the parking lot. She does something to shut it off, correct?
Correct.
And then it doesn't come back on until she's about to hit the top corner of Fifth Avenue Park. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. So the vast majority of her route, her dash cam was off. Is that correct?
Correct. There is no dash cam or body camera footage from that response.
And I know that you watched her interviews with Lieutenant Kennedy. Is that correct?
I did.
Did you have an understanding of why she said that dash cam went off?
She said there was a message that pops up and you have to hit OK. And she said that the triggering, if the triggering event in this case, as she explained it, was her activation of the body camera. If you stop that recording, the message then pops up on the screen in the car, and you have to clear that message and hit OK, and that stops the recording. And then I actually asked Lieutenant Kennedy to duplicate that, and he wasn't able to duplicate that with the chain of events.
So it sounds like what you're saying is, I just want to try to break it down. She had indicated that when she had gotten into her vehicle, there was some kind of pop-up message that came up.
Correct. In the car, there's a display screen, user interface screen where officers can see the video. They could play it back, but it's a really small screen, and it's got the controls to stop and start and rewind, and then you also categorize videos. We have a policy on video retention, and it keeps videos a certain number of days based on what they're classified. And so that's how they classify those videos, is they arrow up or down and classify those videos. There's a start and a stop and rewind. So it's basically like a little mini video playback. I think everybody here is old enough to remember the VCR, so it's kind of like the little video stop and play on that.
So you couldn't, speaking with Lieutenant Kennedy, you couldn't find a way to recreate a pop-up that when you hit OK, it turned off the dash cam. Is that correct?
Specifically in the chain of events that occurred with the activation from a body camera, the stopping of the body camera, and then the message popping up. That was not able to be duplicated in that vehicle as bringing a pop-up up.
Sitting here today, do you think that Ms. Bird took action to actually turn off her dash cam?
I think that she, based on what she said in her interview, she hit OK and stopped, knowing that would stop the video.
So she knew when
She knew that she was stopping it, whether she hit stop or OK or clear or whatever she hit, based on her testimony as an explanation as to why the video stopped. She knew that action was going to stop the video.
So it was an intentional act.
That's my belief, yes.
Let's move forward, if we can, to the next policy violation, and that will be the policy on insubordination. If you can go to page 4 of that same document in front of you. And if you can, Major Smith, can you read for us the policy on insubordination?
Employees shall promptly obey all lawful orders and directions by supervisors, including any order relayed from a supervisor to an employee of equal or lesser rank. The failure or deliberate refusal of employees to obey such orders shall be deemed insubordination and is prohibited. Displaying contempt for the authority of supervisors by showing obvious disrespect or by disputing their orders shall likewise be deemed insubordination.
So let's focus on that final sentence. Displaying contempt for the authority of someone in a higher rank than you by showing obvious disrespect. Is that insubordination?
That is.
Why do you think Ms. Bird violated that policy?
I think she was very confrontational within the interview with Lieutenant Kennedy. She leans up, she confronts him, she she gets argumentative. She basically makes statements like, I don't care what you think, or send it up. They can do whatever. I've already answered that. There was just a lot of talking to a supervisor that I would never do, nor would I tolerate from subordinates.
Let's see, let's play a few portions of her interview. This is coming from exhibit number 12, and this is Ms. Bird's second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy. And let's start with minute marker 3150. That's perfect. If you can hit play. For some reason we don't have. Yeah, we have a sound issue. We might need to get IT.
It looks like, try the bottom right corner where that bell has got a Z on it. See if maybe that's got a mute or something. We'll keep going lower.
And you know what? We will come back to that policy violation because the next one I don't have any video to show.
Okay.
So we can wait on IT to come and help us with that sound issue, but we'll move forward. So if you will, let's stick with the same document you have.
Okay.
Does that document also contain the policy on conduct unbecoming?
It does.
And if you can stay on page 4 there, it's right above insubordination. Can you read for us what the policy is on conduct unbecoming?
Employees shall conduct themselves at all times, both on and off duty, in such a manner as to reflect most favorably on the department. Conduct unbecoming shall include things which bring discredit upon the operation or efficiency of the department or member.
And you found in the review board or stated in the review board that you thought Ms. Bird violated that policy, is that right?
That's correct.
Why do you think she violated that policy?
Well, the first thing for me is initially when the officer, when Bird and Riddle run back to their vehicle and Officer Riddle takes off out of the parking lot, this Bird's vehicle starts to move. And as I stated earlier, I expected her to follow. And in my mind, she made a conscious decision to not back an officer up who was running towards gunfire. And she stayed in that parking lot. And then as the officer later, she says she saw him turn right up 5th, which she didn't know who it was at that time. So she sees a second officer running code up 5th towards gunfire and makes another decision to not go and provide that officer backup and drive the other direction. And for me, that's the biggest two issues that I have is failing to respond for the victims and failing and abandoning her fellow officers when they're running towards gunfire. Then you get into just the overall response again, driving the other direction, shutting cameras off.
So you were talking about Ms. Bird through what you reviewed in the investigation. You thought that she failed to back up other officers. Is that right?
Correct. That's correct.
And the first would have been Officer Riddle. Is that right?
That's right.
Officer Riddle, who was a rookie. Is that right?
Correct.
Ms. Bird was a 10-year officer. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And so Officer Riddle, we all know, we've seen the video now extensively. Officer Riddle initially turns right up Central Landing and tries to go directly to where the mass shooting occurred. Is that right?
That's right.
Ms. Bird does not follow him. Is that right?
She doesn't follow him.
And she then sees him drive past her going south on Central Landing. Is that right?
That's she sees she doesn't know at the time, based on what she says, what officer that was. But she makes the comment that she saw that officer running south and thought he was chasing somebody or after the car with gold rims, because that was when the information came out.
And yet she still takes her time to leave that parking lot, to even, if that was her intention, to back up that officer, she takes her time to get out of that parking lot to follow that officer.
She takes approximately 13 seconds before she pulls out, and the officers is way down the street by the time she pulls out.
And we saw that in Officer Pugh's dash cam, right? You see Officer Riddle driving by, lights and
Correct.
sirens.
That is the incident we saw on Officer Pugh's camera.
And then you see a delay in the time that Miss Bird starts to pull out, and then she shuts off her lights. Is that right?
Correct.
So abandoning Officer Riddle, is that right?
Yes.
And then you also discussed that in the videos, you could see Autumn Smith would have been on 6th or right around 6th, around the time Miss Bird would have been there, correct?
That's correct.
And I think your statement is, I felt like she abandoned Autumn Smith because Autumn Smith was also going towards danger, going to the shooting, and Miss Bird did not back her up.
Well, I said the second officer, and it wasn't known, according to her testimony or her interview, it wasn't known to her at the time who the officer was that turned up 5th.
Sure.
But we know at the time, like we have to judge her by what she knows at the time, what information is available to her, and her training and experience. And she knows at the time that she witnessed the gunshots. She called it in that it was multiple gunshots. She knows there's a victim. She knows Riddle took off to go there, and she knows the second officer turned up 5th, heading directly there with his lights and sirens on. And she doesn't go with him.
And that would have been Officer Riddle. She
That would
wouldn't
have been
known
Officer
that.
Riddle, but she didn't know. And then I made a reference to Autumn, and it because it's my opinion that if you are driving eastbound on 6th Street, 2.5 blocks from the roundabout, you have a clear view of another vehicle coming through there running code. That would
Autumn
have been a
Smith.
third officer running code that didn't indicate, hey, I need to run code and catch this person.
And then you also had stated under this policy, conduct unbecoming, also a failure to respond to victims quickly. Is that right?
Correct.
This conduct unbecoming, it also uses the word discredit. Did you think that the actions or inactions of Ms. Bird brought discredit upon Conway PD?
It definitely brings discredit upon Conway PD. It brings discredit upon her and officers in general to drive away from a scene of a shooting. It was relayed to me that there were people on the scene talking about officers that drove away, and everybody thought, well, that's just confusing information. Nobody would have drove away. And then it was also relayed to me that there was some kind of vigil where people were talking about officers driving away. And so it wasn't until later that we learned that actually did happen. And in fact, on this topic, Chief Harris relayed to me that he was at an FBI conference and they were watching a video where an officer shut their camera off, and people present at the conference leaned over to him and asked, is that one of your officers shutting their camera off again? So I think that it absolutely brings discredit upon the Conway Police Department.
If this was her only policy violation, would you have recommended termination?
If this was the only policy violation, I would have recommended termination, and I have in the past, as a standalone policy, recommended termination for an employee.
And tell me about that.
In roughly 2018, we had an officer who was, I think around the time, a 20-year officer who was a friend of mine, who's a neighbor of mine, and he drove away and didn't respond to a foot pursuit. And he took a long way around to a call because he didn't want to be the first one to get there. And this went to a review board, and my recommendation at that point in time was for his termination.
And he was someone you considered a friend?
Correct.
Do you think the actions or inactions of Ms. Bird were more or less egregious than that other officer?
I think they are more egregious in a life-threatening situation.
Let's say the next sections that I need to cover, I will need audio available. Do we know if there is someone? I'm trying to get through the ones that don't need audio, but it's about to get a little bit
While
heavier.
we're at it, can we take about a 20-minute break?
Yes, sir. Thank you. So Major Smith, we'll go back to a policy that we were initially discussing before we had issues with the sound, and that was the policy on insubordination. If you can go back to, that's on page 4 of Exhibit 6 that I handed you. So does that policy deem insubordination to be showing obvious disrespect for a supervisor?
Correct.
Now, if we can, let's pull up Ms. Bird's interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, the second interview. We'll start at 3150. Let's get as close as we can, because I know that can be tough. Perfect. And we're actually hitting play at 3141, because it's difficult to get the exact time, but we can just start there.
Anything else that you want to say for command staff?
No, I don't have anything, I don't have anything else. I think that was very apparent that everybody did what they, everything that they could possibly do, considering all the information that was coming in, all the people that were leaving and trying to take in the entire situation. I think what's going on is people are coming back and they're looking for something. I mean, that's my personal opinion.
I don't have a look, but it's not going to. I'm not consistent with you.
You keep saying that, and that's a misrepresentation.
It's not.
We need to stop this. Somebody else in here.
You want to look?
If you have any other questions, I'll
Do you want to look?
if you have any other questions, I'll be happy to answer.
We can stop it there. We stopped at 3247. Major Smith, is that one of the sections from Ms. Bird's second interview where you thought she was being insubordinate with Lieutenant Kennedy?
That is one of the instances that I believe is insubordinate, yes.
Why do you think that's insubordinate? I mean, what is it? Demeanor, words? What all do you see there?
It's obvious contempt for authority. It's, I don't care what you think, send it up. I mean, it's obvious, like, I would never act that way or expect anyone to act that way while I was interviewing them in an investigation.
And with the police department, I mean, insubordination is not something that civilians deal with every day. In a police department, is that a serious policy, something to take into consideration, respecting the rank of other officers?
I mean, we are a paramilitary organization, and we operate different rules than civilians. Insubordination can be a serious offense. In this particular instance, and the other examples of insubordination or the contempt for the authority of the lieutenant that she's talking to, this as a standalone would also be what I referred to earlier as a lesser included offense. Like the other three policies, even if all three work together, wouldn't rise to the level, in my opinion, of a termination recommendation.
And when you're referring to those three policies, the three policies that you don't think on their own would rise to
Right,
the level of
that I
termination.
referred to as the lesser included offenses.
And those would be the body cam, correct?
The body cam, the code 3 response section, the insubordination, and the unsatisfactory performance.
But then when you get to truthfulness or untruthfulness for Ms. Bird.
Correct.
Or conduct unbecoming, you think those are terminable offenses?
Those two are the serious offenses of the incident that on their own warrant a recommendation of termination.
Let's move forward a little bit in Ms. Bird's interview, and I'm just going to hit some of these, and it's a lengthy interview. There's no reason for us to watch all of it. But if we can move forward to minute mark 45:19, and we'll play it until 45:43.
Commissioner Mason, I got a question to ask. I'm sorry, I don't know if I can direct it to her or not. Do we know what question was actually being asked of her? Because all we heard was she wasn't going to respond.
Sure, and it's a little hard to splice it all up. I can always play further back if you would like.
This, the best evidence, because if they don't do it, I'm going to. I think we need to play the whole thing to get to.
I don't know if your mic is on, Mr. Newcomb.
Is it on now?
There you go.
I'm sorry. I think the whole thing should be played instead of editing and trying to slant a particular area. Let's look at on the whole sides of it. So I think it'd be better if we played the whole thing now, or we can play it later, but just bits and pieces doesn't give the flavor of the whole, what was going on.
So I will say this, I am happy to have the commission view the entire interview. There were 2 interviews. I don't think there's very much in the first interview that either myself or Mr. Newcomb would want the commission to see. I will propose this, because I certainly understand, Commissioner King, your question of, I'd like to know all the context, and to do that, I think we'd have to play a lot more of the video. I'm happy to keep it to clips just to get us through Major Smith's initial testimony. And then after we're done with this insubordination section, I'm certainly happy to just sit here and we can watch the entire video.
I think it might be better just to go through the portions, because I think probably the other council will probably want to play the whole thing in its entirety, so.
That's fine. And I'm fine with that as well, Mr. Newcomb. You can certainly play the whole thing.
Okay, well, let's just go ahead and do like you were doing.
I'll hit portions and then, or if you'd like me to rewind at any
Well,
point, Commissioner
I would
King,
still
I'm
like
happy
to know what question that
Sure.
she's being asked.
On this particular section?
Yes,
Or with
ma'am.
the previous one?
Yes, ma'am. Well, the one that we just listened to, her response.
So let's go back to the previous one. And let's do this, commissioners, because I certainly want y'all to get the sense that you're hearing everything you need to hear. And so what I'll do is I'll play an initial portion, the portion that I was planning to play. And if any commissioner says, Annie, I would like to see the previous 30 seconds or a little bit before that, just let me know and I'll stop it and we'll go back and play that additional part, because I want y'all to see it if you'd like to. So let's go back to that the first one we played, which started at 31:50. Yes.
I understand the position of Mr. Mason, Commissioner Mason. I'd just like to point out, you're going to take longer in our hearing if we hear portions of this and then come back and listen to all of it. So I guess the form of my objection is going to be, the best evidence is, let's just go ahead and play it once, as opposed to doing portions and then spending more time watching the whole thing.
And my response is this: if there are portions of this interview that they would like the commission to see, they can get up here and play those portions. I am also fine with, at any point during their case, if they want to play the whole thing, they are welcome to do that. I am trying to move this hearing along, and I think the easiest way to do that is for me to play the portions that I was going to play, and after each one, I can ask the commission if y'all would like to hear 20 seconds before that or 30 seconds before that, and I can play it. That's easy to do. But I am trying to move us along, and I've got these timestamps to try to make sure that I'm hitting those portions. But again, no objection to ultimately y'all watching the entire thing. But I think I get to put on my case how I'd like to, and at this point, it's playing these portions and moving us through Major Smith's testimony.
I think let's go ahead as we were proceeding, and then if they have an objection or something, then we can handle that.
And I can do this. This might help everyone. I do have copies of the transcript of this. And so what I can do is provide those to all of y'all. I don't think there's an objection to the transcript. Is there, Counselor Byrd? I think it was stipulated.
Sorry, the question here was, did I have an objection to the transcription that you had prepared from this audio, correct?
Correct.
And what I was pointing out is that I knew that there were some things that are misspelled, so I haven't gone through, especially with content with yours, although I've made notes about major points. The one that I had prepared did have, I had gone through that and prepared it and noted spellings and noted content. But you made a statement about you thought yours had already been introduced.
It has not already been introduced.
Oh, okay.
I was saying it was something that we had discussed earlier. I haven't seen your transcript. I will state ours was transcribed by a certified court reporter. I don't have to admit it right now, but it might be helpful to the commission to have as we go through this, and then they can read what was said beforehand or what was said after.
I'm all for us covering that together when we're outside the presence of the commission and present them with an agreement of sorts, or at least with whatever our objections are for response.
Sorry, I'm not trying to have all these sidecar. I'm trying to make things easier. That's what I'm trying to do. So, Ms. Counselor Byrd, are you saying you do not want them to have a copy of the transcript?
I'm saying that I'm happy for them to have a copy of a transcript. Which one we should talk about before we do that? That's all I'm asking.
I think there was a misunderstanding. He was just not clear about what the question was before this. And I think if that clears up, we can move on.
And Commissioner Moore, I appreciate that. I'm going to try to move on and just play it, and then if anyone wants me to stop and play more, I can play more.
Well, I think that's why they sit me by Mr. Moore, for him to keep me in line. But more than anything, now there's another question brought up to me. There's more than one transcript?
I can explain from our side. So Conway PD never made a transcript of this, right? When I got this video, I decided to have it transcribed by a court reporter to make it easier. So that's what we have, and Counselor Byrd has her own that she's done I was not aware of. So I'll play the beginning of this, and I'll go back a little bit to see if that provides you, Commissioner King, with what you need, and then we'll go through the next few, and if any commissioner needs additional information or to see more, just raise your hand and I'll stop and we'll see more, if that works for everyone. Okay. So the first one we started with, we originally started at 3150. Let's go back to minute 30, if we can. Start there. We're starting at 30:02.
I didn't even remember which one I went up. But that's consciously looking for anybody that was reading at a higher speed, trying to get up. You saying that there's no traffic here, that my speed was different here than, somebody else's was or whatever. That's not true. What you looked at, that's
Well, where is it?
where you got that.
Now, you just told me that's how you have license access. You get a lot of them. You turn on your license. Okay, so are you telling me that the traffic on the street slowed you down?
I don't remember.
You must not. You didn't drive.
Are you here to?
I'm here to make points that you're not making sense.
Well, do whatever you need to do and send it out.
Okay, so you're going this way, is your following manual. Your answer for the slow driving, no lights and sirens, I don't know if I have an answer. You said that you were trying to get there, but why are you doing 26 miles an hour with no lights and sirens? Not the answer. And why that?
I just put that in your, you said, what surprised you if you weren't first time?
I think we'll stop at 32:46. I think that's where we stopped before.
Is there anything else that you want to say for command staff?
No, I don't have anything else. Very apparent that everybody did what they, everything they possibly do, considering all the information that was coming in, all the people that were leaving and trying to take in the entire situation. I think what's going on is people are coming back and they're looking for something.
I don't know what it's smacking on the, you're 560 feet away.
You keep saying that, and it's a mis.
It's not.
We need to stop listening to somebody else in here.
You want
If you have any other questions, I'll,
to, you want
if you have any other questions, I'll have to answer.
to.
Would any of the commissioners like to watch more of that moving forward or any of it prior to when I hit play? So Major Smith, we had addressed a portion of that. In what we just played, there was another portion that I was going to play for the commission. And so, again, viewing that portion, the lengthier portion, did you think that that supported your determination that she violated the policy on insubordination?
I believe there's several instances within that are insubordinate behavior.
And what did you see from that you thought was insubordinate behavior?
There are the physical reactions, the eye rolling, the argument, the confrontation. Are you here to argue with me? The arguing about, am I going to answer? He clearly says, do you want a witness? And instead of just saying yes or no, she's stalling again. If you have any more questions, I'll answer them, which isn't the question he asked. There's a whole lot of just general insubordination in the responses and he's just trying to get the facts of what happened.
We'll play another one. We'll start at 45:19. At the end, I'll ask the commission if y'all would like me to play more or go back farther. But we will start at 45:19.
Okay, so now that, basically, all I have to do is finish this up, is I go through without one time. I'm gonna write down your answers. And then that's
You're gonna re-ask questions that you've already asked,
yes,
and, required to answer this again.
yes. So, when we left the parking lot,
We can stop there. Would any of the commissioners like to watch prior to that or like to watch after that? Major Smith, we just watched another portion from approximately 45:19 to approximately 45:43 on Exhibit 12, which is Ms. Bird's second interview. Did you consider that portion, did you view that and identify insubordinate behavior?
Yes, I believe, again, there's several instances that where I form my opinion that it's insubordinate behavior. She's obviously frustrated with the questions and doesn't want to answer them. And just, that's overall displaying contempt for the supervisor who's doing the interview.
Let's go, if we can, we're going to go back to this one. And again, these are just portions. I'm always happy to play more. Let's go to minute 23, so just a little bit. Let's just play it out. We're starting again at 22:52, and we will stop at 23:22.
Clear said that there was somebody trying to leave, and he was on the other side of the park. This whole 160-something feet from where I didn't know exactly where that stuff was. I did not know. But you're able to look at it after you were here and they were here. You don't know that. And I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you and go back and forth on it. You got the GPS, and I'll show you exactly how it good. Also taking into account that obviously people are trying to flee or leave the scene. We had somewhat of, I guess, a description of somebody that might be trying to leave. I mean, I don't know what you want. I don't know. I can't even remember how many cars were leaving other areas or. I mean, I can't remember. Clear, 58 seconds.
We can stop there. Did she make some statements in there that you thought were insubordinate?
She does. Again, it's the overall arguing demeanor with the questions being asked, the confrontation, all of the instances as a whole is where I come up with my opinion that she's insubordinate in this interview.
And in that, did she state, I'm not here to argue with you, or I'm not going to argue with you?
Correct.
Are officers supposed to argue with their superior officers?
No, and fundamentally, if the investigator asks the same question 6 times, much like in here, then they're expected to answer those and not argue about it.
Let's go to one more portion, minute marker 27. Oh, first, did I ask the commission if y'all wanted to see any more of that? Okay. Let's go to minute marker 2724 if we can. It's just a little bit further down. Let's just hit play since we're already on it. 2718 starting.
And obviously started going that direction, but you're trying to ask me about more than it's hindsight, and I think that we covered it over and over. So,
I think the whole thing would be just.
And we can stop it there. Did you identify that as a portion where she was being insubordinate?
Correct. Just again, with the not wanting to answer questions and argumentative about going over it over and over. And I've already told you, and it obviously wasn't clear to Lieutenant Kennedy, and he was trying to get a specific answer, and we just kept kind of like speaking around the issue.
Did you ever see any portion, because you've watched this entire video, is that right?
Oh, yes,
Multiple times.
multiple times.
Did you ever see anything in this video that caused you concern that Lieutenant Kennedy was being rude to her?
No, in fact, after this interview, her attorney, Mr. Newcomb, sent a letter saying that Lieutenant Kennedy was rude during his interview to her. So I actually looked at it to see if I felt like he had been rude or unprofessional, as I believe what the term was. And so I reviewed it at that point in time just to see if there was any point in there where I felt like Lieutenant Kennedy was rude or disrespectful, and I didn't identify any cases where I felt like he was rude or disrespectful.
Let's move forward to another policy violation, the policy on truthfulness. You can stick with that document that's in front of you, and that's Respondents Exhibit 6. If you can turn to page 7 of that document. Major Smith, can you please read for us the policy on truthfulness?
Upon the order of the chief's designee, or a superior officer or leader, members shall truthfully answer all questions specifically directed and narrowly related to the scope of employment and operations of the department which may be asked of them.
So that's just a kind of basic policy, tell the truth, right?
Correct.
Did you think that Byrd violated that policy?
I believe she violated it in numerous areas.
So walk me through the first area.
So as we start looking at the overall incident, the first thing that caught my attention when I watched her entire interview and she's being questioned about why she went somewhere was the statement about, I thought that the car running south was chasing the car with gold rims. We know that that can't be true because that information isn't broadcast yet. And then she makes comments about, she says twice at least, that I pulled out and got behind that unit. And to us in law enforcement, when you say you pulled out and got behind somebody, that means you're behind them. Like you can read their license plate, you're behind them. And so I set out to kind of try to figure out where she was in relation to Officer Riddle as he responded. And we know that she was in the parking lot 13 seconds before she pulled out. So I thought, well, where is she when he's turning and all this? And I'm able to look at this information and determine, based off comparison of some GPS coordinates and time and radio traffic, that as Officer Riddle, as Officer Byrd is making the roundabout turning west on 6th Street, and she transmits the traffic about multiple firearms being used, that Officer Riddle at this point is significantly up 5th Avenue. In fact, he's past the airport park and he's into where the residential area is, which is approximately 300 yards behind. So at no point could that be true that she got behind. At best could be I went the same direction as that officer did, but there's no way that she got behind that vehicle at any point due to the distance between them. And then fundamentally, initially she said she went up 3rd, and we know that wasn't the case either. And then what really stood out to me was we've seen a portion of it already, is that when Lieutenant Kennedy starts questioning her specifically about, you were 560 feet away from this, and the first time he brings it up, she doesn't say anything, but then he brings it up again, and she says multiple times in this that they didn't know where the problem was. You don't know at the time. I didn't know where the problem was. And she repeats this multiple times that she didn't know where that was. But in review of the body cams from that night, Sergeant Sweet walks up to her and Officer Riddle and Lieutenant Matthews, and he says, "Do we know where this started?" And Officer Riddle answers, and then Officer Byrd says, "Yes, we were in that parking lot right over there. We could hear it." And she motions. We could tell it came from this area right here. And she's signaling with her hands right where that shooting occurred. So at that point in time, through her own body, or from the body cam video, can be seen in Sergeant Sweets and Lieutenant Matthews, she's saying on the scene within 20 minutes of the shooting that she knew exactly where that problem was at, that she heard it, could tell it came from that area, and everybody started running. So later when she's asked about it and she says she didn't know where it was coming from, if she didn't know where the problem was, it could have been anywhere. That is, those two things can't simultaneously be true. And so that is fundamentally the basis for being untruthful.
Let me unpack that a little bit, because you were talking about numerous assertions, statements that Ms. Byrd made during her interview that you determined could not be truthful. So they would be untrue. Is that right?
Correct.
First, we know in her interview, and we watched this a couple weeks ago now, where she explains the reason for her going south down Central Landing. And is your memory of that portion of her interview that she says she went south on Central Landing due to hearing the gold rims dispatch from Officer Pugh and seeing Officer Riddle? She didn't know it was Riddle at the time, but seeing a unit running south code and thought he was following that suspect. Is that what she?
Yeah, yes, she did make that statement, but her actions didn't match that statement either. She pulled out and shut her lights off. And if you're trying to catch up to somebody or you think somebody's chasing, you're going to turn the lights on. You're going to get on the radio. You're going to say, "What do you got?" Or, "You're chasing a car." There would have been a code 3 response, turn on your lights and sirens, and she would have followed that vehicle, and that didn't occur. So there was no, the actions don't match with, I thought that they were chasing. There was no radio traffic to inquire about what they were doing. Her assertion was, "I thought he was chasing somebody with gold rims." But that again, that information wasn't even out at the time, and the actions that she took don't match the wording of, "I pulled out and got behind them because I thought they were chasing somebody."
So the gold rims comment, right? The gold rims comes from Officer Pugh, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. At the time he makes that radio dispatch, Miss Byrd is no longer sitting in that parking lot, right?
Correct. She's actually westbound on 6th Street. She makes the radio traffic as she's driving away, and she first says it was multiple, or she said it was multiple firearms used, and then she asked Pugh about where the victim was and where he was, and so she's driving away at that point in time.
So the gold rims dispatch comes out when she's on 6th Street, is that right?
She's on 6th Street. I don't know the exact location of that. I would estimate, based on the radio traffic, that she's already west of 5th Avenue, headed west on 6th.
So she couldn't have turned left on Central Landing because of the gold rims dispatch, right?
Not because of the gold rims dispatch.
Hadn't been made yet,
Couldn't
right?
have been because of that information.
Second piece of that is that she thought that unit, we now know that was Riddle, that unit was running code because it was chasing that suspect, right?
Correct. And there was no radio traffic to support that. There was no officer saying, "I've got somebody running, I'm trying to catch up to a car, there's one fleeing." I mean, these are things that you would normally hear that relate to, like, "I'm chasing a car," or "I'm trying to catch up to a car."
Well, policy requires that when someone is chasing a suspect, that they radio dispatch and say, "This is what I'm chasing, this is the vehicle, this is who I think I'm after," right?
Well, policy would require that you get on I don't know if there's specific policy. It would be running code, using your emergency lights, exceeding the speed limit, catching up to cars. Like there's not something that says, "Oh, I'm looking for this car," but that's normal police procedure. Like, everybody is going to put that out. I think I have somebody, and they do that so other officers know where they're at in case something happens, so other officers can back them up or get set up ahead or whatever.
So if Officer Byrd was actually following Officer Riddle because she thought he was chasing a suspect, she would have, one, gotten on the radio and said so, right?
She should have gotten on the radio and said something.
Didn't do it,
That
did
didn't
she?
occur, no.
Would have turned on your lights and sirens, right?
Should have.
And did not do that, correct?
Didn't occur.
And in fact, she thought he was chasing a suspect, certainly didn't pull out quickly to assist him with that, right?
Correct. We know she was in the parking lot at least 13 seconds before she pulled out.
And we also know that if she was following Officer Riddle, she didn't follow him during his entire route, right?
Correct.
So it could not have been true in your mind that she decided to turn south because she thought Officer Riddle was chasing a suspect, right?
It could not have been true that she thought that the gold rims were being chased. It could not have been true that she got behind him. And it could not have been true that he was chasing somebody because there was no radio traffic. That would have just been an assumption that doesn't match any kind of evidence that's there.
And her actions didn't indicate that she was following another officer who was
Correct.
chasing someone. You also stated another statement from Ms. Byrd during her second interview were various statements made about the location of the shooting. Is that right?
Correct.
And I think, and I'm sorry, I'm unpacking some of your testimony because you gave us a lot. But during that interview, she had indicated numerous times that she didn't know where the shooting had occurred. Is that right?
That's correct.
Let's watch some portions of that, and I will do the same thing. If I play a portion and any commissioner would like to see before or after, I'm happy to play it. So this is, again, Exhibit 12. And this is Brittany Byrd's second interview. We are going to start at minute marker 22:55 and end at 23:20.
Think about traffic or which way people are going, or not knowing which direction a suspect is coming in or going out of. He clearly said that there was somebody trying to leave, and he was on the other side of the park. This whole 160 something feet from wherever. I didn't know exactly where that stuff was. I did not know. Like, you're able to look at it after, okay, you were here and they were here. You don't know that. And I'm not gonna sit here and argue with you and go back and forth. You got my GPS.
We could stop there. Is that one of the portions of her interview where you heard her say she didn't know
Yes.
and you found that to be untruthful?
Yes.
And we'll get into why. You've given us some information, but I want to unpack that as well. Let's go to the next statement, and this will start first. Do any commissioners want to see before or after that? I'll move to the next portion, and this will start at minute marker 26:50, and we will end at 27:10.
I would think that question has to be answered. Is why the pilot response, why not just run to the problem? Just get there.
We didn't know where the problem was. You're looking at something because you know where, we didn't know where the problem was. At that point, I don't know where the problem was.
And we can stop there. Is that again another portion of her interview where you thought she was stating that she didn't know where the shots were fired from?
Correct.
So, Major Smith, why is it that you believe those statements, saying that she didn't know where the problem was, didn't know where it was coming from? Why did you think those were untruthful statements?
Again, I think just hearing them initially, they're reasonable. But when you see the body cam where she's specifically showing her supervisor the area the shots came from, where she says, we could tell it came from here and people started running, is indicative that she knew exactly where the shots were fired from. And she's a seasoned officer. I mean, she's a highly decorated 10-year senior officer, and she's able to discern that it's multiple firearms being used at the shooting. And you see her looking as she's running from her dash cam multiple times, glancing to the same area. So all of that points to me that she knew exactly where the shots were coming from. So the statements that we, she doesn't say I, it's we didn't know where they were coming from, is not true.
I think you're referring to her own dash cam video, is that right?
Correct.
At the beginning, before it shut off.
Before it shut off.
And is that when she calls in the multiple shots fired?
Correct.
And in that video, and the commission has seen it numerous times, and I'll be playing it later today again, but in that video, do you see her looking over her shoulder towards where the shots were coming from?
You see initially running and looking, she makes radio traffic, specifically says multiple shots fired out here at Fifth Ave. And then as she's running, there's glancing that same area as she's running back to her car 3 to 4 times, looking back over her shoulder at that area.
And can you see in her dash cam people fleeing from the area?
You can see lots of people running from the park.
From the area where the shots were fired?
Correct.
You mentioned Sergeant Sweet's body cam, is that right?
Yeah, I did mention Sergeant Sweet and Lieutenant Matthews' body cam. It's visible in both of those body cams.
I'll play a portion from Sergeant Sweet's. It's already been admitted. This is Respondent's Exhibit 10. We're starting at 16:54 and we'll end at 17:11, and we can play that. And we can pause. And first, who is the first officer there that says he saw the, I think, muzzle shots? Which officer is that?
That's Officer Pugh.
And Officer Pugh was on the other side of the park at the time of the shooting, is that right?
Correct.
And then, so is this what you saw? Either you can see it through Lieutenant Matthews' body cam or this body cam, which is Sergeant Sweet. Is this what you saw that indicated to you that Miss Byrd was untruthful?
That's correct. This is where she's saying specifically where the shots came from, and she's indicating the place where the victims are.
And is that between those two pavilions?
That's the shooting actually. The shooting took place. There's a lot of gunfire that took place here. The shooting took place between two pavilions. The intended target of the shooting was walking between pavilions when people opened fire on him. So that the people that were shooting would be the right side orientation of this video. The intended target was walking between the pavilions, and the initial shooting started towards the direction which would be farther in the background towards the splash pad area.
But Miss Byrd, Officer Pugh, Lieutenant Matthews, and Sergeant Sweet are standing right in the area where that shooting occurred.
Right in the area where the shooters were that opened fire.
And I think you stated this earlier, but I hope I didn't skip over it. Is failing to tell the truth always a terminable offense at Conway PD?
When I started here in 1998, they told me, and they tell every rookie, that you can do a lot of wrong things at a police department, but the one thing you can't do is to be dishonest, particularly in your investigations and on the stand. Since I've been here, every chief has held the policy of we will terminate officers for dishonesty, and we will not employ officers who are Brady List officers.
Can you explain to this commission what a Brady list is?
So it's kind of it's a term in law enforcement circles, but it comes from Supreme Court decisions back in the 60s and 70s. And generally what it means is an officer who's been found guilty or deemed guilty of misconduct, including dishonesty, affects their reliability on the stand. And those officers, the prosecution or the court or the government is legally obligated to disclose that information to the defense if an officer has had those things happen to them in the past. And it creates a situation where prosecutors don't want to pursue charges or don't want to put witnesses on the stand because they're now could be deemed as unreliable witnesses.
So, as I understand it, a Brady list is if you have an officer and they are found to be dishonest, that's one of the offenses for which then that officer would have to be on the Brady list. Is that right?
That's my understanding. And this list isn't police department controlled. This is typically through the prosecutor's office. We don't have any list or say in that.
And at this point, because y'all had a finding of dishonesty with Ms. Byrd, would she be on that list?
That determination is ultimately up to the prosecutor's office, but my belief is that she is.
It's not within the purview of the police department whether she goes on the list or not. It's up to the attorney, and if they think she should go on it or not, and then it's up to the judge whether it be used or not. So we're getting into rank speculation.
So I'm just going to ask your opinion with Conway PD.
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons that officers are always terminated for untruthfulness is because if they are found to be untruthful, your understanding, just as a CPD officer, not as a prosecutor, is that then that officer would be on the Brady list. Is that right?
That's correct.
And then defense attorneys get that information and can make that officer look dishonest on the stand, correct?
Correct.
And that can affect criminal prosecutions, correct?
It does.
Have you heard concerns from the prosecutor's office about Ms. Byrd?
Thursday of last week, Lieutenant Birmingham, who's the lieutenant over the narcotics division, came to me and informed me that we have a case currently where Miss Byrd found drugs on a person, and the prosecutors did not want to put her on the stand because of this, because they felt they were legally obligated to inform the defense of the dishonesty and the reliability issues as a witness.
I think at this point, we've gone through all the policy violations, is that right?
I believe so.
I want to make sure I didn't miss any because we jumped around a little bit. We've talked about a number of issues related to each policy, what you found in the investigative file that you thought supported your determination that she violated policy, and why certain violations were terminable offenses. Overall, is there anything else that you think is important about Ms. Byrd's response or lack thereof on that day, on April 13th, 2025, when this mass shooting occurred?
I mean, I think that looking at the incident overall, we have an officer that, for all purposes, witnessed the shots being fired, ran to their vehicle, shut off their camera, didn't respond appropriately, turned off their lights, showed back up the other side of the park after going out of the way 5 blocks, and then when pressed on the issue of the response time, didn't have a good answer of why it was done, and was dishonest in that investigation. And again, one of my biggest concerns was not providing backup to the other officers who were running to where the gunshots were coming from. But instead, she's driving away, and as an officer, that's a major violation in trust for each other. Like, officers go 2 by 2 everywhere. You see them make traffic stops together. I've literally had officers run and jump in a car with me so I wouldn't go on a pursuit by myself. Like, you just don't abandon people, and that's a big concern of mine in the situation.
Do you think it's important for your other officers, for the other officers at CPD? Did you think it was important that you do your duty and vote how you thought was appropriate regarding these policy violations and the decision to recommend termination?
I think it's absolutely important that I don't want to be responsible for, if there's an incident in 6 months and this was repeated by Miss Byrd, an officer was killed in the line of duty, I don't want to be responsible to their family to say, well, you knew this officer didn't respond and back somebody up, and you still let them be employed. So my duty as a major is to look at that as a law enforcement professional with almost 27 years of experience and say, my recommendation is termination because this is not proper police work.
And on that day, she was the superior officer at that scene, correct?
Senior officer.
Senior officer at the time the shooting occurred, right?
Correct.
Didn't back up Officer Riddle, a rookie, correct?
Correct.
And didn't arrive quickly to back up Officer Pugh, also a rookie, correct?
Correct.
And multiple officers coming from across town got there before she did, is that correct?
That's correct.
Will tell you, Major Smith, that Ms. Byrd has made various allegations that you found that she violated policy at the review board and you recommended termination because you are retaliating against her. What are your thoughts on that?
That doesn't surprise me. Ms. Byrd was under my supervision for less than a year in 2019, and she made some false allegations that I was harassing her. That resulted in an investigation and a review board where I was cleared of all of that. And she has not been in my chain of command since 2019. I've not spoken to her since November of 2019. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be involved in anything that has to do with Ms. Byrd. I certainly don't want to be involved in a review board where she's found and I have to make some kind of recommendation for discipline for her. Everybody at the police department knows, whether you're an officer, a supervisor, the chief, or the mayor, that if you speak out against Ms. Byrd, you're going to have your files FOI'd, you're going to have complaints filed against you, attorneys are going to send emails or letters in regards to you, or she's going to have a tabloid journalist run smear campaigns on Facebook writing you.
Going to get into this type of activity, that's fine, because I'll talk about him beating up his wife.
The relevance of this, Chairman, is that there have been allegations made in this hearing that certain of these review board members were retaliating against Ms. Byrd. This information is important because it shows that Major Smith had no desire to retaliate against her, would rather find that there were no policy violations, because what he knows will happen if he does, which it has, is that all of these actions will be taken. So it supports that he is not retaliating against her. He would have liked nothing more than to find that she didn't violate policy, but he couldn't. Thank you. You would finish your answer, Major Smith.
I'm sorry, I forgot where I was at.
That's okay. I think, and I can wrap it up with this on that line of questioning. Did you want to be on a review board regarding Brittany Byrd?
I did not.
Do you wish that you had gone into the review board and found that she did everything appropriate?
I wish she did. In fact, that's, again, why I was looking for reasons that maybe she thought she left her lights on. I was trying to find reasons to not find her in violation of policies, because I don't want to be involved in it.
And you knew that if you found that she had violated policy, there'd be trouble for you down the road, right?
Absolutely.
But is it one of your duties to make sure that you review policies, review officer actions related to those policies, and make a determination, a hard and good determination, whether they violated the policy?
I mean, I think in this situation, it's unfortunate for me that that's my job. I'm a major over a division. I have to take part in a review board. The saving grace, so to speak, is I'm just an opinion. The chief makes that ultimate decision. He asks us to review it and look at it and give him our feedback. But chiefs sometimes don't take our feedback, and they do what they deem is appropriate. So I'm just an opinion in it. But fundamentally, it's not something I wanted to even be involved in.
It's a hard job, but it's a job you do, correct?
It's comes with it. I have to do my job. Again, as I mentioned before, I've had to make determinations that I didn't like to do because people were friends of mine, and I made those determinations.
Do you stand by your recommendation that Brittany Byrd be terminated?
I do.
I can just have 1 minute. I'll pass the witness. Oh.
Morning, Major.
Good morning.
Let's start with, if we can, the leaving the parking lot of the church and funeral home.
Okay.
Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle had the same conditions on being able to leave the parking lot.
What I can say is that when Officer Byrd got in her vehicle, her conditions and line of exit out of the parking lot were the exact same as Officer Riddle's. And I can also say that in the orientation of where the trailer was, 2 civilians and a rookie officer managed to navigate their way in and out of that parking lot.
Okay, let's play. Do you recognize the start of the video? Have you seen that
This is
video?
the surveillance from the church.
Yes. Let's play it for a minute. This is before shots were fired, correct?
That's as shots are being fired.
All
It
right,
starts just before,
You see the two officers running.
correct?
Okay, you see anybody in the parking lot between the road and the cars? That's Officer Riddle pulling out, correct?
That's correct. And as he's moving, that Officer Bird's in her car and starts to move forward as well.
Record cert driver goes in front of her. And there she,
Officer Riddle goes up over the curb.
okay. Is there an individual walking in front of her?
Yeah, and I think it's important.
Just, should she have sped up and run over him?
No, she should have went directly there instead of turning right and veering over to where he was at.
You say she turned right.
Yes, if you'd like to play her dash cam, you'll be able to see from that angle.
We'll get to that in a minute. But that person, all right, now we continue on, correct?
Correct.
Is there some other people that come and lay down on the ground?
They are, and I think it's also important to note that those people were there. They weren't seated, but they were there, and because Officer Riddle had his lights and sirens on, they moved out of his way.
Well, she was in a police car, so she slowed down. Should she have not slowed down?
She should have either turned on her sirens or she should have went left around the trailer.
Well, she goes to the left to go around the trailer, doesn't she, to get out?
Eventually, she should have went now.
So she should have run over those people.
She should have went before those people were crossing her path. And again, fundamentally, if the lights and sirens had been on, that was their cue to get out of the way, and they demonstrated that they did that when Officer Riddle came through.
Well, the lights and sirens aren't required to be on at that point, are there? There is no policy on when you turn them on, is there?
There is, when you're responding to a critical incident, the Code 3 response is an emergency.
Well, if she is dispatched to it, correct?
She initiated it.
No,
I think there
it's-
is a difference between an officers who are dispatched, officers who are responding, like maybe second or third tier or backup officers, and an officer who calls in and initiates a call. So like police procedure wouldn't dictate that she would have to be dispatched to the own call that she started.
Did she, there was no policy that said she had to have her lights and siren on at that point, was there?
I think she's responding to a life-threatening emergency where shots were fired and hundreds of people ran.
And they're
I
running.
would put that under the policy for the Code 3 response.
Would you go to well, we'll come back to that. Now, in responding Code 3, Officer Byrd, you said one of the things she did wrong was not responding Code 3, correct?
Correct.
Now, how many other officers, since you reviewed everybody's behavior that day, correct?
Correct.
Now, Officer Lopez drove for 7 minutes without Code 1 in responding to it, correct?
That's correct.
Didn't even get a 219, did he?
No, he shouldn't have.
Shouldn't have, even though he didn't drive Code 3 to the event?
No, I think the
Just
biggest,
answer my question, please.
well, I'm trying to answer the question.
No, sir, you're not. You're being evasive. Are you being insubordinate?
No,
So my question is, did he get a 219?
he didn't.
And he did not respond Code 3, correct?
He wouldn't have been required to.
And so nothing was done to him, even a cautionary.
I don't know the answer to that because Officer Lopez isn't in my chain of command. And for those offenses that I testified that would have been the lesser included offenses, should have or would have all been handled through the patrol major or on shift level with sergeants or lieutenants. And I wouldn't be aware of what conversations or discipline they may or may not have gotten.
But you do agree that he violated the rules on not having code 3 go into a shooting?
No, sir, I don't agree with that.
You don't think that was a violation of the rules for him?
No, sir, would you like me to explain it?
Well, yeah, that'd be, let's talk a minute, we'll come back to it. Right now, there is a suit pending against Conway by her for your actions, and she's got a whistleblower case pending that a federal judge says is enough facts to go to a jury, correct?
That is
Excuse
correct.
me, I don't, that's, we're not here for that, correct? Okay.
But she brought up all the stuff that he says people are afraid of. I'll pass it, but that's showing his bias in the case. City brought up all this other stuff in his examination about why he wouldn't be, he was off without sin on a complaint she made that it was investigated by Chief Spradlin.
Excuse me, what Chief Spradlin, two chiefs ago?
I think it was 2 chiefs.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't bring it up. She brought up his,
I haven't heard Chief Spradlin's name till you just brought it up.
she was talking about an investigation he was on for harassment. And that was under Chief Spradlin.
I can make a short response if the commission would like.
Okay.
Figure out how to use the microphone. I'm sorry for taking over your spot.
That's okay.
So my response is this. My objection was going to be that he was asking Major Smith for a legal opinion about what a federal judge has or has not done related to allegations. I don't think Major Smith is the appropriate witness to address that, to talk about what a federal judge has put into an order, into a ruling. So I think to ask him that is inappropriate. I think this commission is very aware that one of the things they're stating is that there was retaliation. The commission is already aware that there has been a lawsuit, and I think we can move on from there.
I'll move on. Talking about that day and other officers, you referenced Autumn Smith, correct?
Yes,
Now, Ms. Smith, I believe the documents show, drove at over 65 miles an hour without her lights or siren on through residential parts of the city of Conway, correct?
I believe so.
And that is a clear violation of state law, isn't it?
I'm sorry, what state law are you referring to?
That officers to break traffic laws have to have their emergency equipment activated.
Correct, yeah.
And so it's the speed limit and down through the residential areas, 65 miles an hour.
No,
If she had had a wreck and killed somebody because she didn't have her emergency lights on, and that's one of the reasons you run them when you're running that speed, to warn drivers where they don't pull out in front of you and you T-bone them, correct?
correct.
As far as you know, was Miss Smith disciplined in any way?
I'm not aware. Again, she's not under my command, so I don't know what would have or what was or wasn't given or conversations that were had.
You know, her and Miss Bird both got off of 6th Street onto 1st Avenue and 3rd Avenue and some of the side streets to get down to the park where Officer Pugh was, correct?
Correct.
And do you know whether there was any significant difference in the time it took them to get from the roundabout at 1st Avenue and 6th Street and where Officer Pugh was?
There is a difference in time. Sitting here today, I can't tell you that. It's a minute or two difference.
Do you know, let me back up a minute. We had the shots fired we had the cars leave. The first
Which,
car,
which car, sir?
Officer
Police,
Riddle,
okay.
correct?
Officer Riddle, yes?
Okay, now Officer Riddle first went to the right, correct?
Correct.
And then we haven't heard from him yet. Do you know why he turned around and went south on Central Landing?
He made a U-turn to get to the entrance of the park. That's right on Central Landing.
Okay, did he get off of Central Landing right there, or did he continue to travel?
No, he turned on Central Landing. He made a U-turn when he was able to get back to the entrance of the park where he stopped because it was impassable by traffic to enter there. And at that time, the radio traffic came out for the victim of the shooting on the other side of the park.
And so the important thing to do is to get to the other side of the park, correct?
Correct.
And the officer over there by himself was Officer Pugh, correct?
Yes.
So that it was important to get to Pugh to back him up, correct?
At that point in time, the only information for a confirmed victim would be that location.
And that was where you should go, correct?
That was where Officer Riddle, in his interview, said that's where he was going. When he heard that traffic, and he was trying to get over there, and that route in his mind was the fastest way to get across to where Pugh was located.
And that turned out to be very slow and cumbersome, and cars are every which way, and people running, and so you could not run fast through that area, could you?
The traffic and the pedestrians did affect his response as he's running code 3. You can see him pulling up Fifth, honking horns, getting people to move. I don't know if I would say excessively slow. I think he was the second officer on the scene to get out of his car.
But he wasn't, where he got out of the car was on the south end of the park, and Pugh was on the north end of the park.
Yeah, correct. In his interview, he stated that he saw the victim on the ground, so he cut across the park to go to where the victim was laying, where he identified as a gunshot victim.
But he wasn't trying to get to that location. He got there and saw that there was a need for help.
Correct. Initially, his answers were he was headed to Pew, and then he turned off into the park when he saw the victim to get to the victim.
And Pugh was never gotten to by Riddle because of him stopping, correct?
Because he stopped to the gunshot victim, correct?
And there was never even a good opportunity because of all the traffic coming south on Fifth there by the park, and the cars parked on both sides of the street.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? I'm not
Okay,
sure what answer you're looking for.
At the south end of the park, where Pugh got
On the west side?
on the west side,
Okay,
you had people parked on both sides of the street, correct?
down Fifth towards
Yeah.
the park, yes,
And they're behind on the west side of the park, correct?
correct.
And you had people coming down, going south on Fifth Avenue, correct?
Correct.
So you could not have gotten through there to get to Pew, could you?
I mean, I think he did get through. He got through a lot of that traffic until he reached that first parking lot and cut through that parking lot to where the victim was.
But-
The traffic wasn't any different from when he entered it till the point that he turned off. It was heavy traffic. I mean, there was heavy traffic on Fifth, and he was
You're
basically,
saying that there's room for the people on the west side of the park that were on Fifth Avenue for him to get through that area with cars parked on both sides and in the street.
I'm saying that he, multiple times during his response, you can see what appears to be deadlocked traffic, and he slows down, he honks horn, and people move over, and he's squeezing through entrances that had me concerned he's going to hit cars. So he was navigating and did navigate through that traffic to arrive at the park.
And now where Officer Byrd went and Officer Smith didn't go to Fifth Avenue and turn down it either, did she?
No, she didn't.
So she didn't go to the most direct route according to you to the situation?
I mean, I didn't pace out. You have to go, if you went down 6, you turn left and get to the park, or you go north on First and you have to turn east and get to the park. Like, the distance is pretty similar at that point. When you're at First and Sixth, I think either route is probably very close to the same amount of distance traveled to get there.
So Byrd and Smith both traveled about the same distance to get to the park from the corner of First and Sixth, correct?
Correct.
And now Byrd had indicated when she got to Fifth Avenue, she could see it was highly congested. Didn't she say that in her interview?
I believe she did.
And then, so Fourth Street doesn't go through, correct?
Correct. Fourth Avenue.
Fourth Avenue.
Correct.
Street and avenues
Right.
screw up this guy from Little Rock.
Yeah.
Okay?
It's a dead end, so you can't get up Fourth.
And then Third, and Second Street is not really a thoroughfare. It has stop signs at almost every intersection, doesn't it?
Well, every route has stop signs.
Well, but I'm talking about more stop signs than First Avenue.
I don't know how many stop signs are on each street, but I do know that each of their routes did encounter stop signs that they had to navigate. And again, that would be a reason for a code response.
So the difference, she could have gone down Third or First, and you know how many seconds longer it was to go down First Avenue for her than if she had gone down Third?
She could have gone down Third Avenue, Second Avenue, or First Avenue. I couldn't tell you how many seconds it would be faster to go down Third. I can tell you it's a shorter distance, but she was already traveling away from the shooting, so she went 2 blocks farther west than Third. So, and it's a straight shot back up then to Maple that cuts across instead of having to take another side street. So Third would have taken you right back up to Maple and been able to navigate then that last stretch where her camera comes on.
Do you know the difference between Third Avenue and First Avenue is 521 feet?
I don't know that.
So what she's didn't take the most direct route according to you that she should have. What she should have done was go down Third Avenue.
What she should have done was go up Fifth Avenue with Officer Riddle to back him up.
Well, shouldn't Officer Smith gone up Fifth Avenue to back him up also?
No, Officer Smith didn't witness other officers responding. And although she responded, like everybody's response isn't the same. And the city's broken into 2 zones. We have a zone 1 and a zone 2, which is east and west. And there's a pretty big drive or it's known. You don't leave your area unless it's super important or unless you're told. So a lot of officers, they don't travel across the tracks. And the reason, one of the main reasons for that as a law enforcement agency is because we need to keep people available all over town to respond to things. And so it's very rare that all officers available are going to go to one side of town, and also because the railroad tracks run through town. And so Officer Smith wasn't dispatched to the call, and she wasn't one of the 3 original ones on the scene. She self-initiated to go there from the other side of town. So I don't think it's fair to compare the 2 and say she should have gone down Fifth because she couldn't have known that Officer Riddle drove down Fifth. She didn't see in her dash cam any other officers responding to the scene.
Hadn't at the time Miss Byrd got to Fifth and looked down didn't she say in her statement that she realized, based on how he was driving, Riddle wasn't in fact chasing anybody?
She said something along those terms that when she realized when he went right that he wasn't changing anybody, he was just trying to get there. Something along, I can't quote exactly.
So she didn't abandon him and fail to back him up. In her mind, he was no longer chasing somebody. So the important thing, or am I wrong? The priority would be, let's figure out what I think is the fastest route to get to Pew, correct?
I don't agree with that. I think Officer Riddle is running code up Fifth, and we know that's where shots are coming from, and we know this officer is running towards gunfire and potential gunmen, and any officer should have gone with that officer to provide backup.
But you do agree that she indicated the reason she didn't go up it was that she was thinking of how to get to Pew the fastest, and he was the one that had reported about shots.
I agree that she said she realized he wasn't chasing someone and that she didn't follow him.
Now,
As she was driving away west on 6th, she's asking where Pew is.
and she knew where Pew was, and he was at the northwest corner of the park, correct?
So my interpretation of what she knew, again, I mentioned earlier, like what she knows at the time, and I don't think she knew exactly where he was. I think she knew that he was on the other side of the park dealing with an accident because they had actually asked her to go do it, and they were on the other side of the park, and so she had them dispatch someone else, which ended up being Officer Pugh. So I think she knew he was over there, and she asked him a couple times where he was. He's not real clear, other than the initial traffic of Fifth and Vine that comes out about the gunshot victim from Pew. She asked him again specifically, and his answer is, I'm driving across the park in my car. So at that point in time, that really tells you, all you really know from that is he's in the park somewhere in his car.
Now, when Bird was driving on 6th Avenue, cross landing, any of the streets until she got to near Pew, her body camera would not have shown anything, would it, even if it was running?
It would not have shown the traffic in front of her. You would have seen the dash, potentially speed. You would have heard any conversations taking place in the car or radio traffic.
Now, the dash camera, the body camera, the recording system, that's put out by Motorola, correct?
Sir, I know it is WatchGuard. I don't know if Motorola owns them or who owns them, but it's a WatchGuard system.
That approach. Tab 2 of our black box. That's the system that's used by Conway Police.
It is. It's WatchGuard 4RE, and it does show a Motorola Solutions company at the bottom.
I'd like to direct your attention to never miss and I read up.
Incident. Never miss an incident.
Never miss it.
Yes, sir.
What does it say under that?
It says record after the fact technology provides the power to go back in time and capture important evidence days after it happened, even when recording wasn't pressed.
And so, according to that book, could have gone back, when I say you, the police department, could go back for days to capture what was on the body camera and the dash cam.
So there is So when they set this up, I was kind of part of that, and we had that, and we kind of talked about getting it set up, and there is some kind of limit on that, which I don't remember if it's 1 week, 2 weeks, or whatever, but I know it is maxed out. I think it's maxed out at 30 days, potentially, if it doesn't get overwritten too much on that particular device, where you could go and do that. So if there had been a need to go back and do that within that period of time, that's potentially something that could have been done. And quite frankly, I don't know that many people will even know that it has that ability.
City of Conway collectively knows it, it's part of your system. Correct?
I mean, it is part of our system. I actually, it's never been used since I've been here. I've never known that there's ever been a thing. So again, I don't know. To be quite frank, this system was installed in patrol way after my time. I'm not familiar with the use of it at all, the installation, the functioning of it. I've never laid hands on one and used one because they weren't implemented when I was on patrol in vehicles.
To your knowledge, did the city of well, strike that. The shooting on Fifth Avenue Park was a hopefully once in a lifetime event in the city of Conway, correct?
Hopefully.
I wasn't trying to be sarcastic with that.
Hopefully, I mean, we hope any shooting is a once in a lifetime event.
Yeah, I was talking about that type of a mass gunfight with hundreds and
We
hundreds.
we
of
hope
people.
so.
And I think the chief said something to the effect the department was going to, this is not a quote, going to, do a thorough investigation and get to the bottom of everything and see what changes may or may not need to be made, what training issues may be needed, find out everything we can about it.
Correct.
And so, and I think it's been testified to by Lieutenant Kennedy that he started this investigation within a matter of days of the shooting.
I do think that he started looking into things within a matter, or I should say he was assigned that investigation. I know there was no deadline given for when it was to be completed. Lieutenant Kennedy was also the supervisor of managing the mass shooting, so that was clear that was his priority, was to oversee and get the criminal investigation going right. So there was no instantaneous, and I'm not sure at what time during this incident that he was looking into, again, just by I mean, there's hours and hours of information here. It took me 4 to 5 days to review enough to go to a review board. I don't know how long it took him to gather all that. I don't know at what time within that investigation that he became even aware of that Miss Bird and the other officers or the officer Riddle had driven away, and the chief then directed him to call them in and ask them why they drove away. And so I don't know when that occurred within the course of that investigation.
Two things on that. Did I understand you correctly that Lieutenant Johnson was conducting the internal affairs investigation, overseeing that?
I'm sorry, Lieutenant Kennedy.
Kennedy.
No, Lieutenant Johnson. Okay.
Lieutenant Kennedy was,
He is the lieutenant over the detectives who are doing that investigation. So he has to be available to them for guidance to make sure they're doing what they're supposed to be doing. He's not actively investigating the case himself, but he is their supervisor.
and he was actively doing an internal affairs investigation concerning the conduct of what went on, correct?
He was actively looking at overall department response to that, yes.
And so there was a possibility of his information he gained in the internal affairs investigation being shared with the detectives in the criminal case, correct?
Well, Potentially, but there would be no conflict with that. There would create a conflict should an officer be facing a criminal charge. And in that case, the criminal investigation into the officer and the internal affairs investigation into the officer wouldn't be conducted by the same person.
But you had that going on, so that if they're down the road, in the case in the middle of it, they came up something criminal, there'd been interviews done in internal affairs, and criminal, same person involved in both investigations, that could have messed up the criminal case, couldn't it?
Well, if there had been no indication, and there still is no indication that any officers did any criminal act. So if that had occurred, that an officer was being looked at for a criminal act, then that would have had to been changed.
Well, it would have been too late if it already happened, wouldn't it?
They would have just had to assign a new investigator, and he would have had to start over.
Have to prove by clear and convincing evidence that there's no taint.
I'm sorry, that there's no what?
No taint of the criminal case from the information.
Yeah, but again, there was no indication at any point in time that an officer had committed any criminal act that's related to this. So that wasn't a concern with Lieutenant Kennedy being assigned that.
You indicated that Officer Byrd was a senior officer on the scene, correct?
That's correct.
And that she, quote, abandoned her officers that were under her. Now, I understand that both when the shots were fired, we had gone from earlier 4 officers being present in the area. That's Watkins, that was Riddle, that was Byrd, and that was Pugh, correct?
That's correct.
Now, Watkins had left the scene earlier. He drove away from it 20 or 30 minutes before the shooting, correct?
I'm aware that Officer Watkins was there, and I'm aware he left. I don't know the relative times of when he left. I know through the review that he responded from the parking lot of Buffalo Wild Wings running code 3 and arrived at the entrance on the east side where he encountered a victim of a gunshot wound.
Did you become aware in the investigation that he had reported to him, a witness, that there was a group of people in the park waving guns around?
I'm aware that Officer Riddle knew that, and he said he went to check it out, but nobody told him anything. I'm aware of the incident where people were waving the guns around. And again, Officer Riddle, in his testimony, that he went to check it out and didn't see anything and talked to people. And I think he said, they don't want to tell the police anything.
Well, I wasn't asking about Officer Riddle. If I said Riddle, I apologize. Officer Watkins said that he was told by an eyewitness that she had seen people waving guns.
I don't remember that, but that's a possibility. There were reports of people waving guns.
If Watkins did not report it to a supervisor.
That would be correct as far as I'm aware.
And should he have reported it to a supervisor?
No.
So if the police department had gotten that information, it wouldn't have changed its reaction to the situation at the park, call people in, call any crowd control units you had in, contact the sheriff's office and say, hey, we got people waving guns around here at Fifth Avenue. Can you send deputies for us to walk through and show a presence that maybe keep shootings from occurring?
The presence would be an answer. As far as, I guess, what you're asking. Like, we employ police officers and they're grown adults and they carry guns, and we have expectation of them to act and respond to things. So would they call a supervisor and say, hey, I got a report? No, they should just go and handle it. They don't have to ask permission to do everything. They don't have to call their sergeant or their lieutenant to say, I want to do this, or their chief that, hey, I got this report. How do I handle this? We have an expectation that they make those decisions and do those things on their own for the most part.
Well, would it have, so you give him discretion on reporting it, but not other people's discretion on how to handle things? Is that what I'm hearing?
I guess I'd fundamentally touch on the whole issue. I know it sounds terrible for civilians to say people have guns in the park, but the truth of the matter is that the Court of Appeals, Arkansas's constitutional carry, and the Court of Appeals has been clear that somebody carrying a gun or having a gun, even with suspicious activity, isn't enough reasonable suspicion to detain them. Officers can make their presence known. Officers can try a consensual encounter, but the important element by the statute is that there is a criminal attempt to employ a gun as a weapon. So you have to have a criminal intent. So we've even had trainings. We've even had trainings from the city attorney that outline, yes, people can have guns, and yes, they can have them at the park. We don't like it, but we have to abide by the Constitution and what the court says. And so gun report in and of itself doesn't really get officers to panic. We just pretty much assume everybody has guns anyway.
Well, so it's all right under your view of what you believe the law to be, is that if I pulled out a gun today, started in here at these commissioners in their direction, that would be perfectly proper.
That would be a crime.
If I went down to the park and there's hundreds of people around, I pulled out gun and started waving around where the barrel was pointing at people.
If you're pointing guns at people, that would be a crime. That would be an ag assault potentially.
So waving a gun around, you got a good chance you're pointing a barrel towards somebody in a crowd, correct?
I can't necessarily agree with that. I'm aware of the facts and what the waving of the guns were. And so fundamentally what happened with the waving of the guns and what generated all of this was that there was a rapper in town, and he goes by the name of Mud Baby Roo, and they paid him to sing a song. And in this song, they talk about put it in the air or throw it in the air, and people pulled out guns and were doing that while he was singing his rap song. So that's what fundamentally the investigation turned up, that I'm aware of that. I don't know what was reported or how that was conveyed.
So that should not have caused the police to do anything different, just for an individual officer to ignore passing that information.
I think all the officers on the scene should have been in the park instead of towing cars off of private property.
Well, were you aware that the private property owners wanted the cars towed off?
That's a little misrepresentation, because Officer Byrd called them to request if they wanted the cars towed. They didn't call us and ask them to be towed. She did that at the direction of her lieutenant. So we can't tow cars off private property without their permission. So it wasn't that they wanted it. It's that the police department called them to say, hey, there's all these cars here. Do you want us to tow them?
And the lieutenant thought that was a good idea, correct?
That was his advice. I can't speak as to what he thought was a good idea. I know that Ms. Byrd told him on the radio how many cars were there. She didn't ask him to come out there, but I believe it was his idea to contact the private property to see if they wanted the cars towed.
Now, the police department management team had not developed any type of plan to specifically deal with parking, crowds, and whatnot at Fifth Avenue had it.
Specifically, the police department deals with large parties on a routine basis. So there is no on this location or that location. It's a routine for these parties that occur. And sometimes we have advance notice and sometimes we don't have advance notice. So all of the shift supervisors and senior officers should be well aware of these parties and what we can and can't do and the things that we try to do to manage them and mitigate them from being out of control.
Okay, my question, it's a nice statement, good PR statement. My question was a little bit different. Upper management made no special plans for the gatherings that weekend of the 12th and 13th of April at Toadsuck Park and Fifth Avenue Park.
No, sir, that wouldn't be something upper management would normally get involved in.
And you knew that you were going to have in town for that hundreds of people from out of town, hundreds of extra cars. And I think as Lieutenant Kennedy said, we always know we're going to have problems out of those.
So
Situations.
fundamentally, you just said you knew. I didn't know anything about the party till the shooting. I was notified as the major over the criminal investigations as I am with any critical incident when a team is going out. The first time I knew anything about a party is when I got called that they notified me there was a shooting. I'm not involved in patrol operations. I don't typically give any advice with what I consider to be things not in my lane. And so I wasn't aware. I don't keep aware of that. I really try to focus on my people and my job title.
Y'all don't have any type of a ComSat program where the upper management gets together to talk about upcoming problems?
We have command staff meetings. That would be an opportunity if a major had something he wanted to bring up or needed guidance on, that could be brought up. Potentially, we have big events like Toadsuck Days, but typically that's not even, we've been doing these things so long, we don't have to meet on them. The lieutenant who was over Toadsuck Days has been doing it for years and years, and they know what to do. The lieutenants who work patrol, they deal with parties all the time. They know what to do. So like a out of the ordinary occurrence. So like we used to have end of world parties that would require a lot of management decisions and everybody on scene. The marathons that we get are a lot of manpower and they have to meet on those. But things that are normal, what we consider to be normal everyday things, unfortunately, parties, shootings, robberies, all of those things occur normally for law enforcement officers.
Going back to driving code 3 for just a minute, I want to look.
Okay.
You still have that policy in front
Yes, sir.
of you? You go to page 2,
Yes, sir.
and for the bullet points, that there's a 2-sentence paragraph. Would you read it out loud, please?
The decision to drive under emergency conditions will be discretionary with each individual officer based on the following considerations.
And those considerations are,
Would you like me to read those?
yes.
When deciding to initiate or continue driving under emergency conditions, officers will consider such factors as traffic volume, time of day, potential hazard or liability to themselves and the public. Emergency responses shall be made only when the call involves a life-threatening situation or violent crime in progress. Officers will have sufficient information to justify the decision to drive under emergency conditions.
Okay, the violent crime in progress, the shooting had stopped, correct?
The shooting had, I'm sorry, at what point in time are you referring to that the shooting had stopped? The shooting occurred, multiple gunshots, and then the scene became chaotic with multiple victims being located at different points in time. And there was no information at that point who the shooters were or why the shooting took place. So while there was no actual shots being fired continually, I wouldn't say that it was fair to say the shooting had stopped in the minds of the officers responding.
Officer Byrd went, we know her direction. How should she have gone, in your opinion? Down Fifth Street, is that what I understand?
I mean, fundamentally, again, like I said earlier, I would have just ran across the street. She should have absolutely, at that point in time, when she saw Officer Riddle going up Fifth Street, to go with Officer Riddle to back him up. and that wasn't done. And then again, like we just missed all the next two roads and went down first. I don't know why she went that way. She was given an opportunity to answer that multiple times by Lieutenant Kennedy, and I didn't get an answer. Or he didn't get an answer. All she said was, "I don't know."
You said she should have run across the street.
No, I said that's what I would have done. I testified to that earlier. A shooting just happened, and I'm a police officer from a different age. I didn't have patrol rifles in the car or med kits in the car. And when I witness a shooting, I'm going to run directly there. They're 500 feet. You could be there in 20 seconds or 30 seconds, even a slow running officer. So I would have run directly across the street. Fundamentally, I would have liked to have seen both of them run directly across the street.
So Riddle didn't run across the street, she did run across the street.
Correct. Neither of them ran across the street.
Did you see the state police vehicle in the video?
I saw a vehicle. I don't know if it's a state police vehicle. I saw a black marked car sitting in the parking lot on the east side of Central Landing, near Central Landing, but I don't recognize that as a state police. It may have been. I mean, normally I used to see the white and blue, so I'm not familiar if that's a state police car, but that's the only other vehicle that I remember seeing.
And if it had a star on it, like the symbol of the state police, that would indicate it was one of their units.
Yes, sir, but I don't know what there was a vehicle there in that side of the parking lot.
And that officer didn't run across the street either, did he?
I have no
If there was an
idea.
officer in it.
Yeah, I have no idea who it was, what they did. They're not, they weren't subject to my review board, and that wasn't part of the things I looked at. I don't have any idea.
Now, on her behavior in the interview, there had been a previous problem between Miss Bird and Lieutenant Kennedy, correct? Or are you aware of it?
There had been, I think it's fair to say what Ms. Bird would say was a previous problem between them in another AI investigation.
And wasn't it sufficient enough that Major Wood wrote a letter to the chief complaining about the conduct of the lieutenant?
I'm aware so I'm aware of that, also that AI, because I did review that. I wasn't on that review board, and fundamentally, she was insubordinate in that investigation as well. Told Lieutenant Kennedy she didn't like him and made counter accusations on what she had heard that he had reportedly done, and to kind of take over that instead of just answering the questions. And after that was concluded, Lieutenant Kennedy wrote a memo requesting an investigation into that. And so they did an investigation into that. So I'm aware of that. I don't know precisely what Major Wood, I am aware he sent an email. I'm not aware of the contents of what he said in that email. But I did review, like I witnessed it. I saw the interview.
Now, as I understand your untruthfulness findings, you say that when she said she wasn't, one of the lies was concerning where the shooting occurred and her knowledge of where it was, correct?
Correct.
And that you're saying she was inaccurate in that statement.
I'm saying that
she didn't know where it was.
that was an untruthful statement based off of the body cam's statement.
Okay, when it's untruthful, I want, your definition of untruthful is a statement that's not accurate, correct?
A statement that is intentionally incorrect or misleading to intentionally cover up an act would be an untruthful statement.
Well, what was she covering up if she ended up going to that area or trying to get to Pew and admitted that was where she was going?
I mean, I think, I'm glad you asked me that, because I think fundamentally what she was trying to cover up is her whole response. The fact she shut off her body cam or her video before she even left the parking lot. The fact that there's no video, the long route that she avoided telling anybody about, and then when questioned about how she responded, then those statements start coming in. And so I believe that's an attempt to cover up the fact that she didn't respond directly there, that she knew was incorrect.
So her not responding correctly there, is it the not running across the street like you said she should have, or you would have? Is that the?
I mean,
is that-
quite frankly, I think she could have done a lot of things that would have been correct. I think if she'd have just gone with Officer Riddle, we wouldn't be here today. I think if she'd have gone across the street, we wouldn't be here today. I think if she'd have turned off of Central Landing and drove across the park, we wouldn't be here today. I think if she hadn't lied in her interview, we wouldn't be here today. So fundamentally, you know, what should she done at different points in time? If you're asking my opinion, she should have left immediately behind Officer Riddle to go with him. She should have left immediately behind the officer running code south on Central Landing. And when she saw Officer Riddle going north on 5th, she should have went with him up 5th. So everything after that is, in my opinion, an incorrect response to the shooting.
So she should have gone up 5th, which we now know by hindsight, she never would have gotten to Officer Pugh, and that was where she was supposed to be trying to get to, correct?
I wouldn't agree with that. Officer Riddle got into the park, and she could have drove across the park just like he did to find Officer Pugh.
You know, you had a victim that Officer Pugh saw that was bleeding, correct?
At what point?
At the point somebody got shot in the park and he went over to the person.
So,
I-
I'm sorry, did you say Officer Pugh or did you say Officer Riddle?
I'm talking about Pugh.
Okay, so Officer Pugh reports a gunshot victim, but he's not with them. So that first radio traffic that he transmits is while he's still in his car. Someone had told him, so he transmits there's a victim, but at that point he's not with that victim. He does eventually get out of his car, and someone comes up and says that they have been shot, but that's not where the radio traffic came from of the victim. So he was reporting repeating a report that had been given to him. He, quite frankly, he was pretty confused.
And my question was different, so maybe I didn't ask it right. So I'll try again with you, sir, and I'd appreciate it if you
Yes, sir.
answer it.
Okay.
Who was the first officer to get to Officer Pugh who was treating a gunshot victim?
Officer Byrd.
And who was the one that took over the treatment of that individual?
I don't know that I would say took over. She assisted. She went and got some medical supplies. She once she got there, everything was great. I think she did a great job helping and helping Officer Pugh and getting medical supplies.
And Officer Pugh, young officer, not many experiences,
Not many experiences, no.
and so he was saying he didn't even have gauze to pack the wound when he's holding gauze in his hand.
Yeah, I think, and I said earlier, I think he was pretty overwhelmed as a rookie officer.
So if Bird had done what you wanted her to and gone with Riddle, that Officer Pugh would have not had the assistance of Brittany, and that gunshot victim would not have gotten good treatment because of Pugh being shook up.
Pugh was shook up. I don't know the extent of those injuries. She absolutely helped him, and she absolutely helped that gunshot victim when she got there with him. Absolutely.
So but if she had done what you think she should have, that wouldn't have ever happened, would it? That patient would have been in Pugh's hands until somebody else showed up.
I don't know. She would have gone with Riddle had she seen Pugh, had she continued to Pugh, or gone with Riddle when he saw that victim, or perhaps she finds another victim that needed assistance that didn't get it till later. I don't know what would have happened had she gone with Officer Riddle. We don't know because that's not what she did.
And with respect to the violation on the body camera, that only requires it to be turned on for a law enforcement event, correct? Incident.
It's required for any enforcement action, and it defines all of these things that I went over earlier, which a critical incident, a shooting would qualify as a enforcement action. It should have been activated. In fact, like we have written in policy that officers say on the radio, BCA, I'm en route BCA, which means body camera activated, and it gives a way for supervisors to like monitor those things. Body cameras are important to us. It's important to the public, and they're absolutely, body cam should have been activated by the officers who were the initial officers in what I would call wave one or tier one response. The 4 officers that were at or near the park when the shooting occurred all should have had body cameras activated.
None of them did.
All of them did besides Miss Bird.
No, I'm talking about, I'm sorry, bad question. I didn't hear anybody that was responding say that they had activated their body cameras.
Oh yeah. Well, so a lot of times in a massive incident or a rapidly developing incident, radio traffic, you can't talk at the same time. And so things get short. And those things are acceptable to drop off in a big incident because we don't want 7 officers, we call it walking on each other, trying to key up at the same time. And so when something is important happening, maybe even just a foot pursuit, radio traffic kind of goes quiet to allow for them to have the radio in the event of emergency. So those things shouldn't have been said, and that's just understood. Like we know those things aren't going to be done in that incident because of radio traffic and because everybody can't say that at the same time.
Ms. Bird activated her body camera before she took a law enforcement action at the location on the northwest corner of the park, correct?
Miss Bird she actually kind of by accident, it activated automatically
Sure.
when the sirens were on. So she didn't activate the body camera by itself. She hit her sirens to move traffic, which then caused the camera system to activate.
And it stayed on, didn't it?
It did, yes.
So she captured all of her law enforcement incident there in the park, and during that time, she was assisting people get.
Correct.
who'd been
She
shot.
captured everything except her response to the incident.
The response on the body camera was not a law enforcement action at that point in time, and would not have disclosed anything, correct? Because it would have.
I wouldn't agree with that. I believe it is a law enforcement reaction when you're responding to a critical incident. I believe it outlines in the policy that you're supposed to activate it. And I believe that it may have we may have known some answers that we don't know today because there's no video.
Wait a minute, there is video, except you all spoiled it by not downloading it like the system allows you to.
Well, I mean, I think that
Y'all didn't download it like the system allows you to go back. As
you would have
said,
had to,
7
or the investigator would have had to have known that Miss Bird was a subject of the investigation within the period of time that was even possible. And the investigator would have also had to know that that's a feature on the camera, because it's not in any, this is a manual for the system. This isn't in any policy anywhere that we advertise that it has this go back or look up feature in it. And I'm not aware since we've had the cameras that it's ever been requested or used.
But you just said that if she had recorded it, you might have found something that you missed because it wasn't recorded. That to me indicates that if you had looked it up, used the system as you bought it, you could have gotten just what you complained about.
Well, if Miss Bird had been the subject
sir.
of the investigation and they knew that, they didn't know that going in, but if at the time it developed that she was a subject of the investigation and it was still within that window of possibility, then there would have been video that could be retrieved with no audio. If you activate the body camera, you have audio as well. So while that's partway true, you wouldn't have everything. You would have a video of the camera being on if it had been within that window of time. And I don't know the answer to that.
But you knew you had a major event with major number of cameras in the neighborhood, in the vicinity, on police cars, on bodies, that you didn't bother trying to retrieve?
There was no reason for us to retrieve it.
You had murder suspects out there that
That's
you were
not
trying
something, it's not something that we would normally try and retrieve is camera footage like that. Again, I'm not aware of it ever being asked for the go back feature. We know it's limited, that it only has video. In fact, I completely forgot that we had that feature because it's never been used. So I don't know how successful it is or isn't. But it's never been used that I'm aware, in my time in criminal investigations. We have never tried to go back and find every officer's go back feature to see what they were doing in relation to any criminal investigation.
and never had a number of shooting victims as you did at Fifth Avenue Park either, did you?
No.
I have some more questions. I notice it's the noon hour. Do we want to take a break, Mr. Chairman, or?
Yes, let's take a 1 hour break for lunch.
Mr. Newcomb, do you want your manual back?
Yes, sir, please, thank you. No, just leave it there. Leave it up like that.
can go ahead and get started back now.
The first thing I'd like to do is move the introduction of exhibit number 2, which was the body camera, the Motorola material that we discussed earlier.
And I would just state, my response on that exhibit is, I was provided by opposing counsel a number of pages related to Motorola. They haven't established where that came from, where that documentation came from. Was it downloaded from Motorola? Did they contact Motorola for it? I have no idea. They had Major Smith indicate that he thought that CPD used a system that was Motorola, but I don't have any background, any information, any laying a foundation for where that exhibit came from. So I'd appreciate that if they want to introduce it.
Well, the rules of evidence don't apply. It has reliability. The major indicated he identified it as the system that was used by the Conway Police Department. He was familiar with it. He was familiar with the review back that I asked about. So since the rules of evidence, now if we want to start playing that game, I'll be happy to, because I will object to everything they did. And without there, and we'll make this a 6-month case.
I'm not making an argument on the rules of evidence. What I'm stating is, if you want to introduce something, it's just common sense that we need to know exactly where it came from so we know if it's reliable.
And it would have
That's
been
it.
nice if you had had that objection to tell us about it when we gave it to you before the last hearing.
Well, it was one that I didn't stipulate to.
Okay, continue.
Which,
Overruled.
let me see if I have things down correctly. Is the mic working?
I'm using this one right here.
Okay, I just want to make sure mine was working.
Yes, sir, yours is working fine.
Before the shots were fired, was there anything that Miss Bird did that you have a complaint about?
I guess to adequately address that question, do I have a complaint? No. Do I think that officers who were reportedly attempting to break up a party would have been better served by being at the party, towing vehicles from the grass, or writing tickets and putting on cars? That would have been a better approach to breaking up a party instead of enforcing parking on private property. But she did nothing that I have a complaint about in her actions before the shots were fired.
And that concern you had a better way to do it, that would have been guidance expected from management, correct?
Well, technically, Ms. Bird was the management on the scene. In all of my reviews of this, I never heard any radio
My question-
traffic.
My question wasn't who, I said management. I appreciate it, you answered the question asked and not filibuster.
And Miss Bird was the management on the scene.
Was she the officer in charge that day of the shift?
No, she wasn't in charge of the
Was there
shift.
a sergeant on the scene?
No,
Should a sergeant been on the scene?
I think so.
Should a lieutenant been on the scene?
I think so.
Do you think a major over patrol should have been on the scene?
I do not.
Do you think the lieutenant on the day shift should have been on the scene?
I do.
Now, the towing of the cars started breaking up the crowd, did it not?
I don't see evidence of it breaking up the crowd. There were lots of people there. I mean, I see the point in it as a long-term plan to keep people from going over there, but I don't know what effect it had on breaking up the party. Everybody was still there at the park, other than the people's cars who were being towed or paid to drive off.
Did Miss Bird have a duty to ensure that the man and the women that came toward her weren't part of the problem or part of those being injured, because that was after the shots were fired.
Think, what people are you specifically speaking of?
Two
please?
women that laid down in front of the car. She just drove on and not wait to see what they did.
And as I testified earlier, I don't change my opinion on that. I think her duty was to back up the officer running towards the gunfire. I think, as I've been an instructor in active shooter training, that's how this should have been treated. And while we don't like to hear it, victims come secondary to stop the shooting. And this was immediately following the shooting.
So your position, the Conway Police Department position would have been, if they'd been shot and bleeding, let them bleed out.
Until you know there's no more shooters, absolutely. You have to bypass victims to get to where the problem
So
is.
let 'em die.
So there's no more casualties.
So let them die.
That's the training.
Okay.
The first priority is to stop the active killing, then
What?
treat the victims.
And there was no shooting going on at that point in time, was there?
There was
Shots had stopped.
seconds had passed. So at that second, no, there wasn't, but dozens of rounds. It was reported by her as 40-ish or more. In reality, there was over 70 rounds fired.
Now, as far as the location in the park, were there shell casings all over the park?
There were precise areas. There were shell casings where I described earlier where the shooting started from, and then there was shell casings where the intended target fired back, and there was shell casings that appeared to move. It was the same caliber, same gun that appeared to move from the northeast corner back towards the parking lot there at the exit on Central Landing.
When officers are getting ready to respond, they're supposed to, the shell notify communications are activated their body cameras, correct?
Yeah, ideally.
It's the word shell, that's mandatory, isn't it?
As I testified earlier, that those are things that we all know can't be
Sir,
done because of radio
My question was
traffic.
a little bit different, and I really would appreciate it if you'd listen. If you don't understand my question, tell me and I will repeat it. Can we have that agreement?
Okay, can you repeat it?
Yes, sir, I can. I said, is the word shall mandatory?
The word shall would be mandatory.
Now, was there any notice that Officer Riddle was actually in pursuit of somebody at the time he was on Fifth Street?
Fifth Avenue.
Fifth Avenue, I apologize.
Sure. There was no radio traffic or anything that would indicate he was in pursuit.
Would you agree or disagree with Lieutenant Kennedy if he said it was all right that she didn't go down Fifth Avenue?
I mean, I guess, I agree or disagree. I guess it could go either way. I would agree that if she didn't go down Fifth Avenue, had she gone directly to the park, then that would be okay. But otherwise, she should have gone down Fifth Avenue.
What if she, what street could she have taken to go directly to the park if she didn't go down Fifth Avenue?
She could have ran directly there. She could have drove her car up across the park.
So she should.
She could have,
Go ahead.
she should have, and I believe I brought this up earlier, at that point, after she had already gone left and gone on to Sixth, when Riddle was going up Fifth, that she should have gone up Fifth with Riddle. That's my position.
Well, did you know what the traffic looked at? You said when Riddle went up Fifth, she should have gone up Fifth?
Yes, sir, I believe she should have backed up the officer going to the gunfire regardless of the traffic.
Okay, so at the point she didn't go up Fifth, she knew Pugh had a victim that had been shot, correct?
Correct.
And so if you wouldn't argue that she saw that Fifth Avenue was highly congested.
I wouldn't argue that.
So she should have taken a highly congested area where they're, instead of responding to a shot victim.
If you are asking my opinion, then yes, my opinion is she should have gone up Fifth.
And is that one of the reasons that you thought she'd go up Fifth, that you voted to terminate her?
No. Well, I would say that's one of the reasons that contributes to the conduct unbecoming, not providing backup. But the route she went is not part of that fundamentally.
So if she knew that there was a victim bleeding, shot, just ignore that person and go up to a congested street and let that person die? Is that what you're asking this commission to approve?
My answer is, at that point in time, for the information both officers had, she knew the officer was responding to gunfire. She should have gone with that officer, which would have been directly to the park.
Well, Officer Pugh was in the area of gunfire too, wasn't he?
He was.
You ignore the officer,
I'm sorry, I don't
that
understand that.
officer?
I don't understand that.
Pugh was in the area of gunfire too, wasn't he?
He was.
And so he didn't have any backup at that time. He didn't have any backup, and he had a wounded suspect. I mean, it was victim.
Well, he did report at that time that there was a victim. He wasn't technically out with them, but it was hard to tell by radio traffic what he had and didn't have. He was a bit confusing.
And he
But
was
the
an
but the
officer
information
without-
they were going off of was at Fifth and Vine reported that somebody was shot, and that was the extent of it.
Were you aware that when you're using the GPS, that the GPS for Officer Bird's vehicle didn't have the unit number on it, the tag with 504?
I'm not sure if you're speaking of, there's multiple systems. There's GPS and radios. There's video tied to videos. I'm not aware of whatever specific system you're asking about. I don't know of any tags on the GPS. It's coded. So when I went to look into the GPS, the information that they needed from me in dispatch was the unit number. So that's what I used, was for vehicle number, because it ties it to a vehicle.
Are you aware that the time from the parking, Ms. Bird got on the central landing till the time she arrived at the northwest area of the Fifth Avenue Park was 2 minutes and 37 seconds?
Say those locations again.
From when she got on the central landing at the funeral home to the time she got to the area where Pugh was and the victim, the gunshot victim, was 2 minutes and 37.
No, I'm not aware. That doesn't sound right. It's probably close, but I'm not aware. I don't have the times in front of me or the systems to look at. But I think she was in the parking lot from the time shots were fired to roughly a minute and a half, and a minute and 40 seconds, somewhere in there. And then it was roughly almost 5 minutes when she activates her camera, when the camera comes back on, showing her arriving at the park on the other side. So
You're saying the 5 minutes lasted from when the shots were fired or from when she got on?
no, what
central
I looked at was, so there's,
Sorry, my question was, if it's not those, my question was real simple. Was the 5 minutes from when she got on Central Landing, or
the 5 minutes was from when the radio traffic of when they key up and call in the shots being fired. 5 minutes from that point, roughly 5 minutes from that point, to arrival at the other side of the park.
Just a moment. Based on your observations that night when you went out there, looked at the scene, saw the shell casings and that, the shooting did not occur in just one specific narrow area of the park, did it?
First, I'd like to clarify, I wasn't out there on the scene. All of my knowledge from the scene is from the case, the criminal case, and the covering of the case. So I didn't go out to the scene.
I apologize. You said earlier something about getting a phone call that night, and I just,
Correct. Yeah, I didn't respond. It's pretty clear by the shell casings and during the course of the investigation that the concentration of the shooting is between the two pavilions.
so it was not.
Kind of like
one
not right
area.
between them, but like one on one side was where the initial shooters were, and then the guy that returned fire was on kind of on the other side by the splash pad, and so that's where that same area was where the shots originated and responded from, with one additional shooter that was to the east, closer to the church parking lot behind the pavilion on the north side, and that's the one that moved. Based off the shell casings, moved from that area down to the parking lot off of Central Landing, and then one other shot to the northwest behind the second pavilion there, and then I believe there was one other shell casing in the area of the splash pad. So it's kind of in that funnel or alley where the shooting started between the two pavilions. And when I say between the two pavilions, the shooters weren't technically between them, but the shooting took place between them.
Well, but you also had others besides the first two groups that were apart. They weren't
Correct.
probably further than me to the screen, distance-wise from each other.
Further than that, yeah.
Further than
In the area, into the area of the pavilions.
So they were in the area, not in a specific place for where the gunshots came from.
They were specific to the area of almost confined within the pavilion space immediately surrounding
How many
that.
specific locations were there gunshots? I think you just listed 4 or 5.
I believe 5 specific that are all relative to that area between the triangulation of the splash pad, the pavilion 1, pavilion 2 area immediately to the north of that, and then the area just to the east of the northeast pavilion was another one. That's the one that appears to have moved based on evidence, moved and shot running towards that east parking lot, which would have been towards the church area.
So it'd be fair to say there's 5 specific places gunshots were fired at.
Yes, sir. On my knowledge, at least 5 areas right around those pavilions.
Major Smith, I've just got a few follow-ups to some of the questions Mr. Newcomb asked you. First, I want to see if we can pull up the video of the Rock Solid Church surveillance. And I'll give them a moment to do that. Just give me a thumbs up when we're good. I'll move into other areas where I don't need any video. Mr. Newcomb spoke with you about an Officer Lopez. Do you remember that?
I do remember him bringing up Officer Lopez.
And you stated, I think you determined there was no need for some expansive disciplinary that y'all might give at a review board. Is that correct?
Correct.
and you reviewed, with respect to Officer Lopez, I think you were trying to give Mr. Newcomb an explanation for this is why I don't think any disciplinary was warranted, and he cut you off. Why don't you think disciplinary was warranted against Officer Lopez?
So Officer Lopez, again, I kind of started to explain the areas, the zones. The city's broken up into two sides. He is also a rookie officer, and he's also all the way across town. So he responded, like he's using the word responded, he started coming that way, but he wasn't part of the initial officers that would have responded. And quite frankly, he may not even know if he can go or not, just because he's in a different zone, and they typically have to get permission to leave their zone, and he's a new guy, doesn't know what he can and can't do, whereas a senior officer or officers with more experience and exposure to that and know what's acceptable on a shift or for a lieutenant is probably going to just take off and go like Officer Autumn Smith did when she was on the other side of town, because she has much more experience. But definitely Lopez was much farther out, and probably wasn't even sure if he was supposed to go or not go, but heard shots fired and wanted to be there.
So rookie, young officer.
Correct.
Not age-wise, but in his experience, correct?
Sure.
And in a zone pretty far away, I think you said as far west as you could get in the zones here, is that correct?
Well, not quite as far west as you can get, but he was definitely at the west side of the city in the opposite zone from where the shooting took place.
And I know you don't ultimately determine the discipline, and in this instance, it's Chief Harris who does. But when you're looking at what kind of disciplinary is appropriate, is something you consider that officer's experience?
Yes, you have to consider their experience, and more so, it is their knowledge and their experience and any history they've had, right? And so a lot of times you look at it and go, well, this may be a training issue. This guy may not know enough. Somebody needs to sit him down and say, hey, look, go code 3. The supervisors are responsible for telling you not to run code 3, but when there's something happening, just go and get there. And so sometimes it's, when we start a review board and before we make recommendations of discipline, there's two questions that are always asked is, do we have a failure in our policy that created this situation? And do we have a failure in our training that created this situation? And sometimes it may be, look, this guy needs more training. He's brand new. He hasn't got to go to these classes yet. Maybe they need to be looked at for remedial type of training or whatever, but how their experience level in relationship to the type of violation. And again, this would be what I would consider to be a lesser included offense or an offense that would be handled on a shift level. These are not things that would make it to a major to look at. Sergeants and lieutenants are responsible for these types of issues, and they would address those they should address those with their people.
And those who have had longer tenure with Conway PD, they would have more experience with those policies, more training on those policies, more real world experience with those policies, with handling certain situations. So you expect more out of those officers, do you not?
Yes, and they would have probably been in those situations where they were told, hey, just go. And so now they've had that education, and they know what their lieutenant thinks or how they want them to handle that. And so the more you're there, and quite frankly, sometimes when you're there long enough and you go, I'm going, if I get in trouble, I get in trouble, but I'm going to run code, I'm going to get there, I'm going to do whatever because I need to be there. But those are the types of violations, again, that wouldn't make it or shouldn't make it as a standalone violation to a major over a division. These are frontline supervisors' responsibilities to address these.
We now have the church surveillance video pulled up, and I don't want to watch it. We've all watched it a lot, but I want it for this image that we have. We know ultimately, Major Smith, that Miss Bird pulls up, and we usually see it come up above. We see Officer Riddle's vehicle up there in the top right, and then if we played this, we'd see Miss Bird's vehicle coming through there as well. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Mr. Newcomb reviewed with you. Well, she had people in front of her, right? There were tow trucks there, right? Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. What we're looking at here, are you familiar with this parking lot?
I'm familiar with all of the videos surrounding this parking lot.
And you're familiar that there are curbs around this parking lot, is that right?
Correct.
Mr. Riddle, Officer Riddle went over a curb, is that right?
He did.
And this is not a small parking lot, right?
Right.
This is a parking lot that Miss Bird had plenty of opportunities to get out of, correct?
In my assessment, yes.
Those two people running in front of her vehicle, she had lots of other options to get out of there, right?
Yes. Again, to the left, there was, and I think I mentioned this before, but But fundamentally, the car, when you first see the dash cam video come on, there's a car on the back of a rollback. It's a dark blue car. And they release that to the driver. Apparently, they take it off the rollback. They give it to the driver. The driver drives out of that parking lot between the close curb and the trailer without driving on the curb. So it's hard to see from this angle, but you can see him leave the parking lot to the left of that trailer before any of this action starts. The record driver drives in on that same side. He does go on the curb, and he drives out on that same side. He does go on the curb. Officer Riddle goes to the right side and goes up on the curb. So 2 civilians, one of them twice, and a rookie officer managed to get in and out of that parking lot in the same situation that you're looking at.
Ms. Byrd was not driving a small vehicle, correct?
Correct.
She was driving an SUV, correct?
Correct.
An SUV that can handle a curb, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Newcomb went over with you Officer Riddle's response. Do you remember that?
I do.
Yeah, and he talked to you about Officer Riddle driving up Fifth Avenue. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Let's take a look at that. We're going to look at Officer Riddle's dash cam. We will start, once we have it pulled up, at minute 26:25. We'll go to 27:35. We can leave it there. So here we see Officer Riddle going down Central Landing, is that right?
That's correct.
Lights and sirens, correct?
Yes.
And then here we see him turning onto Fifth Avenue, the first option he has to get up to Fifth Avenue Park, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And we can stop it there. There was traffic on Fifth Avenue, right?
There was traffic.
Cars lining either side, correct?
Correct.
Officer Riddle got through it, did he not?
He got through it.
And he did it using his lights and sirens, did he not?
And his air horn.
And his air horn, used the most direct route to get into Fifth Avenue Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Mr. Newcomb talked to you about the fact that, well, he didn't make it up to Officer Pugh. Do you remember that?
I do.
And the reason Riddle didn't go up to Officer Pugh is because he identified a victim that was closer by. Is that correct?
That's correct.
When Officer Riddle's tending to that victim, the first victim he comes across, Brittany Byrd isn't even at the park, right?
She's not.
Still making her way around, correct?
Correct.
Talk about Autumn Smith. So Mr. Newcomb spoke with you about Autumn Smith's response route. Do you remember that?
I do.
And Mr. Newcomb said, well, Autumn Smith didn't take Fifth Avenue Park. Do you remember that? Or Fifth Avenue Street to get to the park. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. I want to talk to you about these response routes because what's the most direct, right, also matters from what direction you're coming from. Is that right?
Correct.
We know Brittany Byrd was coming down Central Landing. Is that right?
That's right.
And then she turned to go east on 6th Street, correct?
West.
West on 6th Street, correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm going to draw it. You tell me if what I draw is wrong or right. Is that the first part of her route?
That is.
Okay, so the most direct for Miss Byrd would be Fifth Avenue, right?
Correct.
The second most direct for Miss Byrd would be Third Avenue, correct?
Correct.
The next most direct for Miss Byrd would be Second Avenue, correct?
Correct.
And then finally, the least most direct would be First, correct?
Correct.
That was her last opportunity on this portion of the street to get up to Fifth Avenue Park, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's talk about Autumn Smith. That's direct for Miss Byrd. We know Autumn Smith was coming from the opposite direction, correct?
That's correct. She was traveling east on 6th.
Right. So Autumn Smith is coming that way. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So for Autumn Smith, we know the first street she takes is First. Is that correct?
Just first.
And then ultimately she makes her way over to Third and then over to the park. Is that correct?
That is correct. And I think she turns on Hayes, which would be the first opportunity to get over to Third also.
Right. So it goes up First, then over to Hayes, and then up to Third. Is that right?
Yes, I believe so.
So for Autumn Smith, her first opportunity to hit a street to take her to Fifth Avenue or to Fifth Avenue Park is First Avenue, right?
Correct.
That was her first opportunity. She took it and took streets to get over to Fifth Avenue Park, correct?
Correct.
So it matters what direction you're coming from, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Newcomb also talked to you about stop signs. Officers going through stop signs and how many stop signs were on the street. Do you remember that?
I remember him asking me about that, yes.
Okay. You will agree with me that many officers in their response had to hit stop signs, right?
Many officers would have encountered stop signs.
Would have encountered stop signs, would have encountered traffic lights, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you're responding code 3, that's something that you, and we see it every day, right? I'm a citizen on the street. I see officers responding code 3, lights and sirens. They go through those stop signs. They go through those traffic lights.
Correct.
Because they've notified people they're coming, and then they go through it, right?
Correct.
So if you have lights and sirens on, that shouldn't be much of a problem, correct?
It shouldn't. It will cause slowing to clear an intersection, but it shouldn't be much of a problem with lights and sirens on.
Mr. Newcomb talked to you about the various issues with other officers. But ultimately, Major Smith, when you're looking at Miss Byrd's response, it was the totality of everything, wasn't it?
It was the totality of everything from the time the shots were fired until the time she arrived at the park.
She, as you stated, if she had just simply not turned on lights and sirens, we wouldn't be here, right? If she had
Correct.
simply not turned on her body cam, we wouldn't be here, right?
Correct.
It's because her response, even compared to all of those other officers, was so wholly inappropriate, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to talk to you about the Motorola documentation. Mr. Newcomb went over that documentation with you and was questioning you on the ability of a police department to basically pull or look back at footage that might be contained on a dash cam or a body cam. Do you remember him talking to you about that?
I do.
Okay. You are not an expert on what the system can and cannot do at Conway PD, correct?
I am the farthest from an expert. I'm not sure I could get it to work. I haven't used them.
So there are people at Conway PD, IT people, who would have more knowledge of what's available or
Absolutely.
what you can do with the Motorola
Absolutely.
system. Mr. Newcomb, I like the word he used here. He said, you spoiled it. You spoiled it. By not getting that information, by not going back to the PD and pulling Miss Byrd's dash cam, her missing dash cam or her missing body cam, you spoiled it. Do you remember him using that term?
I do.
Okay. Ultimately, it is the officer's responsibility. Policy mandates it's their responsibility. They turn on their body cam, they turn on dash cam, correct?
Correct. That's the reason the policies are there.
And that is a responsibility of being a law enforcement officer for Conway PD, is it not?
It is.
Major Smith, you have been a trainer for active shooter training, is that right?
I have years ago, yes.
And I heard you mention this phrase, and I've heard it before. I think you testified to it, but I've heard it from other people. It's called stop the killing, stop the dying. Is that the phrase you used?
Correct.
Okay. And as I understand it, correct me if I'm wrong, part of the importance is, right, particularly when you have a mass shooting, number one, stop the killing. Miss Bird heard, as she, I think, reported, over 40 rounds. Is that right?
That's correct.
And in fact, there were over 70 rounds. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At that point, no one knew whether that shooter might reload and start shooting again, correct?
Correct.
So it is important. That's the stop the killing, right?
Correct.
That's part of the reason it's so important to get there so quickly, is that that suspect might start shooting again, right?
Correct.
Might start injuring more people, right?
Correct.
Might start killing more people, right?
Correct.
And that's why we have law officers who have firearms on them to run into that danger, correct?
That's correct.
Just want to make sure this is clear. I see it as an issue related to who can investigate an AI. So we know Lieutenant Kennedy investigated this AI, is that right?
That's right.
There's policy relating to when someone cannot investigate or conduct an AI and at the same time conduct a criminal investigation, is that right?
That's correct.
And the only time the same person can't do both is when the officer that's the subject of the AI is also the subject of a criminal investigation. Is that right?
Right. That's what I was trying to explain earlier. I don't know if that got across, but basically, you couldn't do it if the officer you're investigating is the subject of a criminal investigation, because you would have a simultaneous internal, and officers are all given what we call a Garrity warning, and basically says you have to answer these questions and you have to answer them truthfully when you're put under the Garrity. And so if they're subject of a criminal investigation, that would take away their right to remain silent. And so those have to be kept separate in those cases.
And at no point was Ms. Bird the subject of a criminal investigation, correct?
At no point during this has any officer been a subject to a criminal investigation.
So there was no policy violation related to Lieutenant Kennedy conducting this AI.
Right, and there's no conflict in the investigation being conducted by him.
Mr. Newcomb went over with you the issue of someone, a bystander, identifying people with guns in the air. Do you remember that?
I do.
Okay. And that was, I think, Officer Watkins is the one who said that someone had indicated to him that they had seen something like that. Is that correct?
I think that's what he mentioned, and then I specifically mentioned that I remember and Riddle saying it as well,
Okay.
and that he went to investigate that.
And we know that, yeah, like you said, as you testified to, we know that Officer Riddle checked that out. Is that right?
That's right.
Went over, observed, tried to talk to people to see if anything like that was going on, correct?
Right. He testified, or he was interviewed, and his statements in the interview was he went and asked people, and they didn't want to talk to the police and told them they didn't see anything.
And there was no indication that the individuals who the bystander saw, that they were pointing firearms at people, right?
There is none.
It was, like you said, a rap song and people were holding guns in the air, correct?
That is what occurred. I don't know specifically what was told to the officers. The only thing that was brought up was waving in the air. And that is corresponds with the events we know took place in the park based off the investigation with the rap song.
Mr. Newcomb mentioned to you what he calculated as Miss Bird's total response time. And what he does is he takes the time she hits the median at Central Landing to the time that she then comes out at that top corner. And he gave that number as 2:37. Let me draw it for you. So Mr. Newcomb gave you what he said her response time was. And I'll show you where that was from what he said when he was questioning you. We have her leaving the parking lot, and he starts her right here in the median, right? Doesn't count the time she was sitting in the parking lot. Starts her when she's pulled out to the median. Then he counts it, going through her route, and then stops it here because she hits all that traffic coming down Maple, okay? So Mr. Newcomb says that's 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Major Smith, we've gone over and over what happened in that parking lot, right? Miss Bird not responding quickly. First, Officer Riddle getting out quick. Miss Bird sitting there. Miss Bird having multiple avenues to go to follow Officer Riddle to get out on Central Landing, doesn't take them. In Mr. Newcomb's time, he's ignoring all of that, ignoring what you said, I think, was important to you. Is it important to count that time that Miss Bird was just sitting in that parking lot when you count her response time?
Absolutely. That's what I considered when I look at the total time, was from the time we know the crime is occurring to the time we arrive. And that's where that roughly 5-minute time period comes from.
I may just have one moment. We are finished with this witness. Thank you.
Am I released now?
Or wait a minute. Or he may be called the next one.
You're released, I believe, Major.
He can go about his business.
Not released from subpoena.
Yeah.
Got it. Got it. Philip Sweet.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed. Your name is Philip Sweet, correct?
Yes,
How are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Conway Police Department.
How long?
Just shy of 10 years.
What's your current rank?
Sergeant.
How long have you been in law enforcement?
I was a security force within the Air Force, military police. So with that, almost 20 years.
So 10 with CPD, and how many is that with Air Force Police, essentially?
Actually, a little over 20 with that. It'll be 11 with or almost 12 with the Air Force.
How old are you?
49.
Long career in law enforcement.
Yes,
You responded to the scene of the shooting at Fifth Avenue Park on April 13th, is that right?
I did.
Did you hear Miss Bird's multiple shots fired call?
No.
Where were you at the time?
I was in the sergeant's office at the time, on the phone with the state police, trying to get them to respond to see if we can clear out the park.
So you were on the phone with ASP, Arkansas State Police, having to do with the tow operation?
Yes. Well, no, not necessarily with tow operations, just to see if we can get a show of force out there to try and get the park emptied out.
Got it, to try to get it under control?
Yes.
Okay. Was it from the state police? Did the state police officer hear the multiple shots fired call?
Yes.
Got it. What did you do?
Well, so as far as the shots fired goes, I had my radio turned down because I was on the phone. They actually brought it up to me. There were shots fired, and they said they were on their way. So at that point, I hung up the phone, walked next door to the lieutenant's office, spoke to Lieutenant Matthews for a second, let him know what was going on if he hadn't heard already, and we left the building.
So to be clear, if the state trooper told you, I just heard multiple shots fired.
Yes.
Got it. You run by Lieutenant Matthews' office?
Mhm.
For what purpose?
Just to let him know that what had happened if he hadn't heard already,
Then what do you do?
and we left the building.
How long does it take you from when you learn multiple shots fired, how long does it take you to get out the door?
I don't know, 15, 20 seconds maybe?
A matter of seconds?
Yeah.
Do me a favor. Acclimate yourself for a minute with this map. Is it making sense to you? You see Fifth Avenue Park?
Mhm.
It's going to be north, south, east, and west.
Yep.
Central Landing, Fifth Avenue, et cetera. Okay, I'm going to give you this microphone, and what I want you to do is show the commission members your route of travel. Your beginning point is Conway Police Department, correct?
Yes.
It's off the map,
Yeah.
but give us an approximation.
Okay. So, like you said, it doesn't show the police department. However, so we came from Monty Matthews in front of me.
Lieutenant Matthews.
So we came from the police department up 6th Street from Harkrider.
Mhm.
Came through, was about First Ave where I turned on my lights and sirens. That was because we heard the shots fire, or someone was hit from Officer Pugh. From there, came through at Central Landing, went north, and about right here, I crossed over to try and enter the park. There is no left-hand turn going into to Fifth Avenue Park from Central Landing. I had to cross over. I got to this point, which is the entry to the actual park, and it was completely blocked. There was a car trying to come out. There was 3 or 4 cars on each side. At that point, I decided it was easier to try and go around and probably a bad idea to try and back up. So I went to the next crossover point, crossed over, stayed on Central Landing all the way up to Oak Street. From Oak Street, I went west, and I attempted to turn onto 4th Ave, getting in the turning lane, but there was a line of cars all the way through here.
Mhm.
So I went to 3rd Ave and was able to get a break in the traffic, cut across 3rd, going south, and then headed back east on Maple. And then around, this actually goes around, and then into 5th Ave. Is it right? No, I'm right there.
Yeah, so where do you enter? Is it around Fifth and Vine?
Yeah, and then I came through the corner of the grass right here.
All right, give us an indication, because I know it's not on the map, but just kind of point, where would the police department be if it were on this map?
Roughly in this area.
So do you have a sense from CPD to where you entered the park? Do you have an idea of the distance that is?
No, maybe what? Mile or 2.
Okay. All right, that's good. Just, yeah. Get to the park, what's the first thing you see?
So as soon as I get out of the vehicle, I start headed over to the first people I see, which is actually Officer Bird and Officer Pugh. She asked if I have any med kits. I go back to my vehicle, grab what I can find, and then head back over to her. From there, I see her and Officer Pugh. They're helping out a woman that was shot. And then I went up to around the pavilions. Lieutenant Matthews is up there. I was walking with EMS and fire up there, and then try to get that people out of the way so they could check the individuals that were on the ground there. Then eventually made my way back over to Officer Riddle.
So is the first officer that you see on the scene, is that Miss Bird?
Yes.
And what is she doing?
She was over with Officer Pugh.
You have a sense of, had she already arrived? Was she out of her vehicle? Tell me, describe.
Yes, she was
What
already
you-
out of her vehicle. Yeah.
Got it. Do you have a sense of how long she had been there?
No.
Got it. All right. Now, on the scene, I think maybe 15 minutes or so in, you end up congregating with Bird and Pugh. Is
Yes.
that correct? All right. And you ask them, where did this all start?
Mm-hmm.
Let's show Exhibit 10. The commission has seen this, but this is your body cam, and I want to get your reactions, what you understood Bird to be communicating to you.
Sure.
Okay. All right, her hand gestures.
Mm-hmm.
What was that communicating to you?
So just like Officer Pugh, you didn't show that part, but they both indicated the same area right around the pavilion
The
where the
hand
shots came from.
gestures are indicating to you the shots were fired from here.
Yes,
Is that right?
yes.
All right. Where were you guys standing at this point?
So we were between the two, there's a walkway that goes between the two pavilions, and we were there. There was actually two deceased victims just a few feet away from us.
Moving forward, you ended up watching Miss Bird's second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy. Is that
I did.
correct? And did you understand her to say in that interview she did not know where the shots were fired from?
Yes.
All right. Fair enough. It's a misquote of the best evidence rule. But my question is, you've watched it, correct?
I have.
You're a member of the review board, correct?
Yes,
It was part of your duty to review that
it was.
interview, right?
Yes,
And she indicated that she didn't know where the shots were fired from, correct?
correct.
In your mind then, now we're skipping forward to as a member of the review board, it seems to me, you tell me if I'm wrong, you can only draw two conclusions from that. She's mistaken or she's lying.
True.
What did you conclude?
To me, it was untruthful. It was a lie. So going over the reviewed videos in her body or dash cam, you can see both her and Officer Riddle react to the shots fired. They're looking directly in the area. May not know exactly where it's at right then, but then in the body cam, she clearly states where she thought it was.
So to talk about the review board, you reviewed all of Lieutenant Kennedy's investigative file, correct?
Yes.
And like you said, part of that was I reviewed Bird's second interview with Kennedy, right?
Yes.
When you got to that point, what did you think?
She was very argumentative, especially towards the middle of
Yeah,
the
but
interview.
before we get there,
Okay.
you were on that scene, and all I heard you saying is she's communicating to me that the shots were fired from this location.
Oh, yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now move forward, and you're actually reviewing the video of her second interview. What happens in your mind when you now hear what she's saying in second interview, correlating it with the reality of what you saw?
Yeah, it clearly sounded like a lie. The fact that in my mind, I still remember the time or the actual, without watching the video, I remember asking that question. And it's, I remember distinctly of getting an answer from both of them. So,
Yeah, it stuck out to you.
Mm.
Got it. You were a member of the review board meeting, correct?
yes,
And why, you're a sergeant, right?
Yes,
Why were you a member of the review board?
I was hers and Officer Riddle's immediate supervisor.
Okay. I think an issue has come up, it's been a couple of weeks ago, but you were not interviewed by Lieutenant Kennedy, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you know why?
No.
We know essentially when Lieutenant Kennedy's investigation began, right? And
Yes.
he began his initial interviews, correct?
Yes.
Where
So,
were
so shortly, I should say, starting with Sunday, it was it was over, kind of decompress. I was going on vacation, so I left for Texas shortly after that, and then wasn't back until Monday, that following Monday. It was while I was gone that I learned that the whole shift was under an administrative inquiry, and from that point on, I just basically sat and waited until my turn.
Got it. You end up reviewing all of Lieutenant Kennedy's investigative file, is that right?
Yes, for the administrative inquiry, yes.
Yeah, and I think the review board meeting was June 26th, is that right?
Yes.
Sergeant, you and I will discuss the reasons behind what you found, but tell me if this is accurate. Your initial conclusions from reviewing the investigative file, did you find that Ms. Byrd violated the policy against insubordination,
Yes.
against untruthfulness,
Yes.
conduct unbecoming a police officer,
Yes.
unsatisfactory performance,
Yes.
and failure to operate the emergency lights correctly, or
Yes.
emergency operation systems? Before you get to the review board meeting, after your initial review, had you concluded what you believe to be an appropriate sanction?
Yes.
What was it?
Termination.
Review board meeting, June 26th. Were you in there for the entire thing?
No, it was not.
How come?
So they started the actual review board. I was not in that process because I wasn't part of it. However, when it came to Officer Byrd and Officer Riddle's portion of it, they brought me back in. So
Got it. So you were only there for that portion that would discuss the people under your command.
yes,
Riddle, Byrd, Pugh.
Pew wasn't necessarily. It was discussed, I think, but I don't remember much about his discussion because it wasn't much.
Got it. All right, now let's go through. I think the way it's been described to us is conference room table, chief at the head of the table. Were you sitting, I think, to his immediate left?
I was sitting to his right.
To his right. Were you the first officer review board member called on?
Yes.
All right. And then discussions, I gather, and we won't go into this because this ground has been plowed so many times. Lieutenant Kennedy did us his presentation, right?
Yes.
Discussion among the review board members, correct? All right. After the discussions, and here's where I want to get into your reasons. Did you determine that Byrd violated one, conduct unbecoming a police officer?
Yes.
Why?
It was basically the total of her response. One of the facts is that she's a 10-year officer. She's a veteran officer and she's an FTO. She knows how she's supposed to respond to an emergency situation. She left out. She said that she was following Officer Riddle, who she thought may be chasing somebody. But from what I saw, I didn't see any. There was no push to accelerate, or there's no lights and sirens used. And then her total response time and the route that she took, it didn't make sense.
And so in your review of this, the investigative file, you heard her explanation for why she was turning left, correct?
Yes.
And her explanation was, well, I saw a unit going code red south on Central Landing, correct? And she said, by that time, I had heard Pugh's radio call about a car leaving or trying to leave with gold rims, correct?
Correct.
All right. You heard all that. What was your response to that? How did you react to it?
Well, she stated that she thought they might be in pursuit, so she followed. But there was no sense of urgency. She didn't turn anything on. In a pursuit, you're going to start calling the pursuit itself if you're secondary, which she would have been. in that position. So that being said, I don't know if that's exactly what she really thought, but she obviously wasn't reacting as if there was a pursuit going on.
Mhm. It was determined that Pugh's call-in about the car with gold rims,
Mhm.
that occurred much later, correct? Did you take it from watching Bird's interview that she was saying, I heard it while I was still in the parking lot, that's why I turned left?
Yes,
Was that untruthful?
I see it as untruthful.
All right. I don't guess that it's a real policy, but is it all known in just about every police department, particularly Conway PD, if you lie, you're getting fired?
True,
Because it affects your integrity as an officer, correct?
it does.
And it affects the entire criminal justice system, right?
That's correct.
It's not limited to your one lie. It's how your lie can affect an entire system of justice.
True.
Got it. I interrupted you. What were you going to say?
I was going to say, the chief's policy, he said it several times that he won't have a Brady list. So,
And that's because he will not tolerate a
Yes.
liar. Got it. You heard her talking about, well, everybody concluded, she goes away from the scene by turning left. Is that right?
true.
We've seen the video. She obviously, at least in your opinion, knew exactly where the shots were coming from.
Correct.
Did that factor into
It did.
your conclusions? How many officers do you remember arrived on scene prior to Miss Byrd?
That I'm not actually sure. So since my portion was just reviewing hers and Officer Riddle, I didn't pay attention much to the response time other than where the responses came from for the GPS.
I got it, and it's a little bit clearer understanding. I bet in your review of the investigative file, you knew that your role was, I'm the superior officer for some of the people that are being talked about.
Yes,
My role is limited to a discussion of them
yes.
and your conclusions.
There was a lot that was brought out about Officer Autumn Smith arriving prior to her, coming from, I believe, Donaghy.
Your understanding was that Autumn Smith arrived prior to Miss Byrd, and Autumn Smith was over here to the west of Harkrider,
Yes,
farther away from the
Mhm.
scene than Miss Byrd.
yes.
Got it. Your conclusions about insubordination. Tell me about that.
So not so much during the first interview, but during the second interview, she, as the questions increased, she became argumentative and disrespectful and clearly insubordinate.
And you drew those conclusions from watching her interview?
Yes,
Got it. You're a military man.
Mhm.
You're in law enforcement. Yes?
yes,
There are similarities,
yes,
right? It's one thing to be insubordinate in the civilian world, right?
yes.
Why is it different? Why is insubordination different for purposes of the military and for purposes of law enforcement?
In the military, insubordination can destroy a unit. It's a big deal. There's a lot more punishment involved. Insubordination, from what I've seen in the police department, depends on the level. So ever since I put on rank, it's tread a little lightly. It's not you can't hammer people just like in the military. So
Yeah, does insubordination affect morale of the entire department?
it does.
Just like it would an entire unit in the military? It is a failure of respect, is that right?
Absolutely.
And respect is essential to chain of command in both military and law enforcement operations.
Yes.
And going to conduct unbecoming, part of conduct unbecoming is your actions have brought disrespect on this agency. Is that right?
Yes.
First, did you find and determined that her actions brought disrespect to the department?
Yes.
Got it. In the chain of offenses, of violations that you concluded Ms. Byrd incurred, what was the most severe?
I believe it was the conduct unbecoming, but a close second would be the unsatisfactory performance. They're kind of hand in hand.
Either standing alone or both offenses for which an officer should be fired
Depends on the severity, but yes,
in this case.
yes,
All right. Untruthfulness, we've already decided. You're done,
yes,
right? Now you're combining these additional violations, correct?
yes.
Conduct unbecoming, unsatisfactory performance.
Mhm.
And those two are interrelated, correct?
Yes.
All right. Did you determine, I want to go back to Miss Byrd turning left and her original explanation that she heard the gold rims call and was trying to follow a unit she thought was following the suspect vehicle. You determined that was untrue
Yes.
and physically untrue because the GPS data shows us that's absolutely untrue.
Yes.
Correct. When you're running secondary in a situation like that, what's a law enforcement officer supposed to do?
You're calling the radio traffic, and you're the eyes and ears of everybody.
And you're there in a support role, correct? In your estimation, was what you know really happened was Miss Byrd failing to support her fellow officers?
Yes. Obviously, there's no camera, there's no video for it. But in my opinion, as soon as she kept going straight past Fifth Avenue, and then again past 3rd Ave, that's
You know, understood. It's call comes out by our estimations, and this will be talked about later as the evidence develops in this case. But if the Pew call about gold rims, if at that point Byrd is on 6th Street,
Mhm.
okay, let me just ask you, did you conclude she could have turned up 5th Avenue, correct?
Officer Riddle did. Now, it took him a minute to get through,
Yeah.
but he was able to get through. It was congested. So, I mean, she could have made it. I'm sure 3rd Avenue was a lot less traffic, and probably would have been faster than what Officer Riddle
Mhm.
made it there. I don't know. Just based on what video I saw from Officer Riddle's in-car camera.
Yeah, could you find, so I'm hearing what you're saying, Fifth Avenue is congested,
It
right?
was.
And so there's something of a reason, right?
Mhm.
But we know Riddle made it, right?
Yes.
Okay. 3rd Avenue, failure to take 3rd Avenue. Could you come up with any plausible reason why she wouldn't head north on 3rd to get to the park?
I just can't.
Could you come up with any plausible explanation why she didn't take 2nd? Lights and sirens, code 3. Your conclusions were she was not running code 3.
Correct.
Is this a situation where an officer has to run code 3?
I believe so. 800-5, our emergency operation policy, basically states that in an emergency situation, life-threatening, you run code 3, lights and sirens, most direct route with due regard for persons.
Going back to Miss Byrd's interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, the second one, tell me if this is what you heard. Traffic versus no traffic on 6th Street. Are you following along where
Yes.
I'm going with this?
Mm-hmm.
One explanation is there was traffic on 6th Avenue. Therefore, that's why I was going slow. Does that ring a bell to you?
Yes.
And then it's confronted, well, that's why you have lights and sirens, right?
Correct.
Her other version was, I wasn't running lights and sirens because there was no traffic.
Correct.
Did you factor that into consideration when you were judging her truthfulness?
I did.
Your conclusion?
That it was a lie.
Let's talk about Officer Riddle real quick.
Sure.
He was discussed during the review board meeting, is that right?
He was.
What was your original thought going into the review board meeting about Riddle and how Riddle responded?
So my personal review before the actual review board, I actually had him as an unsatisfactory performance for turning left and going around the park.
That was your original
Yes.
unsat performance?
Mhm.
In your original view, having determined unsatisfactory performance, was that terminable to you? Should he have been fired for that?
No,
How come?
he's pretty much a rookie officer. He still made it. He turned on lights and sirens. His explanation, while I understand, I still thought unsatisfactory performance prior to going into the review board.
Mhm.
But after the discussion in the review board, I had no problem with not giving that. But the fact that he actually ran code and tried to get there, he was trying his best, even on Fifth Avenue. I thought he did a good enough job. So
And to summarize, make sure that I've understood, the distinguishing features between Bird and Riddle are, Riddle is a rookie.
yes,
Bird's been on the force for 10 years, a seasoned officer,
yes,
correct? Riddle ran lights and sirens. Riddle
He did.
ran code 3, correct?
yes. He ran code 3 from the moment he got in his car.
Bird did not.
No,
His dash and body cam were on and activated this entire
Yes.
time, correct? Were Bird's?
no,
Were those distinguishing features that distinguished Bird's conduct from Riddle's conduct
yes,
and warranted different discipline, if any discipline, on Riddle's part at all?
yes. The fact that her body camera, she turned off her body camera early. That wasn't a problem. She turns off her in-car camera once she gets back in after the shots are fired. We don't see the camera come back on until she hits the other side of Fifth Avenue Park, coming in to Fourth Avenue, I think is where she crosses. I'm assuming that her body camera is connected to the car because her body camera pops or comes on then as well. And I will say this, that one of the things that hit me the most around this time with the cameras. So I came from the police department on the phone with the state police. When I got to the east side of the park to try and get in, I couldn't get in. I called dispatch and told them I was going to have to go around and find another way in. Reviewing Officer Bird's camera, in-car camera, as she is pulling up to Fifth Avenue Park, I can hear myself on the radio saying that as she is finally coming to the park. And
Right.
that hit pretty big to me, more so than the GPS, because I know what I was doing at the time.
All right, say that very last part again to make sure that I'm clear. What is it distinctly important to you?
So as her camera kicks on,
Mhm.
I think she hits the horn.
Yeah.
You can't see lights flashing in other reflections. So as she's coming up to the park, I can hear myself on her in-car camera saying that I can't get through or into the park. I'm gonna have to find another way in.
That's you saying that.
Yes,
So you're hearing now her,
as she is pulling into Fifth Avenue Park.
she's pulling into Fifth Avenue Park.
Yes, and the
So-
fact that she was across the street when the shots came out and she called it, that hit home to me.
And that's what I'm trying to drive at. It sounds like what you're trying to tell me is she was there at the park or barely there when you hear yourself
Yes,
and you're at the park
yes,
and you're coming from Conway Police Department,
yes.
not across the street.
No.
Everybody that's on the review board is going to be asked this question about Lee Wood. So let's you and me get our thing done. He was the sole dissenter in this, correct?
Yes.
And describe for us what you saw and felt with when it came time for Major Wood to speak.
Sure. So as it came that time, Chief Harris started with me, asked what my determination was. I said termination. Went around the table and ended with Lee Wood. When it came to Major Wood, he either couldn't or wouldn't give an answer. I don't know what his thinking was. However, there were several long pauses, and it was fairly awkward. Then after a little, I think Chief Harris actually prompted him once about an answer, still couldn't give an answer. At that point, the chief actually asked if we could leave the room and let him and Major Wood talk. We left. A few minutes later, they came out, and that was the end of the review board.
I think the commission has heard this story now, and a reoccurring adjective is that it was awkward,
Yes,
uncomfortable.
it was.
What was your reaction inside yourself to this awkwardness and uncomfortable situation?
It was strange to say the least. I've been in a few review boards, never saw anything like that.
Never.
No.
Got it. You found out later that Major Wood told the chief that he voted for no discipline,
Yes,
no policy violations.
yes.
What was your reaction inside yourself at that point?
I was pretty taken aback. I was kind of wondering how he could possibly not see any policy violations. But that's his determination.
And I think we all know there's a family relationship between the Birds and Wood, correct? Is there do you know of a relationship between?
The only thing I've heard is something about his wife works for, I guess, her mother.
Got it. Not family business.
Yeah, I have no
Got it.
idea other than that.
One of the topics, Sergeant, that's been raised is the idea that all of this is a show, that it's a parade to do nothing but retaliate against Brittany Byrd for filing a lawsuit against several members of the Conway Police Department. You've heard these allegations?
I've heard that.
Got it. Are you a defendant in any lawsuit that Brittany Byrd has filed?
No,
So retaliation wouldn't have anything to do with you.
no. Prior to April of this year, she was an acquaintance I saw in the hall every once in a while.
Talk me through that. You became her sergeant just in the weeks prior to the shooting, is that
Yes.
correct? And at that point, that's the most contact you'd had with her?
Yes,
Obviously, you've been with CPD for 10 years. She's been with CPD for 10 years,
yes,
generally.
yep.
What type of interactions had you had for her for those 9 years, 9 months?
Very little. Mostly it was just in
Okay.
passing, if anything.
Anything against her?
No.
Any vendetta against her?
No.
Did you vote your conscience?
Yes,
Did you vote because it was your duty to do so?
yes,
Do you stand by that decision today?
I do.
One sec. Pass the witness. Thank you, Sergeant.
Sergeant Sweet, I'm Angela Burden.
How are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Now, we're really talking about a whole weekend of events, correct?
Yes, it was a busy weekend.
And it has to do with a promoter for advertised events for that whole weekend, right?
True.
Lit by the lake, right?
That's what I heard, yes.
And so we had events Friday, but maybe those weren't quite as standout. And we're
They
really
weren't as
talking about
prominent as
Saturday or
Friday.
Sunday.
Yeah, they weren't as prominent as Saturday, Sunday.
Now, Saturday, there was a problem, right?
Yes,
Got out of hand,
it did.
and there were hundreds of cars, maybe even more people, right?
Are you talking about Toadsuck Park or, okay,
Oh, multiple locations, right? I mean, it
Yeah.
started at Toadsuck
Mhm.
Park, but we also had Knights of Columbus. We also
Yes.
had Fifth Avenue Park, right?
hmm
Day shift tried to help that, but it got out of hand no matter what they tried, right?
correct. Those are supposed to be worked by Faulkner County.
And if I may interject, I think the commission's well aware of our position that these events, Friday, Saturday, are irrelevant to what you all are here to determine.
Objection sustained.
Your Honor, I need to make a point on that, which is we've already established that this AI investigation was to cover all of the events for the entire weekend as to the totality of the responses of CPD. Therefore, everything of the actions for Saturday and Sunday should come into play. And I thought we'd already covered this, tracked it at the very beginning of this hearing, and that the court had already ruled that we were going to be allowed to go into those events to make it clear. Because not only are we talking about the totality of the circumstances for the whole weekend and whether or not that violates policy for the whole weekend, but whether or not other people, then when we're talking about comparing Ms. Bird's performance to other officers for the entire weekend comes into play. That also comes in at the part where if you were to determine that she did violate any, then what would be the appropriate punishment? Therefore, I think it's absolutely relevant and something that we should be allowed to go into. And I think the court's already ruled on that.
And again, our position is, this is about Brittany Byrd, her response, and whether she acted appropriately or not. Two, the scope of the investigation has necessarily had to be gotten into by us because they keep saying she's being retaliated against. Brittany Byrd was the sole focus. Our point is to go, no, she wasn't. And so again, Friday night, Saturday night, leading up to the events, anything outside of how she responded and whether it was appropriate or not, just is not germane to the decision you all have to make. That's my position.
It was my understanding that it was about what happened on Sunday.
Okay, do you want me then to
Or,
limit mine to Sunday? Yes, sir. Understood. What shift did you work on Sunday, Sergeant Sweet?
B shift.
And that's what time to what time?
I actually came in 7 to 7.
7 p.m.?
Yes.
What information were you given when you got to work about Fifth Avenue Park events?
So prior to that, I actually got a text message from Brittany about the actual party. I think it was a flyer or something like that. So I got to work, and when I walked in, they were watching on the cameras for Fifth Avenue Park.
When was that text message from Brittany Byrd?
You say when?
Yes, sir.
Roughly, I don't know, 4 or 5, somewhere in there. I don't remember exactly. I saw it just prior to me leaving.
But you think it's about 4 p.m.?
Roughly, yeah.
And the information was simply in that text message, same people, now we're going to have something on Sunday.
Yeah, about that. I don't remember exactly what it was. I knew it was a flyer, though, that I looked at.
Now, as you're getting into work, was that 7 p.m.? Did you come a little bit before that?
No, I'll usually get there about 30 minutes prior.
Before the shots fired, did you have any information about any guns being present on scene?
No.
Did any officer ever make any radio announcement, send you a message of any kind that there were guns or seeing guns on scene?
No.
Who was coordinating the actions of the tow trucks and the street folks?
As far as I know, it was between Lieutenant Matthews and Officer Byrd. I know Officer Riddle was out there. I think Officer Watkins was at some point, but this is all before I got there.
Right, but coordinating, who's making what phone calls? It's Byrd, right?
Yes.
And you established you were at the PD
Mm-hmm.
when the actual shots were fired.
Yes.
What's the difference between shots fired and shooting?
So we'll get shots fired calls any time of the day. Not saying they're all the time, but generally speaking, we'll head that way. And then when the officers get there, if there's more to it, then we'll keep going. If there's nothing going on, we'll turn back around. Just depends on what's going on for the day, or if we need to see if there's more going on. Shots fired call came out, so that's when we headed that way. Once it turned into a shooting, then there's going to be a lot more involved.
Right, so
And with
to be clear, I'm going to condense it down a little bit. Shots fired is, we've heard something that sounds like gunplay.
Yep.
Don't know what it is, haven't confirmed anything.
Mhm.
Something's going on.
True.
Shooting is, I've got a victim, somebody's been shot.
Yes.
If I were to have one officer and I have two simultaneous calls, that's the only officer that can respond. Where does he go? Shots fired or shooting?
If you have a shooting call, probably the shooting.
And that's because we have a victim, right? When you got to Fifth Avenue Park, what was going on?
Which time?
What did you first observe when you first got to Fifth Avenue Park on Sunday, April 13th?
On the east or the west side?
When you got to the park such that you got out of your vehicle?
Okay. So when I pulled in the west side of the park, there's a lot of chaos going on. People running around. There are several vehicles already there, police vehicles already there. I don't know who they all were for. I think Officer Byrd was parked to the right of me. So I went to where I thought someone was going to be, which was actually Officer Pugh's vehicle.
Let me back up a second. Now, you said that you came from Conway Police Department.
Mhm.
And that the police department is a little bit over here,
Roughly, yeah.
kind of where my finger is.
Mhm.
In effect, with what you've described from start to finish, you almost made a circle.
Just about, yes.
And that's not the most direct route, correct?
I tried to go the most direct route.
Okay. But you would agree with me, it's not the most direct route.
No, once I couldn't get in the park on.
What
the east
direction
side.
is this over here? I'm sorry to interrupt you.
That's right.
If you were, Conway PD's over here and you're coming towards the park, what direction am I going in?
East.
Okay, because we've heard a lot about, it depends on, the direct route depends on what direction you're coming from, right?
True.
So from CPD, you thought it was best to come down to 6th and go all the way down to Central Landing, right?
Yes. So
But you could have gone first
could
and
have.
cut through.
However, the reason I went that route is those are 2 lanes all the way through.
So makes sense that we would try to pick a route that you think you can get down faster in the heat of the moment.
Yes.
And this is double on East 6. Central Landing is double divided.
Yes.
And can we also agree that First Avenue, it's even got roundabout, is a wider street than these independent streets that go 2nd, 3rd, 5th?
Never really thought about that. I suppose.
Yeah, they're a little bit more
Yeah.
narrow. And we have houses on both sides of all of these streets, right?
Mm-hmm.
On First, we don't necessarily have that, do we?
You have trees on the left.
Right, so we have at
Or
least
the
one
west
side. Possibly we were not going to have as many people that might come out and get where you are. All right, and so you come up Central Landing, and the first place you could come to is right here on this side of the park. Why did you decide that you wouldn't stop there?
So as I came across, I was looking for a place to go in, and I was trying to see where things were happening. As I got closer and pulled up next to that entryway, I could tell that I wasn't going to get in. I didn't want to back up and cause more of an issue, so I decided to go around.
Why didn't you just pull up and stop like Lieutenant Matthews did like 5 seconds after you?
Because I was trying to get to the pavilions.
And why were you trying to get to pavilions?
Someone called in, I believe it was Autumn Smith, I can't say for sure, that there were 3 shot near the pavilions.
Okay, so at some point, close to when you're at this
Yeah, it was
entrance,
right around the time I actually got to that point was when that call came out.
all right, so you're saying about the time that you decided not to stop here, you thought fastest way to get to Autumn Smith over here is to drive all the way around instead of getting out and parking there and running?
Yes,
That's pretty close, right? I mean, you could have parked, run through there.
I suppose it could have.
I mean, we've had a whole lot of talk about people way over here running all the way up here. You thought this was too long of a route, so you wanted to drive around. Okay, next question. When you decide that and you make that decision, you drove into oncoming traffic in this double divided, right?
I did.
And we had cars in that way.
Mhm.
And at some point, you were able to get over, but you did drive. Now, that's a policy violation, right? Policy violation. Let me put it in the right order.
It's only a policy violation per our pursuit policy. Now, by policy, you are allowed to go using lights and sirens with due regard for persons and
I'm not talking about whether or not you had your lights and sirens. I'm talking about it is a policy violation for you to be going into oncoming traffic, even in emergency situations, correct?
that's not how I interpreted it.
Which policy do you think tells you you can do that?
800-5 is emergency operations. The only thing it says as far as not being allowed is in a pursuit following a suspect going the wrong direction on the highway, I believe. Paraphrase, but
So you think 800-5 tells you that you can do that?
I'm not saying it says you can or can't. That's how I interpret it. However, it was an emergency situation. I'm trying to get there.
We're going to go ahead and play Sergeant Sweet's dash cam. Who's that in front of you, Sergeant?
That's Lieutenant Matthews.
He puts on his lights and sirens. What happens? Can you pause it a second?
Talk about the vehicle in front of him.
Mm-hmm.
They stopped in the middle of the road, so I went around.
As soon as he put on his lights and sirens, that person in front of him said, stop dead in their tracks on that road, correct? Is that something that you should be considering when you decide whether or not you're going to run code?
Yes.
Continue, please. A lot of cars there, isn't there?
The view, not in my path.
Right, but we're talking on the other side of the road from the direction of the park. Who is that parked partially into the lane there, sir?
I believe that's Officer Watkins, but I'm not positive.
Okay, go ahead. We just heard Officer Byrd saying she was having to go through the grass, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Sergeant Sweet, there's a part here where they've clearly muted what else was happening in your vehicle. But
Yeah.
at some point, you're running code 3 and you're on your cell phone, correct?
Yes. Talking to state police.
That's also something that you're not supposed to do per policy if you're running code 3, is that correct? Not supposed to be on your cell phone.
Okay, not.
All right, thank you. right, thank you. We can pause that there. We can go ahead and pull up Lieutenant Matthews. Yes, sir. While he's pulling up Lieutenant Matthews' approach, again, you were never even put under Garrity, were you?
No.
So not only were you not interviewed in this AI, but you were not put under Garrity.
No.
But this is going to be Lieutenant Matthews. Right, now right there with Lieutenant Matthews, we heard a whooping noise, I'm going to say. But that was not lights and sirens. And then he put lights and sirens on and she stopped. Is that correct?
Mhm.
He's frustrated.
Oh, I understand.
Everybody's trying to make decisions quickly and get somewhere quickly, right?
Yes.
And let me point something else out. You don't have a dog in your unit, right?
No.
Lieutenant Matthews doesn't have a dog in his unit.
No.
In fact, nobody else out there had a dog in their unit. Is that correct?
That's correct.
At this point, he's turned off that code 3, right?
Possibly.
Well, I don't hear his siren. We could stop that there. Lieutenant Matthews, and then right in front of him, Officer Murray just pulled into where you decided you weren't going to, correct?
Right.
You made a detour.
I did.
Now, Kennedy used the word chaotic. I think a lot of folks did.
Mhm.
How would you describe the atmosphere and your thoughts at that time? Would you also
Volatile.
say chaotic?
Volatile, chaotic.
And certainly, we're now all here reviewing something that happened months ago. We get the benefit of now we can review words. We can see all this bits of information, almost like in a vacuum. But you don't have that, do you?
At the time, no.
Every officer that's out there has to make a decision right then, don't they?
I do.
Where to turn, how quickly I need to go. So just like you said, you picked a route that you thought would get you there faster because it was doubled or it was 2 lanes versus 4 lanes, double divided quickly, right?
Yes.
So maybe not the most direct route. You almost went in a circle,
Yes,
but you were making a decision based on what you knew right then as quickly as you could.
I did.
How is that any different than Officer Byrd?
The fact she was there and called out the shots fired, and then it took her that long to get around,
How's that long?
what, almost 5 minutes?
Well, if your time is off and it's actually 2 minutes and 37 seconds of her drive time that she has control of. This is a hypothetical even. No, I'm saying that if you have a situation where your information that you just said is incorrect, does that change your opinion?
Not really.
How did you make a determination that it was 5 minutes for her?
Just based on the time the camera turned off to the time the camera turned back on.
So the camera went off in the parking lot at the church.
Yes.
So that's where you started the 5 minutes.
Mhm.
And you're saying then it was 5 minutes until what point?
He was a little under that from when she actually pulled into the park on the other side.
So you're doing it until she pulls into the parking, and it's not even parking, it's grass, till when
Yes.
she goes over the curb?
Yes.
What about the fact that while in that parking lot at the church, we have individuals who she encounters?
True.
Does that not slow and change the amount of her response time that she has control over?
That will a little bit.
We can play the church, not hers, play Brittany's, excuse me, from the beginning. Beginning, let's see, hold on, let me see it. Through shots fired, the last one. We can fast forward that to the 1945. There you go, right, about right there. Perfect. Now, officer, what can we hear in the background? You hear the dog?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of training that her dog has?
Not all of it, but I have an idea.
Now, this is your, I'm going to say subordinate, or do I say employee? I don't know exactly how to.
Subordinate.
She's under you.
Yes.
And so you're in control in relation to the equipment that she has, including that dog, right?
Yes. On shift. Yes.
And that dog has specialty training for gunfire, correct?
Yes.
Loud noises might also bother him.
Mm-hmm.
If we have run code 3, he's going to be barking his head off, isn't he?
Probably.
In fact, that's a tactic that she's used before. Roll her window down, run code 3, or not run code 3, but run the sirens and lights. He's going to go crazy, isn't he?
Probably.
If he goes crazy, she's not going to hear vital stuff coming over the radio, is she?
Possibly.
It'll be difficult.
Yes.
He also has officer protection on him as well, correct? The dog?
Say again.
Officer protection,
What do you mean?
his handler. He's trained to protect her.
Yes.
If we could pause that right there for just a second. Because we've talked a lot about later on, she's saying what she observed. That's pretty dynamic right there. And she is looking, she almost got hit by a fellow on a wrecker trying to leave, right? They grabbed her out of the way. Those officers might be looking in a direction, correct? But there's not a pinpoint over there, is there? There's not a flag where a bad guy is there?
No.
We
There's
have
a good general direction.
and we have a whole bunch of cars and a whole bunch of people, right? Not to mention where they were standing, they had a record that's still there in this picture, also impeding part of the view, correct?
Right.
So can we agree that saying something came from a general area does not mean I know specifically pinpoint where it happened?
She may not know exactly where it happened, but they had a good idea.
Again, can we agree that a general area does not mean I know specifically where it happened?
True.
All right, if we can continue. Thank you. In relation to, first off, this individual that was just walking or running in her, kind of across her screen. Dynamic situation, right?
Right.
At this point, we know we've had shots fired. She knows what a gun sounds like.
Mhm.
We know we have at least 2 guns, right? Because one of these we're hearing pow, pow, but another one is brrr, brrr type of thing. Sorry about that, because I know that's going to be hard for you to put into our transcript. I don't mean to make light of it. I'm not good with my noises. In relation to these events, we now know we have a bad guy somewhere.
Correct. Most likely multiple.
So the fellow that comes running across there quickly, we can't necessarily rule him out yet as somebody who might be involved in this event, correct?
True.
So we need to pause long enough to at least see he's not involved.
Mhm.
And can we also agree, too, we got to make sure he's not hurt?
True.
If we can play the church video. Park camera footage. No, that's parks. I'm so sorry. It's going to be under case 2. Given to Bird.
CH.
Yes, sir. This is them running. Riddle leaves, we have a wrecker that runs in front of her location. Now we have the gentleman. We just saw, though, 2 females that laid down in the exact area. In fact, one of them just laid completely down. What do we have to be thinking about if we are responding and we see somebody lay down that had been standing?
They're injured. I mean, that's
Yeah, it's
They
not a
should
trick
look at it, but-
question, right?
Yeah.
You've had all these years, we
Mhm.
need to make sure they're okay, right?
Mhm.
So not only are they in her path, she's got to make sure they're okay. Now, she didn't get out of her vehicle,
correct.
but she pauses, they see her, they get up. We'll continue. So now she's finally out of the way, but our fellow with the barricades, he just moved, didn't he? So now she has to go on the left side of him. Is that correct? Is that what you're seeing, just like I am? So officer, can we agree that it's not until she gets to the median, we even have cars going both directions before she can get to the median?
Might be a little quicker with lights and sirens going.
Maybe. Right? I mean, Lieutenant Matthews just ran lights and sirens and somebody stopped dead in their tracks. Right?
True.
But at a minimum, at least until she gets to the entrance or the exit location, she doesn't have control in relation to what she does.
Suppose.
Let me say it a different way. If she did anything different, she would have had to ignore the gentleman or hit him, right?
I guess. Yep.
And she would have to ignore the 2 possible victims or hit them.
Once she saw that they weren't injured, I would say she needed to go.
Okay. And she did go, correct?
Correct.
When we talk about the path, we can go ahead and stop that now. What path do you think that Officer Byrd should have taken? What do you think she should have done as soon as shots fired?
So by policy, most direct route.
Let me
Not-
back it up even further.
Sure.
What should she have done immediately upon shots fired?
So there's been a lot of talk about whether you have the vehicle or you run across the road.
And I don't want to let anybody else's talk. I want you to tell
Yeah.
this commission what your opinion is as to what she should have done.
So I don't have a problem with it going back to the vehicle because that's where everything you have is. But I think just based on the fact that they saw at least a good general idea of where the shots came from, should have went straight to it.
Right, well, now, we just covered the fact that shots fired is different from shooting, right?
True.
At the time that she's now at the meeting, we have somebody who's running code going the other way, correct?
That's true.
Are you aware that it's about that time frame that we have Pew saying, I have somebody who has been shot?
Yes.
So what becomes the priority?
So even so,
This is an easy question. What's the priority? The shooting where somebody's injured or over to the right?
the injured person should be priority. However, she didn't go to the injured party.
Really?
She didn't follow Riddle.
Who's the first person to get to Pew?
It wasn't Riddle. Riddle
It was
found somebody
Bird.
else that was already shot.
It was Bird.
Yes.
So she did go to Pew, correct?
In a roundabout way, yes.
The only person who got to Pew successfully was Bird.
Yep.
If we're now, I understand we're dynamic, right?
Mhm.
If that was you and you pulled up to that intersection and you saw a person running code going a particular direction, would your first thought be, we got somebody?
Couldn't say.
And so it's hard to even, knowing all the information you do right now, you don't have an opinion about that particular issue.
About Riddle running code.
Or getting behind somebody running code going left.
If there was a good reason and she ran code with them, that'd be one thing.
And at least one of those reasons could be somebody's running code. We might be after a suspect.
Possible.
We don't have to have a gold rim or have a person. She knows what gun sounds like. We know we've had a gun fired,
Right.
correct? And seconds later, we now know Pew has said, I've had somebody shot, right?
Correct.
That's the direction we go is left, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. That's the decision they made.
What street should she have turned up?
Can't say. I would say the first one that's not blocked.
And while we're in the middle of all of this, and we originally had seen Riddles, you've seen Riddles,
Yes.
right? There's people on both
And
sides.
I agree that it was jam-packed on Fifth Avenue.
Very quickly, if we're having to make a decision, just like you did, do I pull in or go around? Can you blame her at all for saying, that's full, I don't even know if he's going to get through, I better go?
At Fifth Avenue, I don't.
What she did after that, you're basing your opinion based on GPS coordinates that were given to you, correct?
I kind of have to because there is no video.
Let's talk about that in just a second.
Sure.
But first, I want to talk about the GPS. Did you pull the GPS?
No.
Do you know where the GPS came from?
No, not really. Other than it came from, I think, dispatch.
Did you ever sit down with that GPS data and go to Google Earth and throw it on the screen?
Everything I reviewed was in the actual review file.
So you just got a picture that had the yellow, look like tacks on it, but you never took the raw data and put it on a screen.
Whatever's in that review file, that's what I had.
So you're actually just assuming whatever street she took is correct by the GPS data. If that GPS data is flawed in some way, does that change your opinion about whether or not she acted appropriately?
Maybe. Yeah, I don't know how to answer that.
And then let me ask you something else as well. We're talking about video, no video. Do you disagree that she absolutely was right when she thought in the parking lot before shots fired, we have somebody approaching, maybe a little aggressively, they're not happy, their stuff's being towed, that she hits her body cam?
Mhm.
In fact, per policy, she's supposed to do
Yep.
that, right?
Mhm.
And as soon as that is finished, when she knows, oh, okay, this is okay, she turns it off. Or I should say, you don't actually turn those things on and off, do you?
I didn't have a problem with her turning it off then.
Okay. Well, we use those words freely, but your body camera and your dash cam, as soon as if you get it and let's walk it through. When you first get to work and you're an officer, unless Bird doesn't, hers goes home with her, right?
Mhm.
But everybody else goes in there and gets a body camera off the shelf that's in that holder getting juiced, so to
Yes.
speak, for the battery. They go to their car and they put it in so they make sure everything starts syncing.
Yes.
And then they're going to put it on. But once they go in and they put it and they sync it, it's on, right?
How do you mean?
It's going to stay on. It's recording. All you're doing when you hit that button is you're saying,
it is-
remember this event.
Yes, it is recording. However, it's not playable until you hit the record and then it backs up 30 seconds. Yes.
Okay, but it is retrievable.
Yes, it's retrievable.
We can do that record after the fact
Mhm.
feature, right?
Yes.
And I'm not talking about the 30-second. We can go back
Mhm.
days. I figured being that you're sergeant and you're closer and you're seeing more of these reports, you know that's something that gets used,
Mhm.
right? Okay. Do you know why nobody went and got that?
Couldn't say.
Are you also aware that when we have that body camera, let's say that she's played it, she's outside of her unit, and now it's over, so she hits that to tell it, okay, I'm done with that event. When she gets in and she sees her dash, it's got a message up there, right?
That's what I understand.
And the message says something to the effect of, your triggering event has ended, do you want to stop this particular recording,
I think that's what she said in the interview.
right? Well, not only what she said, but your experience. You're sergeant, you have all these people underneath you.
The vehicle that I drove did not have a watch guard in the vehicle,
Okay,
so I'm not very familiar with the system.
now you had been a sergeant, you said a couple of weeks? When these events
E-team,
happened?
yes.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood. How long had you been a sergeant anyway, such that you didn't have one of these?
I think December of 21.
Okay. So you're not aware as to whether or not how they sync or anything else?
I know how they sync, but as far as like how they operate, like that particular function happens, I don't know.
How do we tell the dash cam, do you know, how do we tell the dash cam to take that same event that we just did on our body cam and sync them so we can put them with a case file?
So in WatchGuard, you have to actually attach it to a case.
So you think you
Once
do it
it's
on a
downloaded.
computer?
Yep.
And how do you tell your dash cam to take that item from start to a particular finish and keep it?
Once you plug the camera back in, it automatically downloads all the video that you have.
But while we're in the middle of these events, do you know anything about how it works? If we tell body cam, record this, or, this is a particular event I want, so
Mhm.
now they both come on, and I tell the body cam, okay, I'm done with this event, how does the dash know what event to start and stop with?
How do you mean?
I'm saying, the dash is still going. But at
So-
some point, we got to tell the dash to stop and
Okay,
sync those
I think
two
I see
things.
what you're saying. Okay, so if they're independent, say you have them sync together, I'm sure she had hers done that way, since it's her vehicle. So the body cam, if you hit that, or if you are within the vicinity of the vehicle, then it will turn on the vehicle. If you hit your lights, both come on. Okay, so they're basically together. If you are outside of your vehicle and you turn your camera off on your body cam, your dash cam will still be recording. I think that's where you're getting at.
Yeah, I was always
So,
saying that part, but how does the dash know to say that's the end of this event and put it with the body camera footage?
That I don't know. Other than it's a timestamp. Everything's timed. So it's once you go into WatchGuard, all those videos will be in chronological order.
So you don't know if it shows
And if-
anything on the screen or.
And there
records
are
it itself.
times where they download separately. So just depends on how the system's working. But again, I'm not an expert on WatchGuard, so
Are you aware of Murray's route to the location here?
vaguely, it wasn't part of my look at the AI.
So were you not able to look at the entire AI and you only look at specific parts?
Yeah, I reviewed mainly for her and Riddle.
Her and Riddle. What about Pew?
Very little.
So you weren't concerned with him, or you're saying there wasn't much in the AI about Pew?
There wasn't much in the AI about Pew.
Right, so you were not privy to reviewing anything with Officer Murray?
No, not really.
Council, if we could we have about a 15-minute break?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Thank you, counsel. We're ready to proceed.
Well, you're missing one.
Oh,
Largest one, I didn't even miss him.
Like, we're not gonna tell him that, but I'm like starting with that one of your jurors. They frown upon it.
Now we can go ahead, counsel.
Thank you, Aaron. Officer, I want to back up a minute. All right, now you had mentioned that in relation to the AI investigation that you reviewed or were part of, it's for the folks who are subordinate to you, under
Yes.
your supervision. Now, that's going to include Murray and Watkins, right?
They were under my supervision, but they weren't part of the investigation, as far as that part goes.
All right, and when we say
The review
not,
board.
they are in the AI investigation.
Yes,
I
but as
have
far
their-
as the review board goes, they weren't part of it.
They were not discussed at the review board. Why not?
Couldn't say.
So they did not discuss Watkins or Murray.
Not with me.
Did you review the materials that was part of the AI investigation on Murray and Watkins?
It was not part of the review board.
That's not what I asked.
No.
You reviewed the AI
to.
investigation, right? Let me say again, wait for me to finish, or she's going to get both of us. You reviewed the AI investigation ahead of the review board, is that correct?
I reviewed Lieutenant Kennedy's investigation, yes.
Okay, and I'm not mincing words, I'm not trying to catch up on anything, I'm trying to be sure we're clear. Kennedy did the investigation, that is the AI investigation, right? AI 25-04. Did you review all of those components before the review board?
Not all of the interviews, that's what I mean.
And it is. Did you review the GPS for Murray and Watkins?
I looked at them, yes.
And in relation to Officer Murray, what was his response route?
I'll say it was coming from somewhere around like Walmart North or something like that on Skyline.
I call it the old Walmart.
Yep. If I remember right, he comes all the way down to 6th Street. That's right.
Yes, sir, that is right. That is right.
And then comes around and parks.
So he's way over here, right?
Yeah.
And he's going to come all the way down, and he's going to bypass Oak Street.
Yep.
By the time he bypasses or gets close to Oak Street, he should know we now have a shooting victim at this northwest corner of the park, correct?
You could assume that. I have no idea.
Right. Well, in relation to him, he didn't come to the northwest corner, did he?
No.
And he didn't take the direct route to either the northwest corner or the side that you first came to.
No.
He bypassed that and came, what is that, like 11 blocks by the time he came over here?
Possibly.
And comes up Central Landing and then pulls in where you bypassed.
Mhm.
So he didn't take a direct route either.
No.
Where was Watkins when the shots rang out?
From what I understand, he was at Buffalo Wild Wings.
And how do you know that he was at Buffalo Wild Wings?
Just the start of his video. I actually watched that after the fact.
He didn't mention it in his interview, but we have it on his, in relation to both the dash cam and his GPS, right? Is that correct?
Correct.
So did he fail to mention in his interview that he was at Buffalo Wild Wings?
I remember right, he said something about Oak Street.
Right, but Buffalo Wild Wings is not on Oak Street, right?
It's relative, it's pretty close.
It's off of Amity, which is off of Oak, correct?
True.
And also in his interview, Watkins' interview, he made it sound like he basically hit Oak and flipped around because it all happened real fast and shots had fired. Is that also correct?
Something like that. I don't remember exactly what he said.
Well, here's another issue. He's the only one in his interview who mentioned before shots fired, knowing that there were guns present. Is that correct?
I don't recall.
Would you think that that would be an important component that you would want to know of an AI investigation as to when we knew there were guns at that location?
I don't think so.
And if an officer finds out, I mean, we've had 14 phone calls, right, at that location on Sunday. Can we agree with that?
There's quite a few, yes.
And they're escalating in relation to the fact that they're getting closer together and the type of conduct described. Can we agree with that?
Yes.
In which case, let me ask a question. Are you familiar with the mobile field force?
Yes.
What is it?
It's used for riots, civil disturbances.
And large gatherings, right?
Could be.
I mean, that's listed in the policy, right?
Okay.
And what do we do when we mobilize the mobile field force?
I'm not part of it.
Okay.
I've never had to call it.
Right. So are you familiar then when you need to be calling one?
Major disturbances, I would imagine. When we had the protest, that was one that they did. But other than that,
Are you familiar as to when you, as a supervisor, I realize you're no longer there, you're at OPR now, but if you were put back on patrol, do you know the criteria for when you should use the mobile field force?
so I would run it up the chain depending on the situation. But protest, major disturbances,
If an officer were to come to you and let it be known that there were guns at this location, what should they do?
probably run it up the chain.
And tell them what?
What they know.
Right. It's important, right? And it's important because we need to be monitoring that situation to protect the people who are there to have a good time.
Correct.
If, let's just say, we're saying they should just take care of it. The guys on the street, there's 3 of them there, right? And that's Bird, Pugh, Riddle. Let's throw Watkins in there and say, Watkins knew that there were guns. What should Watkins do?
I should have told somebody.
I agree with you there. And if we say, all right, let's say he didn't tell anybody, what should he do to take care of it? What should he do to investigate it? Should he investigate it?
Should have investigated, yeah.
And in what way should he investigate it?
Go look around. Go try and find somebody. I'd let people know to look for.
Can we agree that one of the things that they shouldn't do is not tell anybody? And if they're asked to accompany somebody to approach the crowd to tell them we're about to tow cars, he should go with them?
Probably.
After the events, did you talk to Officer Byrd about her conduct?
No.
You don't recall visiting with her afterwards and telling her she had done a great job?
Probably sometime that night I did, I'm sure. I think I told just about everybody out there they did.
Not days after when you got back from vacation?
I don't recall. I wouldn't be surprised if I did, though.
She's a good officer, isn't she?
As far as I can tell, yes.
in relation to these events, who's the one that called out shots fired?
She did.
Or did? In relation to how many guns we have, or I guess it said multiple guns.
Yes,
She's the one who did that.
yes,
When we have anybody who is a victim and she gets on scene, she's the one that coordinates to say, how many do we have?
Mhm.
She's the one that not only coordinates how many do we have, but she asks for severity of their injury, right? So that, why do you do that?
so to let everybody know, so they can direct people.
And so we can prioritize treatment.
Mhm.
We can prioritize who gets out first from that location to go to a hospital, right?
Yes,
We had people who had fender benders and they wanted officers to stop what they're doing and come take pictures of their car, who said, we can't take that right now. Here's a card, call tomorrow and we'll take care of it for you. Who did that? That was Officer Byrd, wasn't it?
I don't know about that one.
Who helped put up the investigation tent?
Couldn't tell you.
It was Officer Byrd.
Okay.
In relation to putting up crime scene tape, who also helped with that?
I'm sure she did.
In relation to keeping that scene, I mean, at first it wasn't secure at all, right?
No.
Took a long time for it to even get sort of secure.
Took a little while, yes.
Who was keeping those folks out of the scene? One of those people, because I know there's others.
Yes. Officer Burr was one of them, yes.
In relation to these events, of course, you now know the AI investigation process pretty well, right?
Somewhere, yes.
Are you over that department now? When did you get that change, movement in where you're assigned to work?
June 1st.
So pretty quickly, kind of in the middle of all this.
Yes.
When we have an employee who is now this was an open investigation at first, right?
Correct.
Meaning we don't have a complaint.
Right.
It is initiated for us to know what everybody did. And how do we know when that AI is finished? How is that signified?
So the AI isn't officially finished until the final of the actual final
Little bit
determination
different.
by the chief.
And I'm going to interrupt you just simply
Okay.
because you're not quite addressing my question. How do we know when the investigation is finished?
That's up to the investigator.
How do they signify that it's over for the OPR?
Couldn't tell you.
Well, they fill out a specific form and file that report, right? It's Form 209?
Oh, yes, yes.
When did Lieutenant Kennedy file that and provide that report?
Honestly, I don't recall because I wasn't really running the office yet.
Okay, but you were part of that because you're the one who scheduled the review board, right?
I did. I sent out the emails.
At the time that you scheduled the review board, you knew to do that because he had said the report, here it is, I'm finished.
I believe he turned into Sergeant Holland, but yes.
All right. So we knew that it was finished.
Mhm.
Now, another point, when we do get that AI form and we're starting to tell the party you're going to be interviewed, I think that's actually the Form 209, actually. And you say you're going to be interviewed. We tell them if they're a witness or if they are a suspect, correct? Or a subject. I got that wrong. Subject, right?
Correct.
And isn't it also true that when any person turns into a subject, they should be given a new form so they're advised as to the allegation?
As far as that goes, I'm not sure. She signed a form initially for that, and I understood that was the forms that needed to be signed.
Right, so can we agree that she never got a follow-up form that advised her, you are a subject, here's your rights under it, under a 209?
Possible. She didn't for me.
And she didn't get that then before she had that second interview with Lieutenant Kennedy, correct?
I would imagine so.
Right, or like you said, not from me ever. You
Yes.
didn't ever give her one.
No.
Are you aware that, until we start hearing from folks, that we have never had a specific factual allegation in relation to what they have said she violated?
How do you mean?
Again, that Form 209 says, here's the complaint, here's the allegation as to what you have violated, correct?
It's possible. If nothing was done, then I have no idea.
And when we get it, if you were to get somebody, or it's a citizen out here that decides that something has occurred, and they come in and they allege that the sun is red, and for whatever reason we deem it necessary to have an AI in that, that subject line is going to say, you're the subject because you told this person that the sun was red, or you told her it was yellow and they claim it's red. But it's going to be factual as to what the complaint is, right?
Yes.
And then we do the investigation, and it is supposed to come to a conclusion of fact, right?
I would assume so.
So once we do the investigation, we say, in fact, it's unfounded, founded with specifics or whatever, and then you say why.
Correct?
Kind of like what we do if you have a criminal case, right?
Mhm.
We might have an allegation, but then we have to go about proving it. And
Right.
those are the facts. So can we agree that prior to having this particular hearing, she's never been advised what the specific allegations are in relation to these events?
I couldn't say.
She didn't from you, though.
No, not for me.
And she continued to work after that, April 12th, 13th, all the way through June 30th, right?
I'm not sure.
So you don't know when she, you
I would
don't know,
assume
I mean, this
from-
person at that point is
From
not
her,
under.
I would assume till the date of her termination.
Now, also under 300-1, we've covered the fact that once that investigation, it is concluded upon that officer who's doing the AI files that form saying, I'm done, right? Why didn't you give Bird a copy of the materials at that time when she requested it under FOI?
Based on the statute in FOIA, as far as I understood that since the determination from the chief wasn't complete, then it wasn't finished.
In relation to, you've said the statute under FOIA, there's a subsection, right?
Yes.
And are you referring to the subsection that basically says until we're through with a particular event, outside third party can't get a copy of those findings?
Yes.
But there's a subsection under that, right, that says if it's an employee file and it's the employee wanting it, they get it, right?
It says something to that effect. I don't remember exactly what it says.
Bottom line is, you didn't give her a copy of those materials, correct?
Actually, no.
And I had said that wrong form. The Administrative Inquiry Worksheet and Reporting Form is CPD Form 58.
Okay.
Did you have a conversation with anybody before you decided not to give her a copy of the investigative file at her request?
Not that I recall.
And she did not get any part of the file prior to the review board meeting, correct?
No.
I mean, that's correct information. No, she didn't get it.
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I know, once you start asking it a certain
Yeah.
way, I wanted it to be clear. When were you actually told, release a part of the file to Officer Byrd?
Don't even recall.
Do you know who told you?
It probably would have either been Chief Harris or Assistant Chief Welsh.
Do you recall saying that you were going to make that as difficult as possible for her to get a copy of the file?
No.
Were you the party that provided, other than when she was terminated, obviously, Chief Harris gave her a thumb drive of some sort. But after that, there were other things that were given to us once we went through the totally civil action to get them.
Mhm.
My question to you is, were you the party who supplied those things?
Yes.
I can have just one moment. One last question.
Sure.
You said that originally, when you had reviewed materials on Riddle, you thought that there was a policy violation, but after the review board, you had changed your mind.
Mhm.
Explain what made you change your mind.
So as a discussion went around the room, even reviewing it, I took into account how young he was as an officer. As the discussion went around, I mean, I just pretty much agreed with everyone else that even though he did leave that direction, that his lack of experience probably played a part in that. So I had no issue with it.
One other question, I'm sorry about that, because I had just said the other one was the last one. But this one really is. You talked about the truthfulness issue, and part of that you talked about this gold rim thing. Now, that was a fact that was put out by Pew,
It was.
correct? As was Pew put out information about a shooting victim, right? She has to take yes or no. Mm-hmms don't work,
Yes.
just so you know. Thank you. So I'm keeping you out of trouble. So we did have bits and pieces of information that Pew was putting out, correct?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Officer Byrd said that also in her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy?
She did.
In relation to that, sometimes when things are dynamic, you're trying to pull in as much as possible. Isn't it also possible that you could get some things out of sequence?
Absolutely.
And that doesn't necessarily mean that you're lying, correct?
Yes.
And I say that because it hadn't been too long ago, we had an individual on the stand who made a comment, got something out of sequence. It doesn't mean that they're always lying. So what else do we look at in relation to that? What
How do
their
you mean?
motive might be,
What the what?
what the motive might be,
True.
or what they're trying to convince you of?
True.
Thank you, that's it.
Mm.
Sergeant, on Officer Riddle, your original inclination, having reviewed the investigative file, is that he had unsatisfactorily performed, correct?
Yes.
And that's because he turned left and didn't go directly to the shooting, is that right? After the discussion with the board, you changed your mind, is
I
that
did.
right? And determined, based on, primarily I'm hearing that he was a rookie, is, all right, it's understandable, his actions, having been on the force for what? How long has he been with CPD at the time?
Probably no more than 6 months.
Okay.
Maybe a little more.
Stick with, assume that you still felt today that his performance was unsatisfactory, okay? Go with that. Was that an offense that warranted him to be fired?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And so when you look at Ms. Byrd, and you concluded before review board and during the review board that her conduct was worth getting her fired, correct?
Yes.
All right. You see distinction there between Riddle and Byrd's performance?
Yes.
And you're sticking with today. Listen, the way Officer Byrd performed, those were terminable offenses. Is that fair enough?
Yes.
All right. Let's talk about, the cross-examination sort of started with the idea of the circle. You remember that?
Mhm.
Okay. And I think where that was going was, well, when you look at your entire path to where you ultimately enter the park, you took a big circle, right?
I did.
And the inference that was being drawn is, well, so did Miss Bird, so what's the difference? Did you catch that?
Yes.
All right. You came in directly from CPD, come up 6th Street, correct?
Yes.
And then go up Central Landing, right?
Yes.
And that's where you stop, right there at the park.
I did.
And you try to punch in, correctly? Correct?
Yes.
But you couldn't punch in there,
No.
right? You were barred from getting in that route, correct?
Yes, it was blocked pretty much.
That then creates an alternative route for you, correct?
Yes.
All right. Again, we all know this, hate to beat the dead horse, but Bird didn't go up 5th, right?
Correct.
Bird didn't go up 3rd.
Correct.
Bird didn't go up 2nd.
Correct.
Okay. You see it, that distinction between your route and her route?
Yes.
Is it also distinguishable to you that you went full code 3 the entire way
Yes.
and she did not?
Yes.
Got it. You were shown the video of officers Bird and Riddle in the parking lot, right?
Yes.
And as I read it, or as I looked at it, after shots are fired, the multiple shots fired call comes in. It seems to be both of them, but I particularly noticed Miss Bird. She's looking over her, which shoulder is it? Whichever shoulder, right shoulder. She's looking back into the area exactly where the pavilions are, correct?
Correct.
And that's where we know the shooting occurred, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's another instance for you of how you knew she lied in her interview with Kennedy when she said, I didn't know where the shots came from.
Yes.
Got it. There's, whether it's criticism is the right word for you or not, but there's this issue about you driving the wrong way. Remember that series of questions?
Yes.
And you were referencing the policy at issue, and that's 800-5. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is our Exhibit 7. And for all of us, let me grab you a copy. Let's start on page 5 of Exhibit 7, emergency operations of department vehicles. You see pursuit factors for evaluation and termination.
Mm-hmm.
I'll read it and let's talk about it. It begins. The following factors shall be considered by officers and supervisors in making the decision to continue or terminate a police pursuit, then switch over to the next page, page 6. And it's the last bullet point up at the top. The pursued vehicle proceeds the wrong way on any freeway, divided highway, or one-way street. At no time will officers pursue violators the wrong way on a freeway. Read that correct?
Correct.
That's pursuit policy,
Yes.
correct? You are not in pursuit of a suspect, correct? You are not in pursuit of a fleeing vehicle, correct?
No.
You were trying your best to get to a crime scene, correct?
Correct.
So this policy does not apply, is that right?
That's my opinion. Yes.
And there were questions being asked of you about the difference between shots fired and shooting. Do you recall that?
I do.
The fact of the matter is there were 73 rounds fired at this location, correct?
Correct.
Is that just your normal everyday shooting? All right, that's a critical incident, right?
Yes.
That requires code 3, right?
That's how I see it. Yes.
That requires get to the threat now, correct?
Yes.
Just out of curiosity, how long were you driving the wrong way?
Maybe, I don't know, 100 yards.
Let me skip around a little bit. You were asked about Officer Watkins and his response, right?
Yes.
And we know he was at Buffalo Wild Wings, right? And you know the story, right?
Not completely, no.
Are you aware that he had been involved in the tow operation with Byrd and Riddle
Yeah, a little bit.
and that it was winding down?
Yes.
And have you heard discussion that he told Riddle and Byrd, hey, it's my daughter's 9th birthday. I'm going to run by and give her a hug?
That I didn't know.
Fair enough. You watched his video, right?
I watched part of it.
Did you ever see him get out of the car?
No.
Until he arrived on scene, I mean.
Oh, you're talking about his response video?
Correct.
Yeah, no, I never saw him get out of the vehicle until he got there.
Never got out of his vehicle. Correct?
Correct.
Arrived there before Byrd, correct?
Correct. Yep.
All right. And there was a discussion about somebody allegedly, that Officer Watkins knew about guns. Do you recall this line of questioning?
I recall a line of questioning, yes.
Isn't the truth that somebody told him that they may have, a bystander said there were guns in there?
I'm not sure.
You're not aware of that?
No.
Okay, fair enough.
Either way, I'm not aware of it.
Not aware of it. Are you aware that officers were monitoring the park for weapons? For instance, are you aware that Riddle posted himself up out by the park to watch and observe?
Yes.
And he didn't see any weapons.
Yes.
He didn't see any illegal activity.
Yes.
He didn't see any reason to break up this party.
Yes.
You talked to Brittany Byrd, I'm hearing now a couple of times since this, and at some point you told her she did a nice job.
I'm sure I did.
Yeah, whether it's that night or when you got
I don't
back
recall
2
what
or
it
3
was. I'm
days
sure I
later.
did, though.
And when you said, Brittany, you did a nice job, were you referring to her actions after she was on the scene?
Yes, I wasn't. I was completely unaware of the rest of it. So
When she was tending to a victim, right?
yes,
Okay, helping push the crowd back and get them out of there, correct?
yes,
That's a nice job,
Mhm.
right? At that point, you didn't know anything about her response or her lack of response to this crime scene, right? You were not complimenting her on her response to the crime scene, right?
no,
There's some talk about this FOIA, and I got lost in there, but I was hearing it was like, we, you, whomever, have been hiding the ball from Brittany Byrd. Is that true?
no, not intentionally. If that's the case,
Yeah, I think what you were accused of, did you tell her she won't get the file?
not that I'm aware of.
Okay,
I don't remember that.
and a constant refrain through all of this is, does that have anything to do with her failure to respond timely and with urgency to a mass shooting?
No.
You were there was discussion about you being on a cell phone. Is that right?
Yes,
In your response to the crime scene?
yes.
All right, and it's when you were running code 3.
Hmm.
And what was that about?
You're not supposed to be on the phone when you're running code 3.
Do you know where I can find that policy?
I don't.
Right, what were you doing on the phone?
I was trying to talk to state police. They called me, seeing what we needed out there,
You
what
weren't-
resources.
You weren't on the phone checking out the score to the game.
No.
You weren't calling
This
the
wasn't a
wife.
personal call.
Yeah, you weren't calling the kid again, or your daughter or son or anything.
No.
This was not personal, this was business.
Yes,
Trying to assist in a response to a mass shooting.
yes. They asked about if we needed a helicopter, what resources we need, and if they get a MAC channel.
Got it. There was a discussion I heard about the dog, about the canine, and as I understood it, it was this dog or dogs and canines in general are attuned and get upset to lights and sirens. Did you catch that part of the questioning?
Yeah, I suppose it's possible.
Yeah, but
My interaction with the dogs is limited.
Yeah, does having a canine, being a canine unit excuse you from responding to a critical incident with urgency?
No.
That's no excuse, is it?
No.
It's not like you'd prefer to take care of the dog and protect it from lights and sirens and loud noises. You prefer to stop the killing and the shooting, right?
Yes.
Let me show you. This is Petitioner's Exhibit 26. Commission has it, and it's a picture, aerial picture of the park with the parking lot. Are you acclimated to that? You see where we are?
Mhm.
All right. See the parking lot at the bottom of the picture?
Yes.
That's where Riddle and Bird were
Correct.
at the time shots are called out.
Yes.
Is that right? And we know that ultimately Bird takes, you see that entrance exit.
Limited to what was covered on that, so, because we can't come back and redirect. I ask either, since he's opening up the photograph, didn't introduce it at the first, that we be allowed to recross him if he's gonna be allowed to go outside the scope of cross.
It is not outside the scope of cross. They specifically showed the video of Birds exiting this parking lot. This
You
is in
did not
specific
introduce the
response.
photograph, and that's what you're trying to do. That's outside the scope of.
This, wow, this is a photograph, an aerial photograph that they've introduced. They raised the issue about the time in the parking lot that she spent and her exit route. This is in direct response to an issue that's been raised.
Sustained. Yes, sustained.
So no, don't go there.
I'm sorry. You may overruled.
Okay,
Sorry.
thank you. And that's fine because I can be super brief. You see where the entrance exit is?
Yes.
All right, Officer Bird was driving a cruiser, correct?
Correct.
In fact, I've understood it to be sort of a special one, some sort of high-end cruiser. Do you know anything about that?
The newer models have a lot more lights on them, and their sirens are a little different.
Okay, this thing's capable of jumping curves, right?
I would imagine so.
Yeah, you see, I mean, I can count so many spots going, if you're looking at the photograph, which is going to be your and my right, you can jump the curb between the entrance exit and that little square, looks like it's a dirt patch, right?
I would assume so, yeah.
Yeah, you can even go further, which is going to be up Central Landing. And there's a clear line that you can jump a curb and get onto Central Landing, correct?
Sure.
So it wasn't necessary that she wait for anything to be able to get out of that parking lot and respond to this scene. Is that fair?
Fair.
Are you aware that it took Brittany Bird 1 minute and 18 seconds to exit, to get out of that parking lot into the medium at Central Landing?
I didn't know how long it was, but it seemed like it was a
Well, we've been
decent
throwing
amount
out
of
time, so I'm throwing out 1 minute and 18 seconds to you. People can die in 1 minute and 18 seconds,
Absolutely.
right?
Absolutely.
You don't want to sit around for 1 minute and 18 seconds when you've heard multiple rounds being fired, correct?
Correct.
And we know that there have been 73 shots, right?
Correct.
And with 73 shots and in a crowd of people like that, by God, there's going to be a shooting, right?
Correct.
Most likely, just basic common sense is somebody's shot.
Yes.
Stop the killing, stop the dying.
Yes.
Brittany Bird failed in that, did she not?
Correct.
I'll pass the witness. Or at bats, I forget.
Take them.
I will call James Presley.
You don't want him released, just to be clear, as a witness. I'm fine with him leaving, but don't talk.
Okay.
Thank you.
Will not rely on
Back
you.
up, and I'll start.
I understand.
Would you state your name, please?
Major James Presley.
Mr. Presley, be advised that you are under oath. And do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Major Presley, how long have you been with Conway PD?
25 years now?
Your entire law enforcement career?
Yes.
Have you worked your way up through the ranks?
Yes.
When did you become a major?
At the end of March, I believe it was.
And what division are you the major of?
Patrol division with several smaller divisions underneath me.
Let's get right to where we need to get. I'm telling you, you sat on the review board, right?
Yes.
And you reviewed Lieutenant Kennedy's investigative file.
Yes.
We've heard all about that. Ground plowed, okay? So I'm going to get straight to the point. The initial scope of the investigation was broad. It was to determine, could CPD do something or should they have something different, right?
Right.
It was not initially focused on Brittany Byrd, right?
No.
At some point, it does become focused on the responses of all the responding officers.
Yes.
All right. You're aware that Ms. Byrd was interviewed by Lieutenant Kennedy twice, is that right?
Yes.
I may have my date wrong, but I think the second time is May 15th.
That sounds
Generally
correct.
sound about
That
right.
sounds correct.
Did she come to your office after?
After the interview, she did come to my office.
Tell us about that interaction.
She was very upset. Apparently, the interview didn't go well. Can't remember the exact words at this point, but she made the statement that he was coming after me or something to that effect. I can't quote her on that, but it was something to that effect. But yeah, she was very upset about that.
In reference to Lieutenant Kennedy.
Yes.
So why would Brittany Byrd confide something like that to you?
We've always been good friends, good working relationship.
Worked well together?
Well, I've never worked with her directly. She never been under my command, but we've always had a good relationship.
No negative feelings about Brittany Byrd?
No.
Got it. What was your response to her when she came and, I don't know, is it fair to say complained to you about the Kennedy interview?
My response wasn't much. I just let her, get it out of her system and listen to what she had to say because, she was coming to me in confidence.
It sounds like she was venting to you
Yes.
and you let her vent?
Yes.
Because you guys have, this is weird because it's sort of like this group. You guys are professional work friends?
Yes.
Got it. Not social friends, but professional work friends?
Right. Yeah, we
Got it.
never hung out outside of work, no.
Got it. There came a time when the investigation did focus on Miss Byrd and others, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Tell me, did you attend this vigil for the victims?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It was just a visual for the victim, like we said. People were allowed to speak and talk about it out loud, what happened and everything. There were some people there that didn't have nice words about the Conway Police Department. Some
started hearing things like, we didn't do our job, we were scared. At the time, they even said, there were officers who drove away.
Excuse me, Major, could you get a little bit closer to the mic, please? Thank you.
Better?
All right, Vigil, you were in attendance. Other command staff were there?
Chief was there, Assistant Chief Rush was there.
Got it. And this is the first y'all are hearing, or you're hearing, that people are expressing concern about the CPD's response to the shooting.
Well, we had been hearing stuff before, but that's the first time I heard the part about officers leaving the scene.
And is that your sense of when then command went, we need to look now into that, to the response?
Well, actually, I don't know when command, because I was, like I said, when that's the first I heard of that, and I wasn't part of the investigation itself, so I don't know exactly when that focus shifted. That may have been, I don't really know.
Got it. It was around the same time, you think?
Probably, I would think.
No worries. Lieutenant Kennedy was the investigator, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any sense at all that Lieutenant Kennedy was biased against Miss Byrd?
No. No.
Did you think he was a good choice to be the investigator?
I felt he was. I was comfortable with it.
He had originally been in CID, I think.
Yes, he had been in CID.
And how long have you known Lieutenant Kennedy?
The entire time he's worked with us, however long that's been.
Got it. No bad feelings about Lieutenant Kennedy.
He and I have never got sideways with each other in any way.
Has he been the investigator on other administrative inquiries that you've been involved in?
Not that I've been involved in. I don't know.
Any questions about his integrity,
I don't have any.
about his fairness,
Not that I know of.
about his impartiality? No, sir.
No, sorry.
Okay. You reviewed Lieutenant Kennedy's investigative file, right?
Right.
So let's do this. Just tell the commission members your review. Just give us the overall, what did you come out of your review of the investigation? Give us your overall views.
Well, at that point, once I got to looking at everything, it was hard not to focus on Officer Bird's response to that circumstance. That stood out, and the reason it stood out was what happened after the shots were fired. When you look at the interview and you look at the video, it becomes clear that there was a failure to act.
I'm sorry,
A failure. There was clearly a failure to act on her part.
you said this was obvious to you?
Yes.
In that initial review of the file, it was obvious to you that there was a failure on her part in her response?
Yes.
It doesn't sound like it required any overthinking to arrive at that conclusion.
Not to me.
Got it. When shots were fired, that call came out. She was across the street from the park, right?
Right.
What were options available to her and Riddled, in fairness, at that point in their response?
Well, in my opinion, the response, they should have just ran across the street and got to the park.
Mm-hmm.
They were standing at the driveway, at the entrance to the driveway there. It would have been easy just to get across the street.
Was that something that was discussed later in review board?
Yes, it did come up.
And so where did we land with that? Was it a violation of policy for them not to have just simply run across the street to the threat?
Them not running across in a direct violation of policy, no.
Was there anything understandable about not running directly across the street?
Well, they decided to go back to their vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that would not have been my first choice. That's what they did. And what you saw at that point was Officer Riddle getting his vehicle. He immediately goes lights and sirens and starts to head towards the park. What you saw from Officer Bird's perspective was she got in her vehicle and, turned her camera off. That was the first thing she did. And then you can see her from the video from the church. You see her sitting there for, I don't know how long, but She moved forward a little bit, and by this time, Officer Riddle has gone down. He initially went north on Central Landing, come back around, stopped for a second. I guess he was trying to see where to go, maybe. I'm not sure what he was thinking at that point, but he ended up going down southbound on Central Landing. At that point, he come back by Officer Byrd, who was still sitting in the parking lot. He went by her. She sat there, I think it was like 12, 13 seconds, something like that, and then pulled out and proceeded southbound on Central Landing.
I'm hearing urgency, a lack of urgency was a concern
Right,
for
that
you.
was, she never activated her lights and siren for whatever reason. Yeah, I mean, you saw, like I said, you saw Officer Riddle go lights and siren immediately. He went when he hits 6th Street, he went back west on 6th Street, immediately went up 5th Avenue, encountered a lot of traffic, a lot of congestion, a lot of people running everywhere. But he made his way through and got into that park.
So Riddle's immediate response is to turn right. Is that correct?
Out of the,
And go
From the-
up
from the-
Central Landing?
right, yeah.
Got it. And he tries to punch in there in the closest entrance to the park he can find. Is
That's
that
what it
right?
looked like. That's what it appeared he was trying to do.
And couldn't.
No, he didn't make it.
Makes a U-turn.
Yeah, and then he comes back southbound on Central Landing.
And when you watch the videos, as he passes the parking lot, is Miss Bird still in that parking lot?
Yes,
So Riddle has gone right, which is north of Central Landing, made a U-turn, come back around,
yes,
and Miss Bird's still in the parking lot.
yes.
Okay. Now, something that they have in common is they both turned left, right? Well, he came down, ultimately, he makes the U-turn and it's coming southbound.
Southbound,
Central.
yes.
Same way Bird did, right?
Yeah, when she eventually left, she did go southbound.
Okay. And were you critical of Riddle for, you're actually at that point going away from the crime scene?
Right. I mean, and you go back to the visual, we talked about that earlier. When those people said they saw officers driving away, that's what they saw. What they probably didn't see was Riddle come back around up Fifth Avenue and come back in. But initially, yeah, those people saw 2 officers drive away.
And so now knowing, well, sort of speaking to the general public, now knowing what Riddle's initial reaction was, putting that in the context of the entire thing, was Riddle's conduct materially distinguishable to you from Bird's?
Yes.
Should Riddle have been terminated?
No.
Should Bird have been terminated?
Yes.
You were talking about it was obvious to you when you first started looking at the file and looking at these videos, and your testimony was, Blake, it was obvious. She's not only violated policy, she's literally going the wrong, she's not responding directly to the scene.
No.
Right.
She did not.
How quickly did you determine that that was a policy violation for which she should lose her job?
Once I realized what I was looking at, once I watched the interview, watched the video, yeah, that made it plain to me. There was that's a terminating offense.
Yeah, so Major, what's the difference if she were to get her job back?
Difference?
Yeah, I mean, does it really make a difference? Why don't you just give her a job back? Or are there long-term consequences that flow from not responding directly to a very large threat?
Well,
That's calling for rank speculation on what he would do. There's no proof. We'd have to be talking about everybody in the police department. And we could maybe bring in people that would say if she wasn't put back to work, it'd ruin the morale in the department. So I don't know what the relevancy of that is to whether she violated the rules and what punishment she should get.
Other than testimony that the commission has already admitted that in these circumstances, you get your job back. What if it happens twice? And then people may die, officers may die, fellow officers may die.
And officers may die because somebody doesn't go. Victims who have been shot may die because an officer better trained gets there and takes care of them.
Let's talk about, I'm going back to Riddle. Did you conclude that Riddle responded with a sense of urgency?
Yes,
What was your conclusion regarding Byrd?
there was no sense of urgency.
Tell me about the lights and sirens. Was that part of the original, as you testified earlier? Blake, there were some things that just stood out and stood out strong to me.
I mean, you got a bunch of shots fired in a large crowd of people. That's an emergency response, which means lights and sirens. She did not do that.
Did you ever get a plausible explanation for why she didn't activate her lights and sirens?
Don't know why.
Did you ever get a plausible explanation for why her dash cam was not activated?
Don't know why.
Was Miss Byrd invited, and did she have the opportunity to come to the review board and speak her mind?
That's my understanding.
Did she?
No, she didn't.
What other concerns did you have regarding Miss Byrd? I understand she didn't respond directly to the threat, right?
Right.
You reviewed her interview with Lieutenant Kennedy. What were your conclusions about that?
There were a couple of statements made that stood out to me that were just untruthful.
Such as?
Well, she made a statement when they were talking, he was interviewing her, that when she saw the unit running southbound, which would have been Officer Riddle, that she thought he might be chasing his car with golden rims, and that she got out behind him to follow him. Well, when you watch that video, when he comes by, she does not go out and follow him. She sits there.
Mhm.
And another thing that was interesting is that, for what I could tell anyway, from what I could see, her cruise lights were on for that period of time. But when she did finally turn out and proceed southbound, she turned those off.
And so that was significant, was it not?
It's significant to me because when that happened, there should have been one real goal, and it's to get over inside that park.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Instead, there was, I guess, for whatever reason, a priority to turn off camera, turn off cruise lights, not to respond directly, and I don't know why.
And so the lights and sirens are significant, right?
Yes,
Why do we have lights and sirens on our police units?
we can respond to emergencies and get there as quickly as possible.
And get traffic out of the way,
Absolutely.
right? Did it strike you as significant in reviewing Byrd's second interview that she had two explanations about the level of traffic on 6th Street?
Well, there was a point during that interview, because Lieutenant Kennedy had said to her, there was no traffic on 6th Street, which if you watch Officer Riddle's camera, you don't see any traffic on 6th Street, maybe one, maybe two cars, if that. So it would stand to reason that when she did come out, that would still be the case.
Mhm.
And they had gone back and forth for a little bit, and I can't remember exactly how we get to this particular point, but I can remember her saying that you only lose your lights and siren when there's traffic in your way or blocking the road to get traffic out of your way. And Kennedy's response was, well, there was no traffic on 6th Street. Her response was, yes, there were. But then his response was, why didn't you use your lights and siren?
And correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that first she said, no traffic on 6th Street, therefore no need for lights and sirens. Am I getting that right?
Well, at that time, I don't think she actually said it like that. I just think she was saying in general that you only need use your lights and siren when traffic's in your way or you're trying to get around traffic.
Got it. And then later, when confronted about her speed or lack thereof, is that when she turns to there's traffic on 6th Street?
That sounds right, but I can't say for sure.
Gold rims, Pew calls in gold rims. Tell us the significance of that call and your analysis and conclusions about Bird's conduct.
While I was, going through all that, there's a point where Officer Pugh does say there's a car at Gold Rims, and he said that the shots may have come from that area, from that car. When he made that statement, though, Officer Bird and Riddle had already left. Officer Riddle, I think, was actually pulling up, maybe. I don't know the exact time frame on that, but he was, at the very least, he was already on Fifth Avenue trying to get through traffic, and Officer Bird was on 6th Street, probably either right at Fifth Avenue or going by Fifth Avenue, westbound. So it wouldn't have made sense that he was chasing a car with gold rims when he went by her when she was still in the parking lot at the church. The funeral home.
And if he was chasing a car with gold rims, a suspect, and was in pursuit, she would become the secondary unit, correct?
That would have been a thing for her to do, yes.
And if she's secondary unit, what should she have done?
Should have been licensed siren, and she should have been on the radio calling that out.
Let's talk about Ms. Bird's comment to Lieutenant Kennedy. Don't know where the shots came from. What was your reaction when you saw her say that?
Well, to me, that's an untruthful statement.
Why?
Now, don't get me wrong. I know they didn't know exactly where the shots came from, and that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
But from what her report, and I remember there's a report done on this, and she does a supplement to that report. In that report, she says that we knew the shots came from the center of the park, something to that effect, center of the park.
Make sure I'm understanding your testimony. So after this incident, like all police, you do an incident report,
Oh, yeah.
and if it needs to be supplemented, you do a supplemental incident report.
Mhm.
And you're telling us that Brittany Bird did an incident report or
No,
supplement.
she did a supplement.
A supplement to the incident report?
Right.
And what did she say in it?
Well, I don't want to quote because I may be missing them, but the statement in her supplement was that there were shots fired from the center of the park.
From the center of the park.
Right.
And you see the video of her and Riddle when she calls in multiple shots fired, and you see her looking over her shoulder.
Correct.
Is she looking in the direction of the center of the park?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay. And I know we're not going to show it again because I think we've shown it 3 or 4 times, but on scene now, okay, there is a time where I think it's Monty Matthews, Miss Bird, and Pugh, and Sergeant Sweet are able to congregate. Everybody's got their
Right.
body cams on,
Right.
right? And all the body cams show the exact same thing.
Right.
And you saw those body cams.
Right.
And did it appear to you that Miss Bird was indicating to Sergeant Sweet when he came up and said, where did this start? That she was saying here where they were standing?
Right. When you looking at Sergeant Sweet's body cam, he does ask that question about where did this happen or where did this start, and her response was, we knew it came from this area, and she was making that gesture. So that tells me you're talking about where you're standing.
Overall response, and this is a difficult topic. It is, I'm just going to blurt out the phrase because it's now common. Stop the killing, stop the shooting, right?
Stop the killing, stop the dying.
Stop the dying. Is that just simply is it so well known you don't need to write it down on a piece of paper and put a policy number on it?
Oh, that's well known.
That's training.
It's training.
That's fundamental police work.
If you're at a critical incident, your job is to stop the killing and stop the dying.
And it's difficult to talk about because there are people getting shot, right? And there are victims. And so what happens? It's like, here's somebody that's been shot, but I've got an active shooter. What's the best thing to do?
The thing you have to do is try to stop that threat. That's number one.
You got a victim on the ground, but you may have more and continue to have more if you don't go stop that threat.
Absolutely. And that's what when you look at this particular incident, there's a lot of people there, obviously, and a lot of shots were fired. So, you have to assume, in my opinion, that somebody's been hit, somebody's been shot, and you got to get over there. And
Right, with 73 rounds and a bunch of people. Odds are, and we know now for a fact, at least 11 people are going to get hurt.
that's correct.
Okay. That's just a difficult thing, and I don't want it to sound unsympathetic, but is the job of the police to look out for everybody, and I've got to stop somebody from killing people.
Yeah, we have to respond to that threat, and we have to stop that threat.
And then, once the threat's neutralized, we have other units that are to come on board to take care of victims, right?
Yeah, you're going to have other units responding.
We have
from wherever.
MEMS units, right?
Yes, and with MEMS and fire, they're going to be standing by to a certain degree because we have to make that scene as safe as possible before we bring them in.
Yeah. Untruthfulness. Your ultimate vote was that she was not truthful, and that's the second interview, correct?
Correct.
We talked about the gold rims. We talked about these other things. In that interview, she didn't recall her route. Did that strike you as odd?
And that was surprising. I don't know how you not know where you went. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, for sure, and I'll cut this cross-examination off. The response is going to be, but this is a chaotic scene, right?
I'm sure it was.
Yeah. Lots of moving pieces, right?
Yes.
You've been in law enforcement for a long time, right?
25 years.
Yeah, and I'm sure you've read the cases and studied the psychology about in moments of threat, how the brain focuses in to the exclusion of everything that's irrelevant to the situation. Your mind gets focused in, and that's what happens to police officers, right?
Yes, it does.
So did you find it somewhat incredible that she couldn't even remember the route she drove?
That was surprising to me.
Is just simply not being truthful, and particularly with a superior officer, but in general, does that warrant getting fired every time?
Not every time, but if you're not being truthful with an investigation, that can get you fired pretty much every time.
Have you been involved at review board meetings where you had to vote to terminate a fellow officer that was a friend of yours?
Before this?
Yes.
Yes.
It's not easy.
Oh, nothing about this is easy.
Right. And particularly because of the goodwill between you and Miss Berg, right?
Correct.
So rank these policy violations for us and just kind of go down the list. Conduct unbecoming and insubstantial performance.
Unsatisfactory.
Unsatisfactory performance.
Right.
Where do they rank for you in this list of policy violations?
Those two violations are at the top.
Got it. Then what?
Then truthfulness.
And is the bottom line, let's dispose of the body cam violation, policy violation. Was that a big thing?
No, not really.
Yeah, it should have been on.
Should have been on, but
You're not going to get fired.
it wasn't a factor in me for the termination, no, at least not for me.
That would seem to, tell me if I'm wrong, seem to me to be either warrant a low-level reprimand or some more training.
Yes, that's something that can be handled at shift level.
Got it. Am I hearing you correctly when it comes to unsatisfactory performance and conduct unbecoming? Does the conduct unbecoming end up being related to the vigil?
Yes, that brings up what we call discredit to the department. That's what makes that a serious offense.
And so tell me if I'm hearing you correctly, that when it came to your conclusions about conduct unbecoming and unsatisfactory performance, you've given us all the reasons. Was that a full stop for you? It's like, I really don't need to know much more. That's my conclusion. That warrants termination.
For me, that warranted termination.
And is that what you expressed in the review board?
I did, eventually, yes.
All right, let's talk about the review board. You guys met on June 26th. It comes your time to speak, and what do you say?
My initial response was 30-day suspension up to termination.
So it comes your time, chief is going around the room. At this point, is everybody agreed or pretty much agreed on the policy violations?
I believe so, yes.
And now we get to now how do you vote on sanction for these
Right.
violations?
Right.
Tell us again what your initial statement was regarding sanction.
I initially said a 30-day suspension up to termination.
It gets passed around. They keep going around the room. Is that right?
Yeah, when I gave my initial statement, the chief wanted me to make up my mind, give him an answer. So I just told him to come back to me.
Got it. Some hesitation.
Yes,
Got it. Second go around, your conclusion is
termination.
termination. What turned the tide for you?
I had to put my personal feelings and our friendship aside, and I know that what happened, and I would not say termination for anyone else. So I can't let my friendship with Ms. Officer Byrd stop me from doing my job.
This is a doing your duty situation you're talking about.
Yeah, and in my position, I have to be able to give an unbiased opinion, and that's what I had to do.
You had to set aside personal goodwill.
Yes,
Is that right? Set your personal feelings aside.
yes,
Was your vote for termination the action that you felt was required,
it was justifiable.
as difficult as it was?
Yes.
I think it's important for the commission to hear everybody's view on Lee Wood. What's your take on that? I guess describe it, because we've got sort of vivid descriptions here.
When it got to him, his term is froze. I don't know why, obviously. I haven't talked to him about it, but he would not give an answer either way. We ended up sitting there for a few minutes. I don't know how long it was, but it seemed like a really long time, just an awkward silence. But he seemed very distraught over this, which to a certain degree I can understand, because, this is a friend of mine too, so maybe that's part of it, I don't know. But at some point you got to give an answer and do your job. And so, but he never did. After a while, Chief cleared the room, it was just him and Major Wood there. But no, he never would give an answer. I mean, to me, if you think that she's done nothing wrong, or if you think there should be something other than termination, then just say it either way, but don't sit there and not say anything. That was awkward,
Awkward.
to say the least.
What is your explanation for Major Wood's indecision?
I really don't have one. I can only speculate, and I'd rather not do that.
Fair enough. If you give performance evaluations,
Yes,
if you did a 6-month or a year-end performance evaluation of Major Wood, would you take that lack of ability to make decisions in a difficult place into consideration?
oh yes, because that's part of our job, being part of command staff. We have to make those difficult decisions, and if you can't do that, then yeah, that's an issue.
Ms. Byrd's position throughout all of this is what's happening here today, what happened with her termination, what's happening here today is simple retaliation on the part of the police department for her suing several members of the police department. Do you understand that?
I hear you.
Well, tell us your thoughts.
I don't believe that to be true. It's certainly not true on my behalf, and I mean, she knows that. But no, I don't. Nothing about this goes towards a lawsuit. At least, no, I just don't believe that.
She hadn't sued you.
No.
You have genuine and have had genuinely good feelings about Miss Bird when she was a police officer.
Oh yes, I mean, I still do as a person. I still do.
Absolutely no antagonism or need to retaliate against her in any way.
That's not our relationship at all.
This was a difficult decision for you, yes?
Yes.
Understand. Second. Pass the witness.
Counsel, since it's getting fairly close to 5 o'clock, would you be objective if we close it until in the morning? You can start off fresh.
Sure, yes, sir. I don't have any problem with that, because this will take a minute.
Okay,
I don't think I
All
can
right.
do it in 20 minutes, no, sir.
okay, great. All right, thank you.
Thank you for bringing that up.
We will adjourn until 9 o'clock in the morning.